You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Vodka stream. It is Friday, and it should be the Irish whiskey stream. I didn't even think about it because we have what? St. Paddy's Day is on Monday. If it was today, I totally would have just last minute driven to the grocery store or the liquor store to get some Irish whiskey, some Jameson. But I didn't do that, sadly. It's been crappy weather here. I didn't want to go outside too much. Drive. What are we doing here? But thank you guys for joining in. And I don't have the little decal out there right there, but thank you to Mr. Rowdy, who is, of course, a patron. So he just goes by Rowdy, Rowdy. Rowdy. He is one of the people that's supporting the channel on the Patreon. So he is the executive producer for tonight's Vodka stream. We got plenty to talk about, of course. And so thank you to Rowdy. Like I said, I don't know his full name, but he just goes by Rowdy. So thank you, Rowdy. All right, who's out there? And yes, I'm drinking. I'm going to be drinking wine tonight because I also forgot to go get the sparkling water for my little drink that I have, my little special drink with the vodka. So I got a shot of vodka right here, and of course my Batman shot glass. So cheers, guys! Happy Friday, happy weekend. Wow, that went down my face a little bit. That's good stuff. All right. How we doing out there? Talk to me, everybody. All right, we got plenty to talk about. We're going to talk about this new Superman promo, which I'm going to get into at the beginning here. I'm also going to give a full review of Black Bag, which I recommend that anybody who loves these kind of spy intense movies should absolutely go see. And then, of course, we'll talk about that Batman commercial with everybody raving about that Joker. And it's kind of interesting because somebody reached out from some that I haven't fully need to respond to the message, but it was kind of interesting that somebody reached out to me, and it wasn't someone in particular, but anyways. And then, of course, we're going to talk about Daredevil episode 3. So we got Game City Savior right here. You think Gunn would let Zack finish the story in a CG motion capture suit that would be later voiced by actors? By the way, DC's Dark Legion mobile app is out, and it's pretty damn cool, pretty damn fun. You should play and review. Okay, I'll write that down. Let's see, what's it called? DC's Dark Legion. DC's Dark. I think I saw something about that, but comes to gaming stuff, I'm not really strong on it. I'm not the gaming junkie, What's going on, Kenneth? Hope Friday's going well too. Super excited for Superman in the DCU. Love the new promo picture of David as Superman. We got Anna right here. Good to see you. Shabbat Shalom. Yes, cheers. Cheers to you. And then, of course, we have Cloned Avenger. I like the Batman. I liked the Batman commercial. People acting like it's better than the Batman or the Superman trailer have me laughing. And of course, RIP White Tiger. Yeah, of course. Well, that's just the way it is. But if that was the same thing. If that was literally just if they found out, by the way, that whole thing was the reason why that came to be and who produced that, and if James Gunn was attached to that, something tells me some of those opinions about that commercial would probably flip. But hey, what can you do? We got Shano. What's happening? Good to see ya. We got Braden. What's going on? We got Phil. What's cracking? See Phil on the panel a little bit later. What's going on? Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Always great to see you, sir. Jalen Harris, what's going on? Showtime! That's right. Did you know that March 14th, today is also the day the crabs fries, which was said by Plankton in the SpongeBob SquarePants movie back in 2004 from 20 years ago. Well, cheers to that. I never really got into SpongeBob all that much. I watched things here and there, but I just never really got into it as much as a lot of people did, back then. I mean, obviously I think I was a little too old for it, but at the same time, it appealed to even my generation a little bit. I don't know. I just knew I could do his laugh pretty good. I could do that. Cheers. Cheers to that. Johnny Rampage, happy Friday. Just made a big move unpacking and enjoying the stream. Always look forward to Friday nights. Well, thank you, Johnny. Sounds like you're in the boat. I mean, I've almost been in this new house for a month. It hasn't been quite a month yet. 3 days. Basically Monday will be a month that have been in here. But I think this is the fourth vodka. I don't know. Something. Who knows? Laser Luke. Let's see. The caucus. The caucus is magical. The caucus. Long live White Tiger. Yeah. I'm probably saying that wrong. I don't know. I apologize. What's going on, Dean? Gassed for Superman. Still want to see the haircut. I'm with you on that. We got Taladia Plays. What's going on? We got Axel. What's happening? Good to see you, Mr. Droga. We got Antonio Baker right here. Thank you. Thank you, Venom Hernandez. Yes, I try. And thank you, Dean, for the kind words, for sure. Some of those are just jokes from folks. And if they clearly talking about the Batman, it had an effect on them more than they want to admit it. Yeah, it's something right there. So, but yeah, guys, thank you guys for joining in. And of course, we got Chris Balga right there in the chat. Good to see you. And yeah, that's coming up on that anniversary, Tuesday. Tuesday is going to be anniversary of Zack Snyder Justice League. So that's pretty cool. 4 years, baby. 4 years. Although some of the crazies out there make it seem like it hasn't been 4 years. My God. Feels like it was last year, for shit's sake, the way that they talk about it. Anyway, so, all right, a couple things before we get the panel on here. I do want to do a little short, full review of Black Bag. That's what I decided to see yesterday. I did not realize that Novocaine was coming out the same week. And then when I found that out, I was like, damn it, because I wanted to see that too. But again, with my retired dad, Papa Film Junkie, who wants to, looking for any excuse to get out of the house. Dude wants to get out of the house, and going to the movies on Thursday, that gets the man out of the house. And so we were already talking about Black Bag. And so when I put it out there, I was like, well, also Novocaine comes out. I don't know if you want to see that. But he was like, let's still see Black Bag. And to be honest, I mean, I'm sure Novocaine's a lot of fun. It's a fun, probably, it sounds like it's a whole big fun action comedy movie, which I'm all about. And I like Jack Quaid. And it looks like it's going to be a killer. But Black Bag was freaking, I don't know. It was awesome. It was awesome. Steve Soderbergh did not hold back when it came to his Soderberghisms. And Michael Fassbender and Cate Blanchett, the entire cast did very well. But I mean, just like those two, because, there's this whole mystery. It almost has like a Mr. and Mrs. Smith vibe. Not really, because they're not assassins. They're spies, essentially. And the fact that he, like, right off the bat, it's a short movie too. It's like a 90-minute movie, straight to the point, just boom, 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 right at the beginning. He just gets given information that, hey, people within this little circle right here, there's this whole program that if it gets leaked out, it's not a good thing. And somebody in here is a rat. So Michael Fassbender's character has to figure it out. And his wife is on the list of that. So now he's got to watch her as well as watch all these other people. And Michael Fassbender's character is so meticulous when it comes to what he does for this organization. And it's just, I don't know. It's just really cool. There's a lot of intense moments, specifically around a dinner table. And so if you guys like that sort of film, you like something that's very spy-y and well acted, and you like Steven Soderbergh, then go watch Black Bag. Please go watch Black Bag. It's good stuff. Salud, Mr. Trevino. Good to see you. But yeah, there's like my brief little review of Black Bag. Okay, let's see here. Okay. So we got some new Superman images. Well, just one image, I should say. I don't know why I said images, but I said, one image. And it came about yesterday because essentially what happened was, all right, let me pull up the whole thing here because I just posted the image. I didn't post I didn't post what it exactly was attached to, and essentially this is what it was attached to. This is what it was attached to right here. So we have a new image of David Cornsweet as Superman, and it's a promo image. It's like similar to the one that we saw when it came to that toy of Crypto, and he's flying and whatnot. So we have the image. This is where it came off of right here. So it's kind of interesting because we have a backpack that's going to be sold that has the new Superman things. Let me put my background right there. But you know what? The first thing I thought about, because I didn't really care about the backpack. I don't plan on buying the backpack or anything like that. I was just thinking about the image that comes with the backpack. But it is kind of funny how the backpack actually, like, and I think some people were like scratching their heads going like, Jesus Christ, look at that backpack. It actually has like muscle definition on it, and it's all shiny. Is that going to be his new suit? And then, of course, you had the opposite end going, oh, my God. Look at what they did. They know that the suit looks so bad that they had to add the muscle definition into it, which it is kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of funny because it's like, okay, interesting. But of course, this was the image that was being pulled from that right there. This is the first looking at David Cornsweet. So somebody zoomed in and we see it right there, and I was just kind of going like, oh, okay, cool. And I will say that logo has really grown on me. But then somebody like found a sharper image. So we'll pull that one up, and then we'll talk about this right here. So this one is a lot better because this one's just all in its form and everything. So, and yeah, looks pretty good. I mean, the suit's I don't love it still, but I don't hate it. But the logo, I don't know why. I just the logo really stands out the most for me. And what I keep on saying too is the fact that they don't have like the fake muscle definition that's in there. Maybe there's some lines in there that it might form to his body, but at the same time, I'm going, yeah, James Gunn wanted to do something different, and here it is, folks. But I do like how that logo really pops off the suit like that. I don't know, this angle right here, the collar, yeah, it might look a little it's a little bent out a little bit. I don't know. Could use a little fixing. And seems like when we've seen him before with the collar, it's a little bit more, attached to his neck. But hey, overall, I think this is a pretty good promo image. But at the same time, it is a promo image. And promo images aren't like, yeah, obviously David Cornsweet posed for that, but they always put like this Photoshoppy, filtery kind of thing. Just like when we saw him doing like the flying Superman thing. It didn't look like it was actually like an actual picture that they just tweaked, like color graded. Now, anytime when it comes to these photos, because of course, naturally, when I posted that image and I see people, of course, shitting all over, it doesn't take long. I remember yesterday when I posted the first image, I was like, hey, a new look at Cornsweet Superman with this image right here. And then I posted it, went and took a shower. I was probably in the shower and dried off and whatever for about 12, 13 minutes. Of course, when I come back to my computer, I already have somebody that's just like, of course, taking a jab at it. I'm like, yeah, that didn't take long. It took less than 10 minutes because I looked and I was like, yep, there it is. There it is. And then, of course, there was more throughout the night, which, yep, I get it. It's going to be Twitter. That's what's going to happen. Nothing wrong with that. You don't like the suit, it's fine. But the people who obsess over how much they don't like it is what's crazy, because I don't understand. I still will never understand the fan that talks more about something they hate than about something they love. It's like, hey, you could talk about the same 3 superhero movies for the rest of your life, by all means, and obsess over them and whatever. But why put a bunch of energy into something you hate? That's what I just don't get. But that's just me, guys. That's just me. But overall, like I said, we've seen images like this before with all the superhero stuff and other things where they have like this kind of filtery thing. But he looks good. You have the curl. The curl's not in the middle of the forehead. It's on the side. So that's pretty cool. I was like, okay. But overall, I'm just kind of going, okay. It's much more of an in-depth look. And I mean, you can even see like it even pulled out. Did you pull out? But now here's like the full image right there. I will say the high belt and trunks. Again, that's my biggest grievance is the fact that he essentially has really like high water trunks right there. I don't know. So yeah, I mean, the trunks are they don't fully work for me. I don't hate it. I'm okay. It's not going to ruin the whole thing for me, but yeah, it does feel like it's a little high, especially when you have like the fabric of the trunks that spill out over the top of the belt a little bit. If you can see that right there, it's just a little bit of like, okay, but so there you go. There you go. Overall, it's just like, hey, that's the suit. That's something different, and I'm okay with it. We'll see what happens when we see it full on live action. Cheers. All right, what you guys talking about? Dean says I should cameo in a superhero movie. You hear that? James Gunn, Jimmy Guns. You hear that? Are you listening? Are you watching? Probably not, but I'm just saying. I mean, what Danny's saying right here, put me in one of your, I could look up and be like, or something. I don't know. Just put me, make a little cameo or something like that. Or I could be some kind of YouTuber within your universe. There you go. How about that? Versus, see, the rumor of Cruise came from Jeff Snyder, so I tend not to play. Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. People are suspecting that Tom Cruise may be Jor-el because apparently, yeah, there is a scoop out there. There is a little scoop out there from a certain Jeff Snyder, which I'm not a fan of, which I just haven't been a fan of because I just think he's a little kooky. But at the same time, I'm not going to fully just totally negate everything he says because what do I always say about scoopers, guys? They're not batting 1,000. I think Jeff thinks he does bat 1,000, but they don't bat 0. So it's never going to be that. There's always going to be the in-between. They're going to have an average. But he did mention that they've kept under wraps who is playing Jor-el, which to be honest, I can understand that if they cast somebody to play Jor-el, they could easily keep it under wraps because odds are that person is not very much like in the movie. It's probably going to be like a hologram figure or something. It's going to be something, or maybe at the Fortress of Solitude, it brings up something. I don't know, but you better believe that whatever actor is playing Jor-el, it just got on a sound stage with a bunch of green all around him, and there could have been a limited crew, and they just filmed certain scenes that are going to be, of course, injected into other scenes. So it's kind of curious where I guess you could say that a pretty big name is playing Jor-el or something. And again, if it's Henry Cavill, I would laugh my ass off and be like, holy shit, they did it. That'd be insane because I remember seeing people suggesting that before. I even probably have said something about that too. Can you imagine if Henry Cavill ended up being Jor-el just because why not? And he said, fuck it. I don't think that's going to be the case. There's a slim to none chance, but it'd be absolutely insane to see. The internet would blow up. The internet would literally ignite. The discourse out there would, who knows what would happen. Dogs and cats living together, all hell would break loose. I don't know what anybody would do. It'd be bigger. It'd be bigger than the James Gunn and Zack Snyder taking a photo together, to be honest. It's like, what the hell? I mean, that blew up the internet. That got everybody going crazy. But can you imagine if Jor-el, if James Gunn and Henry Cavill agreed, like, hey, you want to come back and do something pretty cool? It'll be easy. It'll be an easy gig, one day, and we'll get you this amount of money and blah, blah, blah. And I don't know. It'd be insane. But then I'm kind of wondering, too, what if it's one of the other Superman actors? What if it is? What if it's Brown and Ruth? What if it's, what's his name? Tom Welling? What if it's Tim Daly? Although I don't see Tim Daly really fitting the Superman look because he was just a voice. At one point, I thought Tim Daly could have been a cool, like, Jonathan Kent in this version of Superman. Because I had this whole idea that if a while ago where it was just kind of going like, hey, if this thing is called Superman Legacy and you want to really represent that legacy, well then get every fucking actor that is still alive to be in your movie, or try to at least. I don't know. You know, they all meet up together, and yes, I do mean Dean Cain too. I know some people hate him because he's a conservative, but hey, he's still up there too, and I still think he was a really good Superman. I love Lois and Clark. I don't care about politics. But yeah, it would be absolutely watch Dean Cain actually be in Jor-el. That'd be insane. Something tells me that would not be the case. But yeah, so that is where that's coming from. But some people are saying, what if it's Tom Cruise? Which I go, I mean, I wouldn't hate it, but I'm going, really, Tom Cruise? Is there going to be like, if there's going to be like holographic images of Superman talking to Jor-el, is there going to be times where we actually see like a holograph image of like Tom Cruise running? Probably not. That'd be funny though, wouldn't it? It'd absolutely be hilarious. So, all right. Just thought I since you guys were talking about that. So, Tom Cruise validation. Hey, I've always validated that guy. Sounds like my kind of bag. You like the black bag, huh? What's going on, Jose? We got Keyblade, Master Jeffrey. Hi, I'm new here, but I know someone who will be here. Hey, something wrong with that? That's cool. Tom Cruise, Jor-el, meh. I don't know. Yeah, we got Mama Film Junkie here. Hi, Mom. Good to see you. And I'll see you tomorrow. We got a little family, kind of a family thing going on. I always got boring backpacks as a kid. Like no one wore anything. I think I had a Ghostbusters type backpack at one point. I know my mom she stitched like a Ghostbusters logo on my backpack one time. I remember that. I had, but other than that, yeah, I usually have like a JanSport, just boring backpack or whatever. So, god damn, that's some, HD good shit. I prefer a cowboy suit. I miss the muscles. Yeah, but I get it. But at the same time, he's doing something different. Well, at least he doesn't look cockeyed. Cheers. Sell DC to State Farm. Cheers to you, my friend. Baseball season's almost here. Giants have had a pretty good, I will say the Giants have had a pretty good spring. They've lost the last 2 games though, sadly, but I haven't been really watching it, just seeing the scores, but can't wait to start watching baseball again. I don't know. I miss baseball. Just like the Batman's collar, I've also gotten more used to Cornsweat's collar, especially looking back at the set photos. Yeah, it looks good in the set photos. It does. Weird Wild Gamer. Hey, Dave, do you like the suit? I like the suit. I don't love it. It's grown on me a little bit. When I first saw it, I went, oh, I made fun of it and still make fun of it because that's what I do. But overall, I don't hate it. I really just don't hate it. So those people are giant babies, giant man babies. What's going on, Lightning Thief? Maybe with James Gunn actually heading majority of the things in DC, we'll start getting video games that we want. We'll see. And Jalen thinks trunks forever. Okay. I mean, I get it. It's probably fine. I got used to no trunks. What's going on, Indiana Jake? I like the trunks, but I don't think the lining texture you don't like the lining texture at the top. Okay. Yeah, some of the lining is kind of interesting. I don't mind when Superman has trunks, but when it's high up, yeah, it's just a little too high up for me, for sure. Yeah. We got Cody right here. That's how a belt works. Yeah, I guess you could say that. But on this kind of costume, I don't know. We got Gilmore right here. Green Arrow, stick to TV or try for a movie. Like Daredevil, I think the character works better episodically. It's going to be interesting if there's even, does he have any idea what he wants to do with Green Arrow? I don't know. It's kind of interesting because I don't know nobody knows exactly what James Gunn has in mind, and he still has like a secret project that he's talking about too. Sorry, I'm just sending some invites now, so my screen got a little dark. All right. No, but I'm just kind of wondering if he has plans for Oliver. I don't know. I guess we'll see. We shall see. I know there's that one dude. There's that one actor who looks like. Who's got? If you see his pictures, he looks like, with the facial hair and everything, he looks like Oliver. He looks like Oliver for sure. So kind of interesting. But he's campaigning for it, and obviously, it just seems like the fact that they're trying to save money. they have to get some unknowns. They definitely have to get some unknowns in these roles. You try for the big fish, but that's going to be hard. Youssef, what's happening? The suit won't make this movie good or bad. I like. Okay, yeah, you're right. You know, the suit's not the, you know, let's see what the actual story and the quality of the film is. So, yeah, that's terrible. Come on, he's not that old, and he's gonna be Jor-el. Maybe him, Apollo. Oh my God, come on. Okay, you gotta realize this too. First off, he's Kryptonian. Okay, Jose. Okay, Jose. No way, Jose. No. You're talking about Cavill as Jor-el. Yeah, he's not that old, but Kryptonians don't age like humans, first off. So you put a little salt and pepper in the hair, and you got to remember that this is a holographic image of Jor-el that's sent off, that uploaded this stuff into crystals or whatever, while Clark was a little baby, right after he was born. So you're talking about 30 years at least. So it's not like he has to be old. I mean, look at Superman the Animated Series, Jor-el. He's not that old. He's really not that old. He looks like the same age as Superman, if you think about it. So he doesn't have to look that old, because it's supposed to be 30 year whatever. I don't know. Who knows how old Jor-el was in Kryptonian years, if they even had that? Probably. Yeah, what if Zack Snyder was? That'd be insane. Ultraman is either going to be Henry Cavill, Tom Welling, or something else out of the box, because it's definitely not another corny sweat. It can't be that easy. Yeah, that's what's going to be interesting too. So, Jeffrey Jansport, hell yeah. What James Gunn needs to do is definitely not make the video games based off the movies. I don't even. They should just. To be honest, they should keep the video games separate. But then again, I could see why they could tie it with it. But it just seems like it takes so long to make these video games now. I mean, I think I remember when it came to the Matrix sequels, they had a video game that was based off of Niobe's character, which was Jada Pinkett's character. They had a video game based off her character, so it was part of like the whole story, but you didn't need to play it to understand anything in the Matrix. And I thought that was actually a good way that they did it right there. So, and yes, sir. Going to the game. Oh, you're gonna see the ring ceremony. Nice. That's cool. Bradley Cooper was in Dungeons and Dragons for no reason, but he's not above small parts. Watch it be Bradley Cooper. Could be. He's got a relationship with James Gunn, obviously. That would be insane. That could work, I guess. You put like a jet black wig on him with some salt and pepper in there. I don't know. Or you dye his hair a little bit like that. I don't know. You give him like a certain kind of wig. He could be a Jor-el. Watch that be the case. Wouldn't that be insane? Now that I'm going, holy shit, what if that is the case? Because, yeah, I totally forgot that Bradley Cooper did have a little cameo. He did have a cameo in Dungeons and Dragons for no reason. Sometimes these actors just go, yeah, fuck it. You get a day's worth of work. You get a little bag. You get a little bag for that work, which, which is over like 10 grand for sure. You better believe that they're making at least 10 to 20 grand, maybe more than 20 grand for just a 1 day of work. You can't pass that up. I mean, that's the thing. You can't pass that up. That's why I was going, that's why it's not out of the realm of possibilities that it could be a Tom Cruise type, or it could be Henry Cavill or something like that. Because, yeah, a day's worth of shooting where you have to put on maybe an uncomfortable costume, get in front of a green screen stage and do a bunch of things for 1 day. And then you get a bag of 20 grand, 15, 20 grand. Sign me the fuck up for that. My God. Could the suit be better? Yes, but it's definitely still solid. Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's solid. Personally, I prefer all common characters on the big screen over TV. Yeah. But episodic is just like one of those things, man. It would look better if the suit looked more skin tight and no collar. It looks horrible if the underwear was more form-fitting. What's going on with Matt Reeves' Batman? Like I said, it's just taking his time. I think it's supposed to be shooting this year. Even Matt Reeves himself has said that. Pattinson has said that. I mean, of course, he's made his jokes, but, you just got to be patient with it. Just got to be patient. Just really got to be patient with it. Because, there could be any number of reasons why Matt Reeves is taking his time on this. And I think we just the fact that we like Matt Reeves, and, both the Batman and the Penguin were fantastic when it came to Batman lore. So I think we can all just give him the time. Give him the time, please. Yeah, Jor-el dies young. I mean, I think that's what people forget about. They just automatically go, oh yeah, it's Jor-el. He's got to be, he's got to be elder. It's got to be elder, which that could work. I mean, Russell Crowe wasn't super young. He wasn't super old. He was kind of like, I don't know how old Russell Crowe was when he filmed Man of Steel. I mean, he's probably in his 60s now, so he had to be like in his late 40s and 50s, right? Late 40s when he played Jor-el, but he didn't look old. He didn't look that old, and he didn't look that young. So I mean, but again, I think people tend to forget that Jor-el, when he died, he was probably the same age as a modern day Superman, so he can still look like that. That's why I'm saying, just put a little, maybe just a little salt and pepper in Henry Cavill's hair, and then he could be Jor-el. God, that would annihilate the nerd portion of the internet. That would annihilate the discourse between Gunn and Snyder fans. They wouldn't know what to do, because you have so many people that hate on fucking Henry Cavill, and then you got so many people that hate on the, of course, the new Superman, and hope, and they obsess over Cavill. So if that were to happen, oh my God, I would imagine that the diehard Snyder fans, because some of them already were casting Henry Cavill out into the cornfield for other stupid reasons, But it was kind of funny because some of the diehard fans, they hated the cameo in Black Adam. They hated that cameo, especially when you had John Williams' theme that was played over it a little bit, but they hated that. They didn't want to support that. So they were already turning on Cavill anyways. So I think Tyler Hoechlin is a really good choice to play Jor-el. That would be crazy too if that was the case. He could fit. Someone said Matthew Bomer as Jor-el. I could dig it. Yeah, I could see that, but that may not be the star-powered name. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. So, Chuck, Dave, IGN came out with their top 10 list of best bat suits from the comics. So that's cool. We'll have to check that out. Even though IGN sucks, they suck when they come to reviewing shows, right? I know this won't happen, but I would laugh and cry if the Batman Part 2 got delayed until 2028 and Brave and the Bold came out in 2027. I doubt that's going to happen. Weird Wild Gamer, Brandon Routh, and Henry Cavill never got shine as Superman. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that they didn't, because the reason why I wouldn't say that, Mr. Weird Wild Gamer, is, yeah, Brandon Routh, he only had one movie, but then he came back and he was, of course he was the Atom, and then he became that, Kingdom Come Superman, and his costume, and you want to talk about really probably the best CW. I think that is the best CW costume, to be honest. So he had some redemption. He got to shine. Henry Cavill got to shine too, especially when it came to finally getting Zack Snyder's Justice League out, getting the Snyder Cut out. He did start to shine too. He had that really awesome moment. And of course, his face was kept intact. It was pretty, not some crazy, silly mustache face. So, I get what you're saying. But at the same time, I'm going, I think he still had his, they both have their moments to shine, and some redemptions. They both had redemption. Big thing is they both had redemption. Routh had redemption by coming back as Superman and then getting a cool new costume, and people loved it and loved him, in all of that. And then Cavill had his redemption when the Snyder Cut came out, and his face didn't look all fucking weird, and he had some of the greatest moments in that whole thing. So they did have some redemption, but we'll see. It's going to be interesting though if that whole rumor and everything is true about like a big name that's going to be playing Jor-el. That'd be insane. If it's Tom Cruise, that would be. I don't know if Tom Cruise. It just seems like that's a little too much. That seems like it's a little too crazy. It seems like it's a little too crazy. Anyways, start bringing some people in here. Hey, what's going on, Chris?
Howdy, how are you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Tired. Just got back from a long trip, but it was a good trip. So.
Oh, that's good. Well, you got your coffee, right? Or somewhat.
I'm doing Celsius tonight, so.
Oh, you're doing Celsius. Okay, so a little bit of energy, a little bit of something to get you through most of the show. Get some of those. I've never actually had a Celsius, I don't think, but I know it's supposed to be good for hydration, good for energy or whatnot. Got B vitamins, something. I don't know.
They put all that lovely nutritional stuff on there that makes you think you're doing good by yourself, right?
Right. Yeah. It's like, hey, this is a healthy drink. And then all of a sudden you find out all this other stuff. Well, guys got this and got that. And it's like, God damn it. Why do you have to ruin it? Why do you have to ruin it?
Maybe Jack Nicholson had it right. We're all on our way out. Let's just act accordingly.
And he's still kicking. And he's still, I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, he's what? He's got to be pushing 90 about now, right?
Yeah. I mean,
he's like in his,
he's
still going to Laker games and doing all that. He showed up at the Saturday Night Live thing. I mean, come on.
Exactly. He's not as good as Keith Richards, who's done everything. And I think they said it best in Wayne's World, saying conventional weapons can't even kill Keith anymore.
Yeah, when the apocalypse happens, it's going to be Jack Nicholson and Keith Richards. They're just going to be, hey, smoking a joint, riding on some big, huge radioactive cockroach, and just being like, all right, I guess this is the way we're going to be living now, and spark it up. And that's it. They're just going to be, they're going to be living on. So could be that.
We can all strive to hopefully be that way, but I don't know if I want to live to see the apocalypse necessarily at that point. But if it's hanging out with them, that might be fun.
Yeah, might be fun just to do one of those movie moments where you go, we're fucked. So let me just stand out and just like, you open your arms and you just go, you just welcome the tidal wave, or you welcome the explosion or whatever the hell. You just go, all right, just do it, and you just go out on top,
sitting back, drinking the coffee at that point, saying, well,
oh dude, I'd be chugging a freaking a whole bottle of Bullet bourbon, and I'd probably be down in my bare ass with some sneakers on, with my Batman mask on, and I'd be like, let's do this to the apocalypse, or something. Cigar also, just have a cigar in my mouth too, and just be like, I've had dreams.
Go out. You got it very specific. You go out swinging.
Right? I know. Exactly. Yes. Could be fun, but we'll see what happens. We got Phil joining right now. What's going on, sir?
Oh, same old. Same old. Same old.
Yeah. Good to see you. Yeah,
likewise,
we were just
gentlemen.
about how we would go out on the apocalypse. If we wanted to live long enough to see the apocalypse, we would just go. We try to find shelter, or just sit in a lawn chair.
I would make my way to a Costco in Texas.
That's a good spot because they got thick walls. It's pretty reinforced.
There's
especially if
Costco,
Yeah, especially if if there's like an asteroid that doesn't wipe anything out. If it's just wiping out, there are things that are just human beings are getting wiped out and everything goes to shit. Yeah, you get an arson, you team up with some people. Don't go to a mall like in Dawn of the Dead. Go to a fucking Costco or Sam's Club or any other warehouse type of grocery store that's around the world.
Yep.
That would probably work. That would be a good way. Yeah, that would be good. It would be good.
You have enough stuff to last you a while. Just got to make sure no one else takes it.
Yeah. Right. The only thing is like, how do you well, they probably have backup generators, but it's like, how do you keep those on forever? And see, that's kind of stuff that keeps me up at night when you start really thinking about that, and stuff. And the days you go, holy shit, the grid really went down. What would we do? Oh my God. Yeah, you can get like backup generators. And I know people that have that stuff, but you have to fuel that. And that only lasts for so long before that goes out. It's not
Right.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But hey, hopefully that doesn't happen, right? Although sometimes you watch the news, you go, Jesus Christ, what's going to happen?
That's like an everyday thing.
It pretty much is.
It's like an everyday thing for the last 2 months now. So
yeah, it's been like that. I mean, it's for the past decade, I feel.
That's fair, I suppose.
Yeah, for the past decade, I mean, it just feels like, okay, any day now, who's got an itchy trigger finger?
Just look at the front page of the news. Said, all right, I'm done.
Yeah.
Coffee.
Yeah, right.
At least will make me happy.
Alert.
You just open up your search engine or whatever you're on your smartphone, and you just see the front page of whatever the fuck, and it's like, okay, that's enough for today.
Oh man, there's like on TikTok, I don't know. I mean, obviously there's AI videos now that are just springing up all over the place. Man, they have there's this section of AI videos where it's like you wake up and it's like this time period or an asteroid's about to hit, and it shows like the point of view of that. Like you wake up, you're like, oh, and then it just shows all this. And then there's just some shit where it's just like, what the hell? And I just go down. I've gone down those rabbit holes. Some of it's really cool because it's like, hey, imagine waking up back in the 90s. So they have all the stuff. And I'm going, oh, that's so nostalgic. Really cool. But then they go like, yeah, imagine waking up and there's an alien invasion. I'm going, well, now you got me going, holy shit. Like, what would I do when it comes to that? But
I like go back and forth on an alien invasion because, like, at that point, maybe we can coexist with those in outer space and learn hyperspace drive, and then my mind goes to, oh, maybe I can own a Millennium Falcon one day and get the fuck off this rock.
Right? Yeah, I mean, what's interesting about all that? I mean, you can go down those rabbit holes too, and be like, oh yeah, there's a whole intergalactic federation up there. We don't know about it. We're just sheep in this little prison planet. Blah blah blah. And they're just doing this because of that. I mean, I've gone down those rabbit holes too. God knows. I mean, I go down all kinds of rabbit holes. I'll even go down flat Earth rabbit holes. I do not believe it. Don't worry. But it's fun.
Clip
it's
it
funny.
Right now.
I know. Flip it right now.
It's funny.
Film Junkie's a flat earther. No, I don't believe in it because I'm going. I mean, literally, you could find a video of a diehard flat earther who actually went down to Antarctica to prove that it is flat, and then he got proven wrong, and now he doesn't believe it anymore because the fucking sun didn't go down; it circled around.
I applaud them for at least making the effort. They tried. They tried.
Most of the diehard, those crazy flat earthers, would not do that. This guy literally spent the money and time to go down there and try to be like, I'm going to prove this wrong. And then he was like, well, I was wrong, guys. The sun just circled around. It's like, it never went down. Yeah, I was wrong. This is a globe. Sorry.
I necessarily don't want to be the taken up by the aliens or get a saucer out and give me the DeLorean, gun it up to 88. I'll have some fun doing it that way.
Have you heard about the weird paradox? There's like a theory out there. I just came across this. I didn't realize that. Oh yeah, there's like a crazy theory about the paradox, like kind of like it's a plot hole, but not really a plot hole when it comes to Back to the Future 3 because
there's just one plot hole.
Yeah, right.
I'm just saying, I enjoy the movies. I love the trilogy. I'm just saying, you're doing a plot hole.
Yeah. Well, the biggest one that it was talked about because. And it's like the biggest thing. It's the fact that there technically are two DeLoreans in that movie because you have the one that is buried. So then Marty can find it. Marty in 1955 Doc can find it. So then they can send him back. And then of course, then there's the one that so then Doc already buried that one. And then it's just like a whole thing where it's like that one has to remain buried. So just so Marty comes back. And if that gets destroyed, then it can't be. I don't know. There's a whole thing. There's a whole fucking thing that anything when it comes to time travel, you can lose your goddamn mind to it when it comes to paradoxes and everything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like Captain America fighting himself in Avengers Endgame. It's kind of like that in a certain respect, I suppose. It's not out of the realm of possibility to question there being two of the same things at one point in a singular timeline. It's just a matter of like when version A is where it is and where version B is where it is. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, I don't know. I kind of like what, obviously, I mean, Endgame dealt with this too. And, the whole idea of the fact that if you do something, I mean, because there's always the paradox of like, even when it came to Back to the Future Part 2, when Biff goes back in time to 1955, gives his young self the almanac. So naturally that should change the timeline. So when he comes back, the timeline should have been changed in 2015, but it didn't. But then, of course, he's having a heart attack, and they cut out the scene where he actually does vanish. Turns out the reason why he does vanish is because Lorraine, in the alternate 1985, does shoot him on the rooftop, which is so funny. And they just got rid of all that. But at the same time, it kind of, that kind of makes sense, because then Doc explains that it skewed the timeline and created an alternate universe. Essentially, that's where the whole multiverse stuff starts coming in, where it's like it doesn't alter the sacred timeline, but there's other timelines it just starts creating and branching off and blah blah blah.
I love it when people just say, "Oh, this time travel doesn't make sense. It's this one's more right than the other." I said, we're talking about time travel here, people.
Yeah,
at its form, they're all right and they're all wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a firm believer of like, I mean, because there's sometimes where you get that deja vu kind of stuff, and you're just like, wait, have I done this before? Maybe I did this in another multiverse.
Did either of you watch Terminator Zero?
Yes,
I did. Yeah, it was really good. Yeah,
dude,
I didn't watch it all.
That explanation was really cool.
That explanation validates every other timeline in the Terminator franchise in the most roundabout way imaginable. Mm-hmm. No pun intended.
God, what episode was that? Was that like
6?
6? Okay, gotcha. Yeah. That blew my mind. I had to watch that a few times. It's just like it's wow,
because it makes you think, right? Like because it justifies everything, but it also like adds a layer to the overall Terminator lore, because then you break away from, oh, John Connor's the savior. We don't fucking deal with that shit anymore. No, we get it. That happened. That's a thing. Mm-hmm. And that's the beautiful thing about Terminator Zero is like they hone in on the fact that Judgment Day happened on 1997, and that is their singular point in time in which the Skynet that we all know becomes what it is. Exactly, bingo, canon event. And then every person or every being that goes back in time after that, they create an alternate point in time, thus creating another branch in the multiverse of Terminator from the prime timeline in which 1997 being the canon event. Everything else is just boop, 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 boop. It's crazy. But it fucking works. It makes sense.
Yes.
Mattson Tomlin writing Batman Part 2.
Hell yeah. Thank you very much.
So you're saying Batman Part 2 is going to have time travel in it. All right.
What? Yes.
Kronos is
below everyone.
88 miles an hour on in the Batmobile. We didn't see it, but there was
Matt Reeves is gonna.
You didn't see it, but like, yeah, the Batmobile had this like hiding somewhere.
I would love to see the social media just blow up, say Matt Reeves has lost his mind. He's putting time travel on a grounded Batman. Oh my god!
How dare he?
Hey,
we got William joining right now.
Hey, William.
You're echoing.
You're echoing a little bit.
You're echoing.
Yeah, check your mic. Check your mic.
I ran a test today and everything was perfect. Hold on.
He did run a test.
It always happens. Yeah, but there's definitely an echo.
How about now?
Check.
Yep,
you're good.
You're fine.
All right. Yeah, this mic has different settings than the other one has.
That's a new mic, huh?
Yeah, I got it. This one right here, like I said, it really pained me to not use this one anymore, because it was, like I said, for 2 years and 840 whatever upload streams. This one was clear, and it just started failing just like the last maybe couple of weeks, and in different ways. Sometimes that would sound like I was too far away, or it sounded like I was in a tub or something like that. So finally it was like it had to go across the Rainbow Bridge. And but yeah, I think I'm going to frame it somewhere, because this one got me to where I'm at right now. So
put it on a plaque and be like, we're the Sci-Fi Center channel.
Where the career began, right here.
Right there.
The workhorse. But yeah, this one's a nice one, and I haven't used it often. But yeah, I ran a stream today just to hear how I sounded on YouTube.
Yeah, I saw that. You guys did like a little sound test or something,
Yeah,
right?
just to make sure, because you can't really tell until because StreamYard you sound differently. Like when I'm talking with co-hosts or anything like that, there's no issues. And then when it goes over to YouTube, all of a sudden it just doesn't sound the way it sounded. So I needed to find out, because I was kind of annoying trying to upgrade these things. But it is.
Yeah, it is. My mic, I've had this mic for about 4 years and it's still rocking pretty good, but I don't know. I know eventually I'm probably gonna have to, hopefully it sticks around for a bit, but I'm gonna have to upgrade the equipment soon. I mean, my computer just has random crashes every now and then, which sucks. It'll just start failing. I'm like, what the hell? And then it just complete. I mean, seriously, technology was not my friend after daylight savings. Like that Sunday into Monday, just seemed like technology was just like, what the hell? They were just fed up with daylight savings too, because
Needs to go away. Fall back and stay there.
Would you rather it be where it is now, or?
I would rather fall back. I would rather get dark earlier.
Yep.
Really?
I live in a blast furnace. I don't need any more sun come mid-May to September than I have right now. There's nothing you can't do, and it's not like for the farmer industry like that. And that's what it was built for. But remember, farmers these days, wherever daylight they have, that's where they build their schedule. So if when the sun comes up, they start. When it goes down, they stop. It doesn't matter if it's an hour earlier or an hour or not. That's just the way their schedules work. We as civilians don't need it. It's not like, what's the last time you didn't do something because it got too dark? Yeah. You're going to the movies. It's not dark out yet. You're not watching the movie outdoors. I mean, it's like, come on,
Oh, it was so weird because me and my dad got out of we saw a 4:30 showing of Black Bag, and it's a short movie. It's a 90-minute movie. Very weird too. For the first time watching a movie, no trailers. They didn't play a single goddamn trailer in front of that thing. It was so weird. Wow. It was crazy because, we sat in our seats, we got our beers, and it was like, 4:28. My dad goes to the bathroom first. I'm sitting there waiting for him to get back before I was going to go to the bathroom because, we have our jackets and stuff. And then all of a sudden, like the Harkins like intros start playing. I'm going, what the hell? Why are the intros already playing? It seems like there's still a little feedback coming from your mic. Maybe. Yeah. I'm
going to reset myself here.
Okay. Yeah, it was just, and then all of a sudden I'm like, all right. So then I run to the bathroom because I'm going, I don't know if there's going to be any trailers. I run to the bathroom, pee real quick, and sure enough, when I get back, the fucking movie is starting. We sit down and I just like, there no trailers? He goes, there was no trailers. I think it was probably because they're the big theater and the Harkins that I go to. I think because they were sharing it with Novocaine. So like the next showings were going to be Novocaine. So they were trying to make sure maybe that, oh, yeah, we got to make sure it's done at this time or something like that. I don't know. But it was kind of weird. Like when we walked out, it was still daylight. Like 6 o'clock, 6:10. It was still daylight. It was just kind of weird. Yeah.
Yeah, and it seems to have a depressing element, too, to people. And when it happens, you lose an hour. I mean,
what's so funny? It never used to bother me, but I don't know why. The last couple of times, I felt the effects. And I'm just kind of going like, what the hell's going on? What kind of Matrix Illuminati shit is this? Why? It never used to bother me, but then all of a sudden I'm going, wow, why is it messing with me now? Maybe because I'm older? I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I know it bothers me every year since I was a kid. I hated this time of year.
But I don't mind the later day, but I get what you're saying, especially living in California, where it's like, the minimal sunlight, baking the lands over here. I mean, I get that, but I do like the fact that it, I don't know what it was when it came to when we were still in the old time, whatever, the winter time or whatever, the not daylight saving times. It just felt like it got dark so early. It felt like it got dark at 4:30 at moments. And I'm going, what the hell is happening here? This is weird. I don't know.
I don't mind it.
Yeah. I mean, whatever.
Once you get used to it, I just kind of forget about it after a week.
Yeah, you just, after a bit, it used to never bother me because everything just automatically changes anyways. You don't even have to.
It's all digital. It's all digital.
Everything is linked up to a server. So you don't have to change your phone. I mean, you have to change it on your car.
Yep.
You know, unless you have like a modern car that's just totally linked up. You have to change your like microwave and your oven and stuff like that. Sure. But at the same time, usually you just don't even feel it. But then you have to remember, I remember the next day, I felt like, Jesus Christ, did I sleep like 10 hours? Oh, no, I only slept 9 hours. That's right, guys. 9 hours. No, I don't think I slept 9 hours. I think it was more like 7.5. But still, I was going, what the hell? Why is it so late? We're still getting an echo from you.
Okay, hold on.
The new mic. So,
All right, because I got echo cancellation on right now.
test. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
How many of me can you hear?
One.
All right, there you go.
The one true William. That's who we can hear.
That's the only one that matters.
And StreamYard doesn't help, by the way.
StreamYard has its issues. For
Don't
sure.
help. It's like they don't want you to get anything new.
Yeah. Feels like, it sounds like there's like maybe it's still a little bit of something there, but not really. Yeah. Yeah, but you can hear it a little bit.
Too much.
I don't know. It's weird.
What setting to put it on? Now I have it on echo cancellation, no stereo audio, no reduced background noise.
Okay. Well, should be. I mean, for the most part, it sounds like it's okay.
Do you have like headsets in or something, or is your audio?
No, I took the headsets off. I have the cat ears, but
okay.
I don't know. I don't feel like looking too ridiculous right now, and then plus having headphones on and I'm open, so it's kind of weird. So.
Yeah, there's that too. See, there's an echo again. Yeah.
Okay, I took echo so I have to have echo cancellation on. So there you go.
So that's what it is. Yeah,
Yep.
keep that on because that's
there you go. Wow, technology, man. The more I pay, the more complications.
Yeah, that's what I like about the blue mic is like the fact that you set it on a certain setting and all it's taking in is anything that's coming from this direction. Anything else, yeah. So that's what I like about this mic. That's why I don't have to wear the earphones because it's not picking up really anything from this direction from the speakers from you guys. It's picking up everything is aimed this way and it's blocked that way. So it's pretty cool. That's what I like about this mic.
These are perfect.
Hey, did you get those from Rhea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I complimented on hers and then like about 4 days later I had a box in my mail. But these work anywhere, but like I said, if sitting in here, it's a little bit more of a, I like to be able to hear everything. I mean, I'll do it if necessary, but it's just like I'm ready. I have 3 different mics. This is the newest, most expensive one, so it really needs to work. So.
I know, jeez, I know it sucks when you get something new and it's like everything's supposed to be so much better, and then you could still kind of hear like a little bit of glitchiness coming from it when we're talking. I know it's canceling out the echo, but it's like you could still hear just a little bit of something. But we'll work with it. We'll see what happens. Like I said, keep working with it. But did anything happen this week that we should talk about? Toxic Avenger? Anybody? Did you guys see that?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that image. Yeah.
Didn't look too bad. I mean, it went with what I expecting,
I just got off the phone with him too about that.
Yeah, you're supposed to talk to the director, right?
I talked to Lord Kaufman today. We're bringing him out for. We're gonna rent out the Galaxy Boulevard here, and we're going to do a private screening with him here. We were going through Lionsgate, which was the original one that was going to be distributing it, but they couldn't get any play on it. So now this other group is doing it. I forgot who's I've never heard of them before, but they're the distributors, so we're working through them. But finally I just said I don't even want to set up that kind of screening. Just let me know what theater it's going to be at, and then I'll rent one out, because we've done that. We did that for No Way Home. We did that for Doctor Strange, and we just recently did it for Nosferatu. So we got a pretty deep relationship with that theater. So we'll just rent it out and just have him come in there. We'll set up our tables and stuff, and we'll have him. He's going to try to get somebody from the movie. I'm not, making any bets on that, because some of those people, I mean, I highly ever doubt that Peter Dinklage would ever be in the same vicinity as me. But if that were to happen, that'd be cool. But, having him there might help on that. But I know that's what he wanted to do. So we're going to try to set that up. So, yeah, this has been 3 years in the making, man.
Yeah, yeah, I know, seriously. Jesus Christ. Cineverse, that's who it is.
That's it. I had
They're
never
the
heard of
ones that bought the rights to distribute, right?
Yep.
I mean, obviously, it's a legendary movie, but at the same time,
Yeah, I said Lightning Skin. I'm sorry, legendary.
yeah. Well, yeah, because they're the ones that are like trying to push it out there. I don't know. I remember watching the '80s movie, but it was I only saw it a couple times as a kid. It was crazy. This looks like it's going to be crazy. I mean, the makeup looks pretty interesting, and the whole get up. I mean, geez, look at that.
Yeah, glow in the dark toxic. This is Lloyd Simon. But he actually liked it. He said he liked it more than he liked his original because it was a lot that the resources that Troma has versus a $50 million budget. I mean that he looked at it and he was they got his blessing on it and he really wanted to get it. He wanted to get it out a year ago and they just ran into all these problems.
This movie's probably going to be, I think it's going to do well because it just seems like it's going to fit in that realm of like these crazy horror movies like the Pooverse and all that stuff. It seems like it's going to be in a similar vein of that. And horror, of course, is killing it right now. Obviously, the budget was low. Again, I mean, that's what movie studios are realizing. It's like, hey, time to cut down these budgets, work with what you can. And it seems like with that, hopefully they can and they can just come. I mean, there's it's got a pretty star-studded cast, somewhat, right?
Elijah Woods, you got Peter Dinklage. I mean, just say Tyrion Lannister, and you're going to have those people there. I think when he said the tone, because he's seen it, the tone he says don't think like Terrifier or something like that. It's more campy horror, more campy violence than it was. So.
I mean, that's what I would want. I'm not going. I want this movie not to know what exactly it is and just enjoy it. I'm not expecting anything more. And when I see the title "Toxic Avenger," all right, I know what I'm getting into. My expectations are level.
Yeah.
Yeah, $50 million these days. That's a bargain, man.
Yeah.
Unless you're a Blumhouse, then you can make it for 10. But it's still.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see the reception too. Obviously, there's already a Rotten Tomato score because they're really trying to get the word of mouth. But there's only been like technically one screening for all this, and it was specifically for fans of something like this. So I don't know why there's already like a Rotten Tomatoes and all this stuff when it comes to it. But at the same time, I'm going, hey, whatever works, whatever you can use to market something like that, fine. When I saw the images, I'm like, that looks like the Toxic Avenger. But of course, it's got its own spin to it. And I'm going, all right, Peter Dinklage as Toxie. Okay, we'll see. I think he could probably pull it off. And
they had that screening because of the problems with trying to get it. They were trying to make a case for the distribution. Because they ran into a wall and it was like nobody could understand, so they were figuring, well, let's show. It was some fans, and I think it was some actual distributors and some other film companies to try to, hey, look at this. Why are you, when they compare it to what else is being put out there, and I think what helped the case for this, to be honest with you, is Pooh, Blood and Honey, Terrifier, those type of movies.
Yeah.
There had to be proven that there was a recent market for that kind of camp type of violence.
Mm-hmm.
Now that it has, I think that's kind of made it easier, especially with Blue Blood and Honey 2, and then Peter Pan Neverland Nightmare. Those are the kind of things that everybody who would reject Toxic Avenger said, this is stupid. This is going to fail. Why are you wasting our time? And then when they put it out and it's fun, then it makes it easier to get a Toxic Avenger out.
I totally forgot that Kevin Bacon is in this. I saw Gilmer in the chat say that. I'm like, really? That's right. Kevin Bacon is in this.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm guessing he's one of the bad guys because Elijah Wood plays his son. Yeah, Bob.
I think he owns the chemical company. He's the guy who owns the chemical company that started.
I think so. Yeah, and then Fritz Gorbinger. Yeah, I mean, come on, some Kevin Bacon. Have you guys seen that trailer? It was called, I forgot what it was called, but he's like a demon hunter. He like almost died and now he hunts demons. He's like a demon bounty hunter. I forgot what it's called, but the trailer came out, I think last week or maybe the week before. Also looks like a lot of fun. Just saying. Forgot what it was called though. No, I got IMDb up right now.
I can buy Kevin Bacon being a demon hunter, kind of like a little bit of Keanu Reeves, Constantine action.
Well, I mean, it's now going to be Kevin Bacon's turn to be that older dude badass, right? I mean, he's kept himself up pretty good. What the hell is it called?
He's a badass and bad guy in Beverly Hills Cop, man.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, he's in there. What the hell is it called? I don't even see it right here in his IMDb. Well, that's weird. It was called something else. No, what the hell? That's very strange. IMDb is weird because it doesn't even have anything. Oh, I should probably hit the upcoming. It's called The Bondsman. That's what it's called. It's actually not a movie. It's a freaking TV series. That's where I got it wrong. It's going to be on, I think it's on Amazon. That's right. So it's a TV series. Apparently he dies, but then gets brought back, and now he's supposed to be a bounty hunter for demons because of that. And if he doesn't fulfill, of course, that, he's going to get sent to hell. So it does have a Constantine vibe to it because obviously he's like a fuck it kind of guy. But it looks good. I'll probably give it a watch. The Bondsman, yeah. Yes, Google is my friend, special case. Sorry, I was on IMDb. And IMDb, they have the whole thing where it says upcoming. So you have the past, then the upcoming, and IMDb gets confusing. Anyway,
I Google everything. I have a Google Pixel.
Yeah, Google's.
I actually have the newest Google Pixel. Well, not the newest, but one of the newest. Google Pixel 9 Pro.
Nice. I got the 8A. I got the 8A right here.
Oh, okay.
Samsung.
Yeah. Oh, I've always been.
Don't do it, Chris.
iPhone.
Yeah, of course he's got the iPhone. Got to do it.
Well, everyone's showing off phones. What you got, Chris?
Yeah.
I got a Razor. You know,
Dude, if you'd have flipped up,
early-
you'd have did a flip phone, that'd have been cool.
I deliberately said don't do it because I knew he had an iPhone.
Hey, but I got Optimus Prime as my cover. You know, Daniel Warren.
Hey,
Johnson,
yeah, that's
you
good.
know,
It's
so
good. It's good. It's
Rocking
fine.
the geek.
You know, it's funny too because I was at the Spectrum, which is the cable company around here.
Yeah.
I had to turn in my old equipment from my old place because I tried to turn it in a little bit ago and it was a crazy line. It took forever, and I was like, "Fuck this! There's too many people." So I went today because I only worked a half day today. I was like, "All right, well, I'm gonna take this opportunity to turn in shit, go to the grocery store." So I go there, but they, Spectrum. It's so weird because every company is everything now. It's not like there's not a cable company anymore. It's not a telco company anymore. Everything is just all together. You go to a Verizon store, you can get cable service and a cell phone and a tablet. You could do all that. Same thing going to, like, I'm literally at the cable shop. It's supposed to be cable TV, Spectrum Cable, and they have phones lying around like it's a fucking T-Mobile or an AT&T or something like that. It's just crazy. I'm just kind of going like, holy crap.
Cox is the same way. Cox is your favorite, Cox Mobile and everything else. But here's just that though, Cox pisses me off on a second by second basis. So if I don't want to bundle anything together, because if you fail one area, I don't want that failure to spread to all my other shit. It's like, I think I'll keep AT&T. Their incompetence here, and then Cox's incompetence over here. That way, on any given day, I can have a good day and not have one of them crash. Because Cox here, they don't even want to. They say my neighborhood is too old to redo the lines, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. You're paying me the same rate as the person in Summerlin with the brand new shit is, but you're telling me you can't give me, post 1961, internet here. I mean. So yeah, that's fun, and then I don't want them all to be in the same boat because then they'll just screw me.
Dude, I dealt with the same shit when I went to Verizon to get my phone situation situated out. Like one of the guys was like, "Oh, who do you get your internet through?" And I was like, "Comcast." And he goes, "Oh, well, we've got this deal here. If we can give you internet for half of what you're paying for." And I was like, "No, because what I'm paying for is double what that thing offers." And he's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, you're offering me 100 megabytes, 1,000 megabytes." For $50 a month. I said I get double that for just a little bit under than double that. I'm fine with getting 2,000 for roughly like $90. Like I'm totally fine with what I have. He goes, "Oh, but you'd be saving so much money." I was like, "You did not listen to a fucking word I just said." Like,
but I'm gonna come over and tuck you in and kiss you at night to Phil. Come on.
No, I don't want your cheap little Verizon internet box. It's totally fine. I already have enough problems with the phone. It's okay. Like I deal with the internet problems with the internet provider. I deal with the phone problems with the phone provider. Yeah. As William says, like insanity here, insanity there. They are separate insanities. We don't need to bundle it all together.
Well, what the problem is too is like when I was working for the cable company, obviously over a decade ago, but when I was seeing like the upgrading everything when the internet was like, I mean, I remember starting at the cable company when HD was fresh. In
Yeah.
2005, HD was fresh, and it was crazy when I remember when I was following along with another technician for they of course you have to do that for about a month or two and learn the ways of being all that. And when we install a box, and this was before HDMI cables were not really a thing. It was all about the composite or the
Positive S video.
yeah.
this-
Yeah, there was like five different, plugs that you had to plug into it to get all the different spectrums of lights, your red, your green, your all the stuff, and then the normal everything with the audio and everything. But it was just so crazy to be like, wow, look at how clear that picture is. Now it's nothing. But I always said that, when I finally left that job, I went, the system, everything was not meant for this. And they keep on adding all this stuff. And I'm like, you could only polish a turd so much. So like what you were saying, William, is like, you got old lines and everything. Yeah, they could put in, obviously the new, everything, the broadband and everything is going through that, but you're not getting the top notch, speed or the service, because there's old technology there, as opposed to like in a newer area, they got the upgraded stuff. But those lines that you are running off of have been there, like you said, since probably the 1960s, 70s, whenever they started putting coax in there.
Khrushchev and Kennedy were literally calling themselves on a hotline when my building was built. And every time I need something fixed here, I get the same old, we can't do that because it's too old. So replace it with something new. Like my roof. I mean, I had 17 gallons of water come through my roof 2 weeks ago, and they keep coming out and fixing it and says you should be all good. So I put the buckets there anyway.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it's a cool building to be in, but man, when you want to get some updated stuff, it's like having a cave and trying to get a solar power or something. They just they look at your building and they're like, no way, we're not touching that.
or they'll find like 20 other things wrong, and it's just like, I just wanted the hole fixed. Why are you finding other things? No,
Right.
just fix the hole.
Bigger? The hole's bigger now. It's like,
but the owner of the building probably is the one that doesn't want to make the necessary.
No, it's Cox.
Really?
And they don't want to spend the money to build the framework and the grid out here because they don't they just don't want to do it. But they want to charge me the same amount of money for the internet that somebody in Sundance Village or something is getting, the top tier stuff. So I'm like, okay, you don't want to come down here and put in anything? Here's my discount. Here, you give me this discount here. And if we're going to go with 1996 internet, then I want to pay 1996 prices. And, I'll meet you in the middle. Oh, no.
Those are the days.
Yeah. I'll do the handshake. I mean, I'm literally some days I'm one step away from AOL, that script, welcome, all that stuff. Because sometimes it just without that buffering and stuff. So I bring my own mobile setup here so I can do stuff here. And when I have to do meetings and stuff, I can't be buffering and having a little circle going around. That's embarrassing and it's ineffective. So yeah. But when I go home, because it's in a newer area, man, it flies. I mean, I don't even have to have the top tier at Cox to be able to. I have no issues at home because that's all new stuff. But yeah, but Vegas is a little bit. Vegas it's a hodgepodge. It's some old stuff, and then on the outer edges, it's new. And if you're in the wrong area, you ain't getting nothing. So
yeah. Yep, I always would say that, and it's funny too because one of my good buddies who still works for the cable company, he will always even say like he says like, what do you used to say? You can only polish a turd so much, and it's like he'll say that shit because this stuff wasn't meant for that. It wasn't meant for that. So then when you have like these, you have all this fiber that's moving in for different companies, they're getting ahead of the game because they're adding their own system, their brand new system, running lines underground, running lines on poles. And Spectrum, all the cable companies are doing that too, but they're trying to run so much on their the existing plant cable, which is what they call it. Plant cable is like, and it is just, some areas it just doesn't work. And he, like my buddy who still works for the cable company, he goes out to somewhere and someone is complaining about their internet speeds. And it's like, there's nothing that a technician can do. It's like, you live in an area that is just, it's old. We can't do anything about it. Sorry. I don't know what to tell
They don't
you.
even make the connections anymore. So the guy popped open our box, and you know how you have those adapters where you run 2 coaxes into one and then all that? They don't even have that anymore. You know those memes where they say you're this old if you have one of these? That's some of the stuff that we had down there. And he's like, they don't even make the stuff anymore. And I'm like, well, so he had to go to Best Buy or somewhere at one time years ago to actually fix our cable because they had jury rigged it to the point where it was basically like your house behind your TV looked in 2002 maybe. It was like, wow, and this is the whole plaza's running on this. Yay.
That sucks. I know like when it comes to if you have wiring that's in your walls in the building, that is not the cable company's they can't touch that. They can't touch that. That has to be run by the building's owner. So they can't do that unless of course you get paid to do that or they charge.
Well, they can, they're contracted, but if they turn down the contract, if they say, well, this is some Flintstone shit, there's nothing we can do, and they don't even try, that's where I have a problem. I'm like, and because the owner before he passed away, the old owner, he contracted them to, hey, we'll pay for it. They came out here and bought the truck out, and that truck sat out in this parking lot for a long time. And I got my hopes up, and then nothing. They came out and said we would have to do all this, and that, and they just didn't want to commit the manpower because we were willing to chip in and say, hey, I mean, internet's important here. You know, obviously it's the modern era, kind of like lights, you know, in electricity, you kind of can't go without it. So yeah, it's always
the internet. The internet is now pretty much a utility if you think about it.
Yeah.
You know, like it's
not a luxury no more. Remember it was a luxury. Remember, like one person, I was the first person in my neighborhood during Cox Cable when they first created high speed, when they went from 66 to the high speed, you know, because they were testing it in each neighborhood. We got lucky enough when they tested it, and that was back when, you know, people were still using CompuServe and AOL and dial-up. Dial-up, man, I mentioned dial-up. People look at me literally like I have a club in my hand and I'm dragging a woman by her hair. That's all we had, man. That was great shit back then. Now
it was when we used to block, like you couldn't get on. Somebody couldn't use the phone when.
That's right. Yeah, you couldn't run the internet.
Yeah, and then of course, if somebody actually did try to use the phone, it would kick you off. You'd be like, "Damn it!" You know.
Yeah.
The middle of a download. Come on.
Yeah.
You got me. Man, those old days.
Jeez, I was talking to this girl from Maine. You know.
Not anymore.
Oh God, that's where that all started. Yeesh, God damn, scary stuff. No, but yeah, that sucks that's the case because it doesn't really take much to wire up a building. You could just, I mean, the buildings they're meant for that, where they already have wires when it comes to electricity and phone lines. You can fit coax cables through that too. You just gotta know what the hell you're doing.
They just don't want to. We'll eventually get them to fix it. We'll eventually get them to fix it because they're gonna. I feel another rate hike coming, and if I feel another rate hike coming for this area, I'm gonna be like, okay, listen, the stuff's actually gonna have to work in order for me to pay more for it. That's kind of like how this retail thing works. So I give it another 2 years or so, then it'll collapse to the point where no one will be able to use Cox at all. Then they're not going to get any money from us because then we're all going to move on to other things. So instead of losing customers plaza wide, they'll budge.
Have you thought about like trying to call like Verizon? Is Verizon in your area for like FiOS?
Well, I have AT&T, and I can get my little box, and I have my box for AT&T, which is fine for right now. Only for here, I only use it for here because at the house I fly. But here I need it because I have stuff going on. You have your processors, you know, your credit card machines and things like that. And you want to be able to do things, you know, quickly and not have to, you know, buffer. So I have my backup. Right now I'm on my backup. I'm not on Cox. I'm on my backup right now. So
okay.
You would be able to tell if I was on Cox because I would start jamming up and pixelating.
Yeah, because you've done that before when you've been on.
I tried to get away with it. I'm like, maybe today I can. Nope.
It's gonna happen. No.
5 minutes in. Hey, William, you're jammed. Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
I figured the gig is up. Let me turn on the good shit. You know.
Yeah, turn on the good shit. But you know, when it comes to DC news this week, I mean, obviously we got some people added to. There's some Lanterns talks, which you know, I love the fact that we're getting Lantern stuff. I mean, obviously we got the castings of we got Jon Stewart's mom first off, and then of course we have somebody who's announced today, and he confirmed it, which I love the fact that he went on Twitter and confirmed it, because obviously you never know, but
when they get excited about this stuff, they geek out about it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like anytime, especially when it's from a specific scooper, I go, I'll wait. I'm not gonna just jump on this now, because who knows? But Jason Ritter, who is John Ritter's
son. Yeah.
Yep.
John Ritter's son. And he, of course, if you've seen him, he looks like his dad. But he posted this right here. I love this. Kind of looks like a film strip kind of thing, but it's a Green Lantern symbol. Kind of makes me wonder. I mean, obviously, he's supposed to be playing the husband of. He's supposed to be playing the husband of that one.
He's the son of Garrett Dillahunt's character.
Yeah. So Billy.
Yeah.
Billy McCon.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, okay, so what's his name? Who are suspecting that he might be Black Hand, right?
Yeah, I didn't know about that until I watched your Monday show.
Yeah. So that whole thing where Garrett, what's his name, right?
Garrett Dillahunt.
Yeah. How do you spell his name?
Dillahunt.
Garrett. What's his last name start with?
Dillahunt with a D.
Dillahunt. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're still gonna look at that thing there.
He was in Terminator Sarah Connor Chronicles, if I believe.
Yes, he was. He was the
Yeah, you're right.
He was also in Army of the Dead. Also,
he's also in Raising Hope.
Is he?
Yes.
See there. I mean, he's one of those guys where you go, I know that guy. But I think the biggest thing was the fact that when they were trying to mold the costume. I mean, Black Hand, he got a sleeve and then his whole forearm exposed, the way that he looks. So that's why people are suspecting that. And it was kind of like, okay, maybe.
I mean, could that be Kilowog? I mean, I haven't been following too much. I mean, because is Kilowog going to? I know it's going to be Earth based, but Kilowog can still be there.
Could be. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think like the biggest thing that people were pointing out was the fact that this molding. I mean, but at the same time, his legs are exposed. So I don't know. But just the fact that he was going to have his forearm completely exposed, and Black Hand has one. I mean, we can't see his other forearm, but Black Hand does have that part of his costume where he just has his forearm exposed. So I think that's why people are suspecting that. I mean, why not have like another little villain with Sinestro? I don't know. It seems like when it comes to
world building,
God knows. Yeah, definitely world building.
Whoa. I'm looking at a picture of Black Hand right now. I didn't even know that until like.
Yeah, you see how he has like, like his forearm is completely exposed.
Yeah.
It's like that's where he has his ring that apparently, of course, drains the power of Green Lantern's rings and stuff.
I can't wait to hear more about the plot of this because, like I said, out of all these ones, this is the one I'm looking forward to most with the creative.
A lot of people are.
Yeah.
He's also like an old school Green Lantern villain. He first appeared in June 1964, created by John Byrne and Gil Kane. Huh.
No, yeah, he's been around for a bit. He's been when I was doing my research on him when I was talking about him, I'm like, oh yeah, he's been around for a bit. And I'm like, I'm going, okay. He's got an interesting, obviously they've revamped him into modern day. I think maybe.
He's been I mean, post Christ. I mean, there's been all kinds.
Yeah, I think it was back in the early 2000s. It was like Green Lantern Rebirth or something like that. That he got brought back into the mix.
Yeah, he included the Rebirth trilogy with the Black Lanterns.
Yeah. So they got reintroduced into all that, but I mean, but then the fact that we got Jason Ritter, it's funny because he went viral. It was like months ago, or he went viral because obviously he's John Ritter's son, and he's got a TikTok channel that blew up because he would just randomly just talk and stuff like that. He's a likable dude. He looks like his dad. But then somebody was asking him like, "Hey, can you do that thing that your dad did on Three's Company where he was like perving on the women?" And he just flat out does it. He does like his little creeper thing where he goes like that. He like does this thing where he like blows his cheeks up. So he does it, and like that video got like 20 million views because he did it so perfectly. Because obviously genetics But
Plus,
So-
you probably grew up watching it. That's like Tony Soprano's son, man. When you look that much like your father, people are
my
probably going to walk up to you and ask you to, like,
seriously,
hey, can you do the thing that Tony did?
yeah. And then when he played technically his dad in that prequel, that didn't really blow up as much, though, right? Nobody really. I never got into Sopranos. I know one of these days I'm going to have to just get into it. That and The Wire. Those are like the two shows that I keep on putting off that I know I need to watch because they're so iconic and everybody talks about them. Sopranos and The Wire. I need to eventually.
If that the Saints of New Jersey, if that was a show, I think it would have taken off. I think because it was a one-shot movie. That's all it really was. I watched it as soon as it came out and I loved it. That's all. There's no follow-up. There's the follow-up basically is The Sopranos, but yeah, if they ever came back and did another Sopranos show, it would. I mean, I miss The Sopranos. I mean, they have not filled that hole with something like that since it's gone. I mean, other shows have come on obviously, but man, I miss that show.
Yeah, just never got
The
into
Wire.
it.
I was
You're breaking up.
all right.
William.
The
Now
Wire
your
was all
internet's
right.
Your internet's
But
going
once The
out.
Wire was over, it was ready for The Wire to end. There was nothing else I needed.
Yeah, William, your internet. All this talk about the internet, your internet's totally going buck wild right now. Yeah, but hopefully we'll get it fixed. But yeah, he's frozen right now. He just got frozen up. Look at him, deep in thought, deep in the conversation. But how are you guys feeling about this new promo image of Mr. Corin Sweat? Here's like the HD one right there. Not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. The logo is my favorite part. It really is. And not to mention the way he looks. I think he looks like Superman. Totally fine. The collar, it's a little weird. In the lining, yeah, still getting used to it. But I don't know. The logo just pops for me. It's just really popping for me.
I hate these kind of stylized shots at that point just because it just either it just makes it look like it's been so touched up, it doesn't look real anymore. And just give me the movie. I want to see him in the movie. I don't hate this. It's like every other promotional image. It's just too touched up, and I don't even know what the real person is anymore.
Yeah, I saw it, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." Then I went about my day. I don't even mean that in like a boo hiss way.
I know what you mean.
It's just like like Chris pretty much hit the nail on the head with it. I'm not really a fan of this stylized bullshit either because it's all for promotional crap on toys and a bunch of other shit. And it's like, yeah, that's nice, but we've seen him in the teaser trailer. Show me what he looks like in the movie. Like, show me the new trailer, which we all can pretty much guarantee is probably going to happen at CinemaCon. Mm-hmm. Like, I also kind of understand where Dave's coming from. Like, yeah, he looks like fucking Superman. It's
got the old spit curl on the side, you know.
Right. And you stick this next to like that fucking image that everyone uses of Superman where he's just standing and he's got the pose. It's like it's side by side comparison. Hope you do .a. But the DC logo in the corner is fucking nice. So
yeah, it's
what
nice.
What I do get excited about, we're getting promotion for it. We're starting. It's starting. It's
something. There's something. I mean, obviously, that had to do with like a little backpack. But I mean, people fail to realize. I mean, we had stuff like this. I mean, come on. Yeah. I mean, it's just this kind of stuff. I mean, even Cavill has the stuff too, where it's all stylized.
God, did they make him that ripped? Oh my!
I know. Goodness. Look at how ripped they made Brandon.
Oh goodness gracious!
Here.
That's wild.
I remember I had like a large figurine of Brandon Routh's like Superman. I got it for Christmas because obviously my family knew, oh yeah, he likes superhero stuff. So they got me and it was like, all right, that's cool. But I think there was something like that on the box. That might have been on the box. I don't know. But that's the thing is like, when I posted the original one, which was not as good as that one, people are like, Jesus Christ, what's up with all the Photoshop? I'm like, guys, it's a promo image. They always stylize it to make it look like it doesn't even look real.
Hey,
it's
let's
like,
not even get into when you watch food on TV, how much that's glammed
oh my
up.
God.
People.
Well, I know. Yeah. It's like, hey guys, do you realize that when you see a commercial for Carl's Jr. or one of these fast food commercials and they show that big, huge, juicy burger, that when you get that, it's not going to be that. It's going to be squashed and There's going to be just half the bun's going to be sliding off, and the meat's all going to be uneven. The burger patties aren't even and everything. Hey, guess what? Things don't appear as they do when it comes to this kind of stuff. But that happens with everything. And then, people were bringing that up, and I'm like, come on, guys, let's not do that. So, but naturally,
we need to argue about something, Dave. Come on,
I know. It's just always, I know, but it is fun because I try to push back, and I try to be like a little sarcastic little asshole when it comes to it.
There's the fun police again.
There's
there
the fun police. Watch out. Oh yeah, we'll talk about that too. But at the same time, huh?
What, Snow White?
Oh yeah, we might.
Dude, I ran. Okay, so not to shameless plug or anything, but I ran a poll just real quick. I ran a poll in my show. I ran a poll in my show of like who's going to see Snow White. Of all the people who are watching, everyone voted no. I'm not going to go watch that movie next week.
Dude. There's a movie with Aaron Paul, and I think it's what's her name? I can't remember her name. It's a space movie, sci-fi movie. It's called Ash. That comes out the same week.
Yep.
And I'm going, I think I want to watch that.
Oh, it's Isaac Gonzalez.
Yeah, Isaac Gonzalez. There it is.
Yep.
Because they showed it off at South by Southwest.
Yep.
And my dad wants to see it, so I'm kind of going like, might have to do. I don't know. It's one of those things. Okay, so here's the issue that I have when it comes to the channel. Obviously, talking about Snow White and all the disasters stuff when it comes to that. Naturally, doing a reaction to that and doing a review for that's going to drive more attention to that video, right? So if I look at it as a brand, as a business side of it, I go, well, that I should watch that because people are going to be like, oh, I want to see what you have to say. And then, oh, I know this movie is going to be a shit sandwich, and they're going to be searching for it. So I have that. But then at the same time, I'm going, yeah, but I really don't want to fucking watch the movie. So I just kind of go, oh, man. So what I might do is just go, all right, Thursday, if my dad wants to watch that Ash movie, because I want to see it, looks good, I'll probably watch it. Do like my first reaction with that, but then maybe the next day, the next morning or something like that, if I take like a little time off work, because right now work's kind of like slow, so I probably could do it because I took a half day today. Maybe go see Snow White and catch that before the Vodka stream. But I am in no hurry. It's just like one of those things, and I know like some people are like, oh, see, he's just doing it for clicks. I'm like, no. It's just one of those things where you talk about this stuff, and then a big movie's coming out, a controversial movie. I've talked about the controversies. I talked about the whole recent controversy when it comes to Snow White on Wednesday's show, which was the fact that they're limiting the press with everything because of controversies when it comes to Gal, when it comes to Rachel, because they have two different controversies. And yeah, this movie, I mean, Disney knows that this movie is, they are walking on eggshells with this movie. They really wanted to, of course, be a success. And for the most part, I don't think it's going to be a flat out bomb, but it's not going to be a huge hit. Do you guys feel like that too?
I like it that they're saying the controversies behind it when it's basically been out there for so long. Let's just be honest. They just don't have the confidence in the film as much as they did, but they're going to mask it. And I think it's, despite what, Gal and Rachel, whatever controversies they're trying to say that it's hiding behind, at least what the trades are saying, Disney just doesn't have as much confidence in it anymore. That's what it comes. That's the honest reason why they just don't have the confidence in it.
And they are so unconfident in it. That's why they threw out the Lilo and Stitch trailer as quickly as they did.
Dude, that movie might make $1 billion.
Yep.
I see that movie making $1 billion because I'm not, again, I've said it so many times, never been a Disney animated kid. I have not watched the original Lilo and Stitch. Maybe I will and watch the live action because it just seems like that movie, if I had to bet on one movie that's going to make $1 billion, it seems like that one, because when I've seen the reaction for people, the new trailer just got released, like you said, and people were just going, oh my God. And I just see the level of excitement. I've seen the opposite end too, but majority excitement. But I think you're absolutely right. They're just going, yeah, let's try to build up Lilo and Stitch because this Snow White movie is just turning out to be an absolute disaster. I know they released like some of the singing from Gal Gadot, and people were going, "Oh my god!" And it was like there's some of that stuff, which I'm not saying she has a terrible singing voice, but yeah, I mean that's one of the things when you cast people in these roles is like, can they carry a tune?
Yeah,
and maybe there's going to be something rough. I mean, I have nothing against Gal Gadot. I think I'm fine with her. I get it. She's not like the supreme actress, and some people just find some of her line deliveries not so great. And I can agree with some of it too. Yeah, for sure. But at the same time, when it came to her controversy, I'm going, well, she is Israeli. She is this. And I know it's tension times. So obviously she backs up that whole part of her, she's Jewish. So she's obviously going to take that side. But at the same time, it's not like,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like the controversy is just like, why are we making something that, whether you want to pick a side or not, it's like, let's just focus on, is the movie good or not?
right.
Exactly.
And like me, I kind of come at it from like, I'm not really a huge fan of Rachel Zegler, and I'm only really going to watch it because I think Gal Gadot is probably going to be a pretty solid evil queen. Like she looks just like her, and I think of all the basically here's the way I kind of look at it. Like when it comes to Disney live action like remakes, everything wrong with Snow White is everything right with Lilo and Stitch. Everything that Disney could have done wrong, they did wrong with Snow White. Everything they could have done right, they did right with Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah.
You might be right with that. Yeah.
I mean, because I did a side-by-side comparison of the original trailer for Lilo and Stitch from 2005, whenever the fuck that movie came out. Mm-hmm. And I watched the new trailer. There are shot for shot, like they did things.
Yeah, like when he's on the beach and he's like,
when he's on the beach, the space, like him breaking out of the spaceship, him taking the red car, like even the alien going, yeah, he took the red one. That is straight up from the trailer from the original movie. I was like, my God, they really went out of their way to pull shit from that original trailer. They knew what they were doing. And let's be honest. Snow White. Snow White is Snow White, and you don't fucking cast Rachel Zegler.
Echo.
I didn't say anything. I'm still echoing.
When Rachel Zegler says dumb shit like, "Oh,
no, you're good
we're gonna do our own spin on it. It's time for change," and it's just like you are literally pissing off the wrong crowd by just opening your mouth about this.
Yeah,
and it's just not. It's not wise. It's really not.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with like modernizing, obviously, but at the same time, and then of course we mustn't forget that part of the reason why this is also there's a controversy that doesn't even have to do with either one of them. It has to do with the Dwarves, which of course, going back to Peter Dinklage, he is one of the reasons why there's the controversy when it came to the Dwarves, because it's almost like they didn't know what to do when they were just trying to be, hey, we're going to be so progressive that we don't want to cast actual dwarves as the dwarves, like, the actual, dwarf community, the actors that would actually want to try to get this, they were like, oh no, we can't do that, because Peter Dinklage was like, are we really still telling this story and blah, blah, blah. So they were going, well, we're just going to make them CGI because we don't want to offend anybody. And then it kind of got to when you see it and you go, that didn't work. And you see those CGI dwarves, you're like, yeah, it should have just been. But then again, everybody has their own personal preference when it comes to all that, sure. But at the same time, I'm just kind of going, I think a majority of people would have been like, hey, and then even now I've seen some articles where actors from the dwarf community have been like, yeah, what the hell? Why did they do this? I mean, there's plenty of people here. Yeah, we get it. There's a stereotype and you have to like do all that stuff. But at the same time, people missed out work for that. And you're just going to replace it with CGI. And that's the one thing that we all worry about when it comes to AI. It's like when people get replaced with AI, I don't know. It's a whole touchy little subject thing that did not need to be touchy. I felt like they should have just hired the actors. They would have saved money.
They went out of their way to not piss people off and ended up pissing people off. Whereas
that's a good way to put it right there. Yeah.
Like when they did Lilo and Stitch, they were like, okay, we need to make this as accurate as possible. It's like, yeah, no fucking shit. Because the movie takes place in Hawaii. Like fucking come on, man. But I agree. Like there's so much controversy surrounding the Snow White movie that didn't need at all to happen, and they were just like, "Yo, let's just do it our fucking way," and try and appease so many people, and that's kind of where they fucked up. But you know, that seems to be Disney's MO these days.
But yeah, it's gonna be
One step forward, two
limited
steps
press,
back.
limited red carpet. There, I don't even think like when it comes to red carpet premieres that they're even gonna have any questions for either one of them.
It's
Because,
less
I
press
mean-
than the Flash, dude. Like it's wild.
Right. Jeez. But again, from what I've heard too, what I've seen on Twitter at least, is the fact that there's some people that have mentioned that, oh yeah, I know somebody who's seen it. They say it's not gonna be, it's not terrible. It's not great. It's decent. I've heard basically that it's decent. Like it
'cause
passes.
that's gonna drag people to the movies hearing that.
Yeah,
It's
right.
decent.
It's decent. Go check it out, guys.
All right, I'm seeing Novocaine.
Well, they compared it to they compared it to like kind of like how Mufasa was. Mufasa has done fairly well at the box office. I mean, obviously not as good as Lion King, not nearly as good.
When you get 700 million, it's not.
It made 700. Did it get to 700?
Someone said it in the chat.
Hey, that's a good chunk of change, man.
Yeah, that's pretty good chunk of change. So I wasn't sure. I thought it made less than that. So
that's the amount of money the Marvels wish it made at the box office. I'm sorry,
fuck yeah.
Too soon.
I mean, I think that's where anybody would like to shoot for nowadays. The $1 billion is that's lovely and all, but that, I mean, you have to have like a real winner. And I think Lilo and Stitch is going to be one of the only ones that does that. Maybe we'll get a surprise with something else. Who knows? But
yeah,
I think everybody seeing 700 million, that's pretty good. But at the same time, that's what I read. But at the same time, it's a subjective thing. So I don't know. I didn't see Mufasa, so I can't even, say anything about that. I saw the original Lion King and I was bored because I was just going, all right, this is just a CGI fest of the original one, and it just doesn't even feel that great. And the CGI, it looks fine, but there's no emotion. I didn't like it all that much, so I did not go see Mufasa, but somebody was compared to it like, oh yeah, this, it's, I guess they thought Mufasa was decent, so this was decent. But yeah, we'll see what happens. But it's not going to flop. I don't think it's going to flop. But it's
how much
not
did they spend on it? How much was it made for?
Oh yeah, they was like over 400 million. They said because of reshoot.
The budget was huge.
Yeah, it got inflated.
Last I looked, it was like 380 million.
Yeah,
like
I got a question on that because this often gets confused when I talk to people. How much when you say the original production budget, especially with Disney and Marvel, how much of that production budget was already budgeted, because a lot of these film companies already budget for reshoots, and then how much is it for excessive reshoots? That's actually a legitimate question, because when I hear sometimes, like the Captain America, Brave New World did not cost $350 million. How much are they saying, was the reshoots that were not budgeted for? Because I highly doubt it. I just can't see them, because they have a scope for how much some of these movies are going to make, and I'm pretty sure that has to play into their budget that they put into it, doesn't it?
I mean, honestly, when you look at Captain America: Brave New World, like just look at the movie, and we've all seen it, so you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, look at that movie, and you can see like, oh, okay, like this is pretty practical for the most part, so you can see where a good majority of the money probably went to. It most likely went to like the fight between him and Red Hulk for sure. But still, like. But the fact that it had a fair amount of reshoots to it, according to Julius Onah, it did not. But who the fuck knows, right? The fact that the budget of that, the end result budget, was like 180, almost $200 million. I'm like, okay, given the practicality of this film, who's involved, and how much of the CGI you actually needed, be it for that air flight sequence with Tiamat Island, or the end fight with Red Hulk.
Scene in the movie, I thought that air flight sequence was actually the best.
Great, it was fabulous.
Yeah,
but the movie's still flawed, and you can see where the seams were stitched together of like different shit. Like case in point, everything with Sidewinder was a complete reshoot. Everything with Giancarlo Esposito, reshoot. But like, again, like the grounded nature of that film, and I use that term loosely with this, like you can see why it would cost less as opposed to something like a Snow White where you have a massive production, you have like this big giant mirror, you spend needless amounts of money on CGI dwarves, or fucking the Marvels, which was over what, $270 million at the end of that, all said and done. It's like, come on. Like, but at the same time, like, Disney is Disney. They're the biggest brand building machine on the planet. They can throw money at whatever the fuck. One of their projects is going to make their money back no matter what. Do they take the hit on the project that kind of lost them money? Sure. But then they put out something like a Deadpool and Wolverine and they go, fuck it, we're fine.
And remember, Disney movies aren't their cash cow; it's the parks.
It's true. Yeah,
the parks pulling $38 billion annually, man. That's a staggering amount of money. You think
their parks, and also coupled with the merchandise, no matter what franchise it is, like be it Marvel, Star Wars, Disney proper, like their park and merchandising profits.
Yeah, we're getting an echo again from your thing. I'm sorry.
For me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Still getting
I'm
that.
putting on the rabbit ears. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we might have to do the rabbit ears. Anyways, but we were saying, sorry, Phil.
Yeah, no, that's kind of my point. Like to William's point, like a lot of their revenue comes from the parks and the merchandising. That's ultimately where they get a lot of their money from. Sure, the box office they get from the films they make is a nice chunk of change. Hell, next year Pixar has Toy Story 5 coming out.
Yeah. They just announced that they finished it.
Yeah, they had a screening for it.
They had a screening for it.
Yeah.
What the fuck? It's not coming out for another year.
Yeah. It's like the old saying.
Watch out for those reshoots. You got to get those live action reshoots.
Don't bet against James Cameron. Don't bet against Pixar. But then even then, like Pixar is like, take your pick of like what may or may not be successful. I mean, I thought Incredibles 2 was fine. I think the first one's a way better movie.
Oh, first one's just gold. First one's
waited
gold.
way too long.
Second one was okay.
I agree completely. They waited way too long to do a sequel for The Incredibles 2, and now they're working on the third one. I'm like, well, you guys probably should have done this, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, but
yeah, there should have been a sequel after, Incredibles should have had a sequel 3 to 4 years after the first one, and then same thing again. It's like, when you have a hit, that's what's so weird about that. It's like it was such a hit, and it was like especially when before this, I mean, the first Incredibles came out before the big huge superhero boom. Yeah. So
it was 2004, 5,
something like that. Yeah, it was
Incredibles 1?
It was before the Marvel boom. It was before all that.
And the problem
which is 2004. I just Googled it.
But the problem we always hear is like, oh, wish they would create something new. Wish they, why do they always recycle things? And the problem is, like, guess what? A lot of times people aren't going to the new stuff. Like they try it and it just doesn't come in. So they're
like, what's ironic though is like that was Pixar's bread and butter. Everything they did up until like recently was just new story after new story after new story, and that's why Pixar movies made as much as they did. And now we're just in an era of like, oh, well, this needs a sequel, that needs a sequel.
Yeah, but also look at, like, someone brought it up, like this is like the third Academy Awards in a row that Disney has not taken home the animated feature.
This is true.
Yeah.
This is very true.
So that's not necessarily knocking. I mean, I loved Inside Out too. I love sequels. But I'm not necessarily the general audience in the sense of I enjoy seeing people take chances and do something new with animation and things like that. But if they're not seeing the money in it, I get why they're not doing it, because when it comes down to it, it's a business. But if people aren't going to come out and see something new IP that they're doing, then I get why they're kind of staying away from it. I mean, look, they just already announced that no more long form animation on Disney Plus because Williams said it over and over again. The money's not in it, and they've seen it. They're not going to do it on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Question: ESPN.
Did you watch Flo or The Wild Robot? Anyone here?
No. I wanted to watch The Wild Robot.
Wild Robot's on my list.
I haven't seen either one, but I know Flo took home the best animated.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, I was actually surprised by that because just how much buzz Wild Robot got.
Yeah.
But then Flo just kind of came out of nowhere. And then I went, it was kind of funny because my mom, because I watched it with my mom and we were just, of course, guessing. we were like putting out, hey, what do you think? And then she goes, the cat movie. She just flat out was like, I don't know if she said it like that, but she was like, I think it's going to be the one with the cat. I'm like, nah. I kept hearing good things about Wild Robot. And then when they said it was that, I was like, oh shit, you're right. I had no idea until probably a few days before about that cat movie. I had no idea when it came to that category. I just thought, oh, Wild Robot's nominated. I kept hearing great things about that. It did well at the box office. I'm like, that's going to totally take it. But then this Flow movie, which I have no idea what that's even about.
Yep.
Just took it because apparently it just, and then I saw something too where like the creator, like how he came up with the idea of like this cat and everything. And I was going, oh, there was like a little bit more to this movie than I originally thought. And I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Done with the Oscars, man. Done with the Oscars.
Yeah.
I'm done. I like I said, my clutch, my childhood grip that I had watching with the old man and my mom, every Oscars, I was like, this is so fun, and I have loosened that grip over the last a few years to the point where, like I said, I had completely gone away until Will Smith slapped the shit out of Chris Rock. That's the only reason why I watched even a second of the Oscar that year. But I'm just done.
When it came to this year's Oscars, I just love the fact that Conan was hosting. I'm like, all right. No more Jimmy Kimmel because I've kind of been soured on Jimmy Kimmel. You know, he just, I don't know. I'm not saying that Jimmy Kimmel's not funny. He's still funny. He has his funny moments, but it's just, he just kind of softened up a little bit. Conan has always been consistent ever since I started watching him back in the 90s. He's just always been the same dude. He's always had that same kind of just quirky delivery. He's a weird looking dude, tall, but it just works for him. He's so like big and tall, and he's got that square head with his hair. He's always leaned into his look, and it just has always worked. That's the thing. It's like, so when I knew he was hosting, I'm going,
he doesn't
okay,
need to change.
He does not need a change. He knows that it works, even though he went through, the shit. Obviously when he was taking over the Tonight Show and it didn't work and they took it away from him and all this stuff. And, he bounced. That's what I will always respect from Conan, because I always thought he was the best late night host because, yeah, okay, I'll watch Jay Leno, fine. But but he was always very catered to the older crowd. When it came to Conan, it was like, oh shit, Conan, now we got the Conan who's going to make some like off-color jokes and be all quirky and do dances and stuff like that and shake his head. He was just that guy. And I always went, oh man, I love Conan. So when he took over the Tonight Show, I understand. I always understood both sides of that whole disaster that happened because the Tonight Show was always catered to the older crowd, even with Johnny Carson.
Safe.
Yeah,
safe.
It was safe. Even though Johnny Carson was pretty, he had his edgy moments too, but for the most part, it catered to an older crowd. Conan didn't cater to an older crowd. He catered to the young crowd. So when they put him into
where the puck was going.
Yes.
He knew where it was going.
Exactly. So when they put him into the Tonight Show gig, I remember even watching that first show going, it seems off. Like I was going, it just doesn't feel like the Late Show. It's just, the Late Show just was so dialed in and it fit his quirkiness and everything. The Tonight Show, it felt like it was like this quirky, weird dude trying to fit into this whole other realm, and it just didn't fit. So I understood it, but I could understand why it took a toll on him. But then he bounced back so well off of it that
it's one of those things where, like you said, the Tonight Show is an institution. It's what it is. While when you have post 12 o'clock, those shows can kind of be a little edgy, a little different because they're not the institution. The comedians strive for it, but again, when you replace, you went from Conan back to Jay, then you have Jimmy Fallon. Jimmy Fallon's safe. Like he will get he will get his what is getting the general audience, but that's what it is. The Tonight Show is the general audience. They'll push it to an extent, but it won't let him go exactly. Conan was always experimental, and I'm with you. I love Conan for that, just because he didn't fit in that box and would try some weird stuff, but it wasn't going to jive with the audience. And so I was very nervous. I was happy for him because that was his dream, but I don't know if the audience is going to take to it.
It didn't, and it didn't. That was so weird about it. And then they tried to bring back Jay have like a pre-Tonight Show. And that was so weird.
That
because it
was the
like,
beginning of the end when they tried that.
oh, dude, when they had Jay show up for a half-hour like a pre-show, it was so weird. It just like
It's
didn't
a
even
warm-up bag for Conan.
It pretty much was. And then it was
Well,
like, all right, it's just not working.
Well, that was the old guard, just not,
Yeah.
They knew they needed to do something, but they were afraid to do what was needed to be done. And even, with Fallon, I mean, Fallon could have never succeeded if he had tried to copy the previous blueprint. He had to really make it his own. And by that time, the regime had changed to the point where he was allowed to do so. You still had the old men, executives that were.
Well, look who ended up taking over
Lord
Michaels, the person who ended up when doing Saturday Night Live, like Johnny Carson was against him. This is the whole idea of Saturday Night Live. Look who ends up taking over the Tonight Show, Lorne Michaels in the end.
Yeah, so which is weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's
and
weird.
then when Conan, they wanted to keep he ended that show, which has surprised me. The show on TBS.
Yeah.
They wanted them back, and he didn't want to do it anymore. I'm like, oh, okay, that's kind of. I actually like this show.
I think after so many years of doing the same old, like, hey, I come out, do a monologue, do a sketch, and then sit down and talk to a guest. I think maybe he just got sick of it, and then it was like, he has the Conan, like they even renewed it. Now he's doing that Conan, like traveling the places. Conan is so good at improv, it's crazy. Like. He could fire off on the end of his toes. He's just, no matter what, you throw something at him. I mean, I don't know how many clips I see sometimes when I'm just scrolling through where it's just old Conan clips where, you got an attractive actress and all of a sudden it's just like, there's like, he just brings up like comedically, like the sexual kind of tension or whatever the fuck. He'll just like do that, but it's not creepy. He just, the way that he just does it and the way that he makes a joke out of it, it's like, oh, he's just a fucking big ass goofball. I wouldn't take this guy serious, and nobody actually does. Craig Ferguson was almost like that too with his Late Show, and Craig Ferguson was great, but I mean, apparently, like what he was doing, he was always getting sauced every night because apparently he had a bit of a booze problem. But hey, I mean, to me who drinks booze on this program, I understand it loosens you up, but
how about,
but at the same time, apparently it got to a point where it was like a big time problem. But at the same time, there was I even see those moments when I'm scrolling through my feed of like Craig Ferguson just doing he's like flirting with some just like either a hot actor.
Yeah, his stuff wouldn't happen. That wouldn't have happened.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that time is long gone.
Dude.
But it's so entertaining. It's so entertaining. It's just,
especially when they flirt back. When they flirt back, it's hilarious.
How about Conan's always the old thing with him and Paul Rudd with the clip, the kid
falling off the cliff in the wheelchair.
Yeah.
What movie was that again? I forgot what that movie was. Some old 80s movie that was ridiculous, but
there's like the alien and like you said, the kid in the wheelchair. It always say having clip. Oh, I'm not gonna fall for it this time. Okay, cue the clip, and they'd have the movie halfway through, and then they'd end up cueing the clip.
Always would be the running joke anytime Paul Rudd came on, and then of course he had there was like a whole bit that he had where he had the Chuck Norris Texas Ranger like lever. Where he'd pull the lever and it would just be a random
Mac and Me. There you go. Monkey Joe Jeebus got it. Mac and Me.
Oh, Mac and Me. That's what it was. Thank you. I mean, there was just like random bits that just sound so stupid, and I can understand like sounding so stupid on paper, but he made them work, and that's the thing. And that's why when he like said some of his jokes, like the Kendrick Lamar one, I think that was his most controversial one. He goes, "Yeah, we're halfway through, and now we're gonna bring out Kendrick Lamar to call Drake a pedophile." It was just like, and then it just the way that he says it, and then he does like a goofy smile after he puts the joke out there when everybody's going, "Oh," like, but he's just like, "Hey," and then he goes, "I'm all lured up, I'm good," and then he just moves on to the next thing. It's like, good on you. You had the balls to just like, hey, that's a good joke. I'm going to present it this way. I'm going to present it in my goofy way. And then I'm just going to move on to the next thing. And I just remember hearing that going, oh, shit. And everybody was like, oh, shit, he went for it. And that was.
But look at his writer's room for the show. Like, he had Robert Smigel. He had some of the best of the best in that writer's room for the Conan show. I mean, it was a solid group.
Yeah. Well, look at where Conan cut his teeth. I mean, he was a former writer on The Simpsons.
Yeah.
True. And Saturday Night Live.
That's very true. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I mean, he grinded through 2 very successful shows that have been around for so long.
Right.
And just the fact that somebody Luke was like going, hey, this kid's got something. Look at him. He's goofy. He looks like Bob's big boy with red hair, and he jumps around and he's all goofy. Let's give him a shot. And then give him a shot. And I'm telling you, him after Jay was just such a breath of fresh air. Such a breath. I mean, for being somebody like me, who, again, like what we were saying, Jay Leno appealed to the older crowd.
Mhm.
And then we're sitting there going, oh, when's Conan gonna get on? And then all of a sudden he does his little string dance when he comes out, and he's dancing around, jumping around, and doing all the stuff. I'm like, there's the guy. That's the guy right there. But yeah, Jimmy Fallon fits into the Tonight Show because he again, like you said, Chris, safe, because his little and I'm like, what happened to you, Jimmy Fallon? When you were out on tour, you were going out doing like stand up, doing impressions, singing, and doing the different voices. I know he still kind of does that now, but I don't know. I don't like Jimmy Fallon that much anymore. I think
There's
I
nothing
used
wrong
to.
with being safe. It's just it works.
Yeah.
He knows the
No,
brand.
it worked for him. I get
it's
it.
just, but we're a different crowd, and we like people being a little more experimental.
Yep. I agree.
That's true. But and then speaking of like crazy things that happen, and talking about just like kind of being safe and realizing like, hey, if we just do like a standard designs when it comes to characters, this Batman State Farm commercial. Okay. Oh,
William's
we
got
have
thoughts.
William already going. Oh.
No. I loved the commercial.
Okay.
I did not like the discourse when I was seeing things come up on my line. It made me want to vomit through my nostrils. It's like, dude, you can't just have a nice, cool looking commercial. It has to be the blueprint from somebody else has to do.
William,
I'm like,
did you actually think that the fandom was going to come together and just sing Kumbaya? Come on.
For a few seconds.
For a few seconds.
But we got Austin joining right now.
Hey, Austin.
What's up, y'all?
How's it going, man?
Good. Just tired. Been working a lot. So
yeah, you can get it. Yeah.
But
well, you know, when you're an adult and you leave your apartment, you leave your house, you have things to do.
Yeah,
it's a thing that happens. Yeah.
We all have to do that thing, man.
It's fun.
It's fun. But hey, we get to do this too. You know, which is also fun.
Yeah,
very true.
Yeah. It's a nice little release at the end of the week.
Yeah, exactly. So, thank you for joining, Austin.
Of course. Thanks for
having
me.
To talk to you, but we were just gonna dive into the Batman State Farm commercial, and it's a very well done commercial. Let's face it, Yes. But and then of course everybody just freaking out about that Joker design, and it was like, wow. So when it came to the design of all of it, I mean, all the designs were good. All the designs were good, but at the same time, when I see people going, "Oh my god, this is better than any," I'm like, stop.
Oh my god,
stop it! Stop it when you say it's better than Matt Reeves. Stop it when you say it's better than things that James Gunn is like putting out there. I'm like, guys, now you're just showing your bias, and and I hate that. I'm like, come on, guys. But at the same time, you could just appreciate the designs because I mean, they're 100% they were going full Batman animated series,
right?
When it came to these designs, I mean, Riddler not wearing like the one piece, pajamas or whatever the hell with all he was wearing the suit with the top hat. Yeah. It looked very much like animated series. Two-Face looked like animated series. Poison Ivy looked like animated series. I mean, it was maybe Catwoman not so much, but of course that was SZA. I think that's who that was. So obviously they were just like, okay, it's not going to look as legit. Batman looked pretty decent too. The cowl looked fine. I thought it was Will Arnett. It sounded like Will Arnett, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't Will Arnett. They would have made it a point if it was.
That
would
have been
Arnett.
funny if it was.
I think it was. You
think so? That's the thing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it just feels like they would have made it more.
I think it would have come out. I think it would have come out.
Maybe they had to be kind of careful with some legality stuff. The fact that they were already using Batman in a commercial, I'm wondering, cool like that. But
I don't know because I think it already would have came out because Jason Bateman and Will Arnett have a podcast together.
It sounds just like Will.
It does sound like him.
It sounds like
there's
Will.
great imitators out there. We all know there are great imitators.
Yeah.
I just don't think
somebody.
But again, like people are saying, "Oh, this is the best looking Joker." At that point, again, to your point, Dave, they they use the images that are gonna get the general audience thinking, "Oh yeah, I like this. I like this." Like it's not about like saying this is what it should be. It's just like they chose the images and the likenesses of the characters that would. Oh, I know what that looks like. I know what that looks like. I mean, I loved it when even Batman says, "Go do a podcast," and Bateman goes, "That hurts."
That hurts. Yeah.
I mean, it's very much, and they got like Jordan the Stallion from TikTok to be Gordon. That was great.
That looked good, and and Jason Bateman. I mean, you can't go wrong with him because
He's so funny, dude.
He's such the
Dry.
straight man.
Love it.
He's such the straight man that just has the jokes. Like they're so quick. They're so quick. He goes, not exactly, more like the Bateman. And then he's just like, yeah, and I don't know about this costume. It's kind of like
the way at the
Batcave. It was kind of running up the Batcave, if you know what I mean. And it's just the way that he delivers his lines.
Don't push it too hard, Batemobile. Don't push it too hard.
Little scooter. He's right.
Yeah. I like that
at the end when he's like, no, to Joker, look, no clown stuff. Okay. It's
yeah, he's all. I don't want no animal
no
balloons,
juggling,
no this, no that. If we're gonna be roommates, don't. No. But then at the same time, he's like, you look at that Joker design and go, yeah, it's a good Joker design. It really is. Mm-hmm. I mean, I just kind of looked at it like that, but then I was like, man, people are freaking out about this. This is crazy. And I go, yeah, I can understand that, because when it comes to cinematically or just live action. Obviously, there's always like a spin when it comes to the Joker. There seems to be a spin. I would say Nicholson was like the most that Burton was really trying to go like, hey, here's the Crown Prince of Gotham. Because, Burton was always very, very more about the villains than he was about Batman. He's even said that. He was all about the villains. Mm-hmm. So then, of course, you get the Heath Ledger's Joker. You understand that in Christopher Nolan's universe, he's the anarchist. He's got the scars and everything. And then when you got David Ayer's Joker, Jared Leto, he's more the gangster type. I understand that. Yeah, are the tattoos a little bit much? Well, maybe not the body tattoos. I think those are cool. The damage tattoo, a little bit much. Even David Ayer goes, yeah, I think I reached a little too much on that. But at the same time, I go, you were trying to do something different. And then, of course, Joaquin Phoenix, something different too. Todd Phillips, they're trying to do something different where it is not exactly the Joker. Obviously, when you see Joker 2, it's all just about that. But so if you actually wanted to do a legit Joker, I don't know. Like, I think they just knew, like, hey, let's get a guy that looks like this. And this is somebody named Josh Harp, which now that guy, goddamn, if he has social media, he probably got a ton of followers lately. And apparently he's been in all kinds, he's been in other movies and everything like that. And I might have been hit up by a certain director who directed him in a recent movie who saw the video. And I was like, sweet. But I'm just saying, like, it's just what's cool about something like this is the fact that, and maybe this can be a gauge for James Gunn to be like, all right, if I bring the Joker in, I probably should be looking at something like this. And there's nothing wrong with that. This kind of reminds me of the Batman Dead End short film, and that Joker, which a lot of people were going like, remember that Joker? Holy shit. Because we never had that Joker that really had that really like long kind of face and the big teeth and all that kind of stuff that he almost looks like a demon. And that's what I kept saying. He looks like a demon. It's not that he has like a super scarred face or anything like that. Yeah, you can have all that, but the fact that he looks like a demon, because he just has that long face and like a long, I don't know. And if you find an actor that looks like that, I mean, a lot of people were fan casting, after he won the Academy Award, Adrian Brody. And I'm going, yeah, his facial features could fit like a pretty good Joker.
A lot of people like the Terrifier guy, David Howard Thornton. Yeah, he's very much got that long face type thing and stuff. And so,
I love him as Art the Clown, and I love his like everything he posts on Threads. He's great.
Yeah,
my one nitpick is he clowns on Jared Leto's Joker a little too much.
I think.
I haven't heard.
Yeah, he makes fun of it a lot, and he like kind of like poo-poos it, and I'm just like, dude, come on.
Yeah,
like that's not cool, bro. Come on. But he's a funny guy. He's a real funny guy. He actually did a short called Joker's Wild or something, and
what's his name? What's his real name?
David Howard Thornton.
Okay.
Thornton, I think, with an N.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's Art the Clown in the Terrifier movies.
Okay, because
I saw he did the short. I didn't watch it though, so I don't know.
Oh, it's phenomenal. Like it's their own
Okay.
spin on Death in the Family. Like you see him fucking torture Jason Todd, and it's brutal. It is fucking maniacal.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
See, I was trying to remember who played the Joker in that Batman Dead End movie, because I thought like, oh wait, wasn't that somebody who ended up doing something? I don't know, but I don't know, maybe not. But I mean, it was. I mean, I'm pulling up an image right now. I mean, the whole thing was just really cool. Even like, I mean, that short film. If anybody has not seen it, do yourself a favor and watch Batman Dead. It has Alien and Predator in it, but just alone this right here. I mean, you know, just showing the Joker right here. I think people like Joker with longer-ish hair for sure, but yeah, very basic kind of stuff, but it all worked. That cowl is like really good right there. But the Joker makeup and just like I said, you really have to, if you want to have like an authentic Joker, and maybe this could be something that when they finally do Joker in like the DCU, James Gunn's got to like take in consideration. Yeah, you have to find somebody who has like certain features that has like kind of a long face, because Joker just has that face. And I think a lot of people gravitate towards the animated series Joker, Mark Hamill's Joker, just because he had that, you know, with the long nose and the long face. So you have to have like, it's so funny living with my brother right now. He's playing video games. I just heard him like yell. Things do not change. This is what's funny. Things do not change, because when we were kids, he was so big on video games. I remember wow, I just had deja vu, guys. This is so funny because I'm here streaming up here and he's playing, I think he's playing Final Fantasy or something like that.
Oh, do you know which one?
I think he's playing the latest one. I think maybe. I don't know. I didn't
Probably
ask.
16.
But before I came up here, because we had pizza, he brought home pizza, and I was like, all right. And then he started playing it, and I was like, oh, I'm playing Final Fantasy. Cool. So I don't know which one it is, but I'm assuming it's the latest one. But it's so funny how now that we're in our 40s, shit has not changed, because, man, I remember when we were kids, I would hear him yelling at the fucking TV, and I just heard him right now go, God damn it. This is fucking hilarious, man. Anyways, I thought it was just a moment I just had right there. No, but yeah, when it comes to this Joker, I mean, it's pretty cool. I love the fact that people are going, hey, you know, if we're going to get another Joker. I mean, again, we haven't really seen Barry Keoghan's Joker, and I still want to see more of that. I really do. I want to see what he has to offer. And I know like some people didn't like that design, and we can all thank Aaron Bailey for that, by the way, with his with his Photoshop that he did. And a lot of people use that where he looks like he's just like, he looks like a fucking really deformed, crazy person. But then if you actually look at the figurine that they based his Joker off of, it's like, okay, he doesn't quite look like that. But, you know, Aaron was just trying to line up, because you don't see an actual full-on shot of his whole face during that scene. So he tried to quickly cut a shot, and sadly, that is now what everybody uses to show Barry Keoghan's Joker. And I feel bad. I'm sure Barry Keoghan's also seen that and been like, that's not what I look like. Why do I keep seeing this image where I just like, my mouth is like, I look like Creature from the fucking Black Lagoon kind of thing. Like, what the hell is happening right here? I got this crazy like predator, you know, underbite teeth thing happening going on and stuff. So it must kind of suck. And it's like, that was, you know, but that's what happens nowadays. But I would say that maybe, you know, I would not be surprised if James Gunn is like taking notes where he's kind of going, wow, people are really looking at this Joker right here and just going, hey, wait a minute. Hey, everybody's like that. I mean, all the designs were cool. Did you guys see that they released the behind the scenes?
Yeah. Yeah. A little video of them taking pictures.
Yeah, there was like a video, and again, you could totally tell they were going for, that's the wrong one. I already showed that. No, I mean, one of the things that I kept emphasizing was the fact that that when it came to what the hell? All right, there it is. That they were really emphasizing Batman the animated series, and this I mean, it's represented right here with Two-Face. I mean, he looks straight out of like Batman the animated series. The suit and everything, the hair being white. I mean, that's pretty good makeup right there. That's not bad at all. I mean, the fact that he did that. And then, of course, there is Mr. Josh Harp right there. Looks almost Jim Carrey-esque, somewhat. I don't know. A little Jim Carrey to him, I guess you could say. But, looking pretty good right there. And then, of course, there's the whole group. And, again, it just seems like they were really going for that Batman the Animated Series vibe. I really like Riddler's suit and the hat.
Yeah.
And the sunglasses, too. That was a nice little added bonus, the little sunglasses.
Yeah, I thought it looked great. I mean, I agree with you. I think it would be cool for Gunn to kind of, see the reaction to this and go, hey, let's.
And then, of course, we got, Jason Bateman. Jason Bateman needs to be somebody in the DCU, right? He should be some kind of agent. I don't know.
I'll even say it. He looks great in the tights and suit. I was shocked. I was like, wow, dude.
He's always been in shape. He's never been like ripped or super buff or anything like that, but he's always kept in shape.
Yeah.
He's always been like in good shape. But one of the things about Jason Bateman is just he's always been the perfect straight man who also can be funny and just the way that he talks. I mean, I don't know how many times.
Clock King.
How many,
Clock King.
Ooh, there we
Catman.
go. That'd be interesting.
Catman would be a funny one.
Catman. Yeah.
I remember what he did. He did Hancock. That was the one superhero movie he did.
Yeah.
Apparently, they're doing a second one.
Will Smith. Yeah.
Yep.
Hancock wasn't terrible. I kind of liked Hancock, and so
what an endorsement! It wasn't terrible.
It wasn't.
It wasn't terrible. You're right.
So when it comes to Hancock, it's one of those things where they sold it on, hey, here's this drunk bum superhero. And then, you got Jason Bateman, who's going to be like, hey, we're going to make you into a good superhero, somebody who people could trust. And then I think they were like, that part was great. And then when it started going, oh, wait a minute, now we're going to get into why he is a superhero. And then they started doing the backstory stuff. And then, of course, you got Charlize Theron, who's involved with that. That's where I think that's where it lost people. Like, I didn't mind it. I was like, oh, okay, they had to go somewhere with this. But I could see why that fell flat because the third act, I think that's what had people go, oh, okay, no, I don't like this. But I think people were with it when it came to the initial premise of this bum dude who like gets drunk and looks like obviously looks like a bum, and he's trying to do his best saving people and doing a superhero thing. And then the whole idea of trying to make him to be that superhero, people were on board with that. But then when it started getting into the backstory, and then when it got to the final act, people were going, yeah, no, I don't like this. They didn't like the whole, oh, yeah, they were linked together because they were like lovers because they're like these gods kind of thing. And then they separated and she knew who he was, but he like got his memory erased or whatever the fuck it was. I haven't seen it in a bit, but I think a lot of people went, nah, this is where you lost me. And I get that because I went, oh yeah, you went there. Okay. I get it. It's fine. I'm still with it, but I could see why people checked out right there because it just took such a drastic turn from what was being already established. I think if they just would have kept with trying to make this bummy superhero guy, and maybe if they just took a different approach to have him be like this certain superhero is cool, but they turned it into, oh, well, he's got this backstory. And yeah, I don't know. It
turns into a love story too.
Yeah.
Hey, on that commercial, I was doing customer, I heard you say, when it comes to that commercial, as much as I enjoyed that commercial, I don't want to see anybody taking notes or anything. What I would like to see personally, if whoever does the Joker, whoever does it, make a Joker that fits the story that you are telling. Yeah. I don't need James Gunn to take anything from that commercial simply because each Joker distinctly fits the story that storyteller was telling. I would have never expected Heath Ledger to come out looking like he did, but that was the story that Nolan was telling. And then same thing with David Ayers. That was the story. So that, as great as that Joker looked, if I hired Film Junkie, you're going to write me a Batman story, and you come in with somebody else's stuff, like I told Brad last time, I just fire you, because I'm hiring a creator to create. Yeah, you can have some inspirations, and that's fine. But like I said, when I see people like, well, James Gunn should take note, I'm like, James Gunn's a director. He doesn't. I mean, I think he knows what he's doing at this point.
Yeah.
I think if your script calls for a specific look, particular look for your Joker, then that's the Joker that should flesh itself out into your show. I think you shouldn't even use any of that. You should wipe your mind clean. You have the basic hallmarks of what the character is, obviously the green hair, the red lips, and all that stuff. But at that point, your script should dictate how that character. And that's why I said that commercial. I knew, and I was lying to myself when I knew that wasn't going to happen. But everybody wants the finished product in their head to be what the next guy has to put on the screen. And I think that kind of has hurt DC film goers for like about 15, 20 years.
And to your point, William, like this commercial is meant to be funny. It's meant to be campy, not like 66 camp, like it borders that, but it also in the sense of it's more of like tongue-in-cheek nostalgia funny too.
Yeah, like a video. It felt like a video game, like I was watching one of those promos to a video game. I had fun with it, what it was.
And that's what it needs to be. It needs to be fun. It's saying, hey, State Farm can be kind of, I mean, they're taking that whole thing that Allstate with Mayhem, that really bordered on.
I love those commercials.
Yeah.
I know, but I mean, and even the Batmobile, I was like, Jesus Christ, that Batmobile design was actually really cool too. I was
State Farm's entire ad buy for this year, we got tied up in that whole commercial.
Right? And
I saw the funniest one was I said, did State Farm miss the Super Bowl?
Yeah,
that's good too. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no. I when I was talking about it on my Wednesday show, people were like going, was this meant for Super Bowl? And it just didn't work. And I'm going, probably not, because again, when you want to pay for a 30-second, you pay like $7 million for a 30-second spot. And this commercial was like a minute and like 15 seconds or something like that. It was.
Oh, I got the extended. There's an extended one that's 2 minutes.
Is.
That's the one I watched.
The extended, even longer. Yeah, I mean, this was a long commercial, but at the same time, I'm going, good. All right, do something like that. And you have that one dude who's a popular streamer that was in the beginning, that was like, hey, what the, and then the armored truck like fell down. What's his name? Kai, I forgot his name. Yeah, whatever that guy's name is. I always see these streamer dudes and I'm going, I don't even know why you're popular.
I will say it is interesting because like he did just do he streamed the entire Arkham games.
Oh, yeah.
And stuff.
That's probably how we got. I mean, no, kudos. Hey, however you built a brand, I'm all for it. Because
the Kardashians are multi-millionaires.
Exactly, and we hate that. We hate that. But at the same time,
both,
you have to respect. And even if I don't like a certain brand, I can always go. But I respect the brand that they knew the assignment and they built the brand.
Respect the hustle.
And you have to respect
there you go.
You have pretty much. That's exactly, Chris. I mean, that's the thing. You have to do that. Even if you don't like it. And I've done many times I'm like, I don't like this channel or this brand or whatever, but I can respect the fact of what they did to achieve it. And they did. They knew their niche. They knew exactly what they were supposed to do. And they capitalized on it. And that's what you're supposed to do when you're trying to build a brand and be an entrepreneur. So, I can't sit there and be like, fuck this.
That's choice.
I just don't have to watch it. I just don't watch it. There you go.
Yeah. That's choice.
It's all your choice. Exactly. I don't watch the Kardashians. Anytime I see it, I go, ugh, but at the same time, there is a huge fan base that cannot not watch that. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, I get it. Where I just go, what is wrong with you people? At the same time, they just love to watch just the weirdos that just, got famous for whatever reason and whatever. But at the same time, hey, they achieved it and they knew exactly what to do. They busted their asses. It's not like they just got it handed to them. Maybe there's like they just knew how to.
Howard Stern, another example.
Howard Stern. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. You watch Private Parts, the movie Private Parts.
Mm-hmm.
I watched that movie so many times. in the 90s when it came out, not just because there was a lot of nudity. That was part of it,
That was
obviously.
part-
That was part of it. But at the same time, it was fascinating to get a sense of what Howard Stern had to do to get where he's at.
One of the best parts of that movie where they call it out is saying the people who hate him listen to him longer because they want to hear what he's got to say next. It's wait a minute, why if you hear the person who doesn't get it saying, wait a minute, if they don't like him, why do they listen to him more than the people they do?
Yeah.
You know, they
that's
didn't
still
get
true
it.
to this day.
Yeah,
that's what's sad.
Exactly.
Oh yeah,
that's what's still true to this day, and that's what kind of frustrates me.
His
because
interviews are some of the best interviews that like no one can. Sometimes
like
people can't rival it.
No,
well, he's
not
just
afraid to
one of
ask
those-
tough questions. Yeah,
Yeah, and I think people, even like celebrities specifically, feel very comfortable with him because he's, just it's not a judgmental. It's not, and it's not a trying to gotcha or anything like that, or trying to like. It is very genuine in the sense of that. Like, I love when he has the older SNL people on, and he was asking Chevy Chase like, why did Dan Aykroyd and you get into it behind the scenes, and so who hit all this fun stuff. Like,
no, he knows.
It's very genuine.
Yeah, he knows what people want to hear and I think he's always known what he wants to know, and he knows that his audience wants to know these tough questions. So I'm like, yeah, when he comes on, and he's not afraid, he's not like beating around the bush. He just flat out just asks, like, what the hell was going on between this, that, and this? And he's always had that grasp when it comes to at least interviewing people. Like, and that's the thing. He was always good with that, and I always loved it when he had bands on. And then it's like, okay, you're going to perform. I mean, it was
Van
almost
Halen
like,
on. His best one he did was when he had Van Halen. He had Sammy Hagar, and he started asking him questions about that the time when the breakup, and then toward Eddie's death, how he felt about it, how they reconnected, and all that stuff. That band and all those members have shied away from all that, especially since Eddie's death, and he got that out of them in a way that I didn't think I'd ever hear him talk about them. And same thing with Michael Anthony. That was a real bitter time for them when they broke up that band, and so they were talking about that stuff, and you could tell they were apprehensive, but he kind of made them comfortable about talking about it. And I think that's one of his better interviews he's ever done.
Because to your point, Dave, it's not even about in Austin. It's not about gotcha. Like he's gotten to a point where in his rise, he's reached it. He doesn't necessarily like people. He's not doing it because it'll get the viral stuff and things like that. Like people, him himself, just Howard Stern is viral to begin with, so he doesn't need to do it. He's just going to ask it. If it gets viral, great. If it doesn't, like he don't care anymore. It's just he wants to know. He's generally interested, and that's where it is. People feel comfortable because he is generally interested in knowing this information.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and that's what's good about. I mean, and that's where even in podcasting, and I know he's probably. I think I remember hearing that he's had some choice words when it comes to podcasting, but it's so funny because even podcasters, like when I've listened to Rogan or anybody who has talked about when Howard Stern pushed against like, oh, fucking podcasting, what is this? And it's like, no, dude, like Howard Stern, like I think because he's so old school, I was like. And some of these podcasters, I think even Rogan's like, dude, you actually paved the way for podcasting. Mm-hmm. You pushed the element where you push the boundaries of radio to the point where, like, when the technology kept progressing, it was like we can get away from the FCC and all that shit, where we don't have to worry about that stuff, And it's like you push those boundaries. You were the pioneer to help.
Even then, he's still pushing a lot of boundaries in the sense that, like, look, he's keeping Sirius XM alive, and they give him whatever the fuck he wants.
Oh, dude,
that's a big company that just goes, yep.
He doesn't even have to leave the building he lives in.
Put him on the map.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like, he's still paving the way in that sense of that, like, a lot of these guys have Rogan, all that. They have YouTube. They have all these things where they don't really... or their own websites or something like that, where they have an outlet to do whatever they want without the censorship of a bigger company, whereas Stern still does it under a big company. And
they allow
it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, it's good. I mean, that's the thing. He'll always be that pioneer. I mean, like that's why I say is like, I remember watching Private Parts again, not just for all the nudity. That's a perk. But at the same time, it was just kind of cool to see. I mean, I know it's not 100% everything that happens. It's not 100% a biopic. It's a comedy. It's got a lot of comedy involved, and you could kind of tell, like, okay, not all this probably happened, but at the same time, beat about him pushing the boundaries and pissing off. I mean, and Paul Giamatti as he called him pig vomit.
Pig vomit. Yeah. Less Moonves.
Yeah. I mean, that was just so. I mean, to have Paul
great
Giamatti
part for
in there
him.
being
He's
pig
so
vomit,
good with that.
It was just so good. It was so good. I mean, there's everything about it, and then showing that how it affected his personal life, because obviously he always had this risque, you know, he'd have porn actresses on, and that whole scene where he was just like, she's straddling a speaker and he's just just like, Jesus Christ, just crazy stuff that he did, but he pushed the boundaries, and that's what we love about people like that. He was a pioneer. But and we've talked a lot about like just personalities that just paved the way when it comes to like this kind of shit. I love it.
Amen.
Yeah,
Conan to fucking Howard Stern.
I mean, for me, it's interesting because obviously I didn't grow up in the time of Stern. Everything that I got from him was after my own research, and I really just thought he was very interesting, very cool in the way that he approached that kind of interview style and did all that. It was very, you know, like you said, he was almost viral before viral was ever a thing. You know, like everybody would talk about Howard Stern and what he did that week or what he said or whatever. And so, yeah, it's very interesting to me how like he's impacted. Like for me, you know, like I said, not growing up with him or in that era. He's still a massive influence for.
It's so funny because he's an influence, and then, but I you know, it's funny because like you were saying, I never really listened to him that much either. It was mainly just seeing stuff after. But the person that I listened to a lot was Adam Carolla, you know, Loveline and stuff like that. He was I guess you could say
Dr. Drew.
Dr. Drew. The whole Loveline stuff. I mean, I remember just it was K-Rock over here syndicated it. In SoCal, and it was like after 10 o'clock. Oh, Jesus Christ. I would be turning that on. I'm lying in bed, having to go to sleep the next day. I'm listening to Loveline and listening to this, you know, people calling in about all kinds of sexual things and all this kind of stuff, and listening. Their dynamic was so good. And I still listen to Carolla these days.
Yeah, he's got his own podcast now.
Yeah, but at the same time, I did not know that at one point he actually did work for Howard Stern. He was on Howard Stern's show for, it was like the early 2000s or something like that, or like the late 90s.
No, it was he worked for him from like I think 94 all the way on until he started doing his own thing. Yeah, because he was an intern. He was an intern at first there, and then he started.
Yeah, but then he was also like this. You know, he was one of the chairs, and he chimed in, and he would say that he would finish Loveline, get home at like 1 o'clock in the morning, have like a glass of wine, fall asleep about 2:30, and then he would have to be up at like 5 o'clock to do Howard Stern. And it was like, Jesus Christ. Like, I mean, he put in those hours. That's why I like Carolla. You know, I don't agree with everything he has to say, sure, but at the same time, he was one of those where it's like, oh yeah, you just put in that time and did your thing, found your voice. And he was one of he's considered one of the grandfathers of podcasting too, when it came to podcasting. But yeah, I mean, it's just all kinds of things. But I was like, it was just shocking to be like, oh yeah, he did work for Howard Stern at one point. It's pretty crazy. Yeah,
that he did.
But before when we get to the next topic here, before I know Phil and Chris, you're probably going to be ducking out after this, but we got to do some Daredevil talk.
Okay.
Oh sure.
We got to do some Daredevil talk.
All right.
We got to do some Daredevil talk. Episode 3 came out, and spoilers for anybody. We're going to be talking about spoilers because there's no way that you can talk about the show without having spoilers. Again, I said this when it came to, I mean, I still feel like, there's some Marvel Studios. It just feels like there's Marvel Studios fingerprints over it. Doesn't quite feel like Netflix, but at the same time, I'm still enjoying it. I'm still enjoying the courtroom drama of it all, and you can kind of tell, like, because we heard before they started revamping it back to where it was that they were going to go heavy on the courtroom drama stuff, in which we're seeing that, especially when it came to episode 2 and then now episode 3, and I'm totally digging that. I like it. But man, Matt Murdock, he just said fuck it in this episode when he's like, I got to pull out the white tiger mask.
Am I the only one that felt that was very out of character for Matt?
Oh, you weren't
thought
the only
so?
one. I think.
Okay.
You, Austin, and Chris are the second and third person to tell me that Paul is in line with both of you in regards to that.
I
Yeah,
don't.
I'm sorry.
but
I
guess it
thought that was
depends on what era.
incredibly
Really?
out of
Okay.
character.
You're not wrong,
for
William. You're
Matt
not wrong.
to-
You're not wrong in that.
Depending
White
on what
Tiger's
era,
right.
yeah. Depending
He
on what era,
basically
yes.
killed White Tiger, so there you go.
He did.
It's
That,
like,
that Catholic guilt is going to be strong that next episode.
yeah.
Yes,
No. That's why
Like-
he was killed though. He once he got acquitted. Period. No matter once he got acquitted, if he'd got acquitted any other way or whatever happened, they were going to kill him if he walked out of that courtroom one way or another.
Sure.
If they kill him in the comic, he's convicted in the comics and they shoot him.
Yes,
So
he
it's
is.
like it's like
Yeah.
a lose-lose
And even
situation
Matt-
there. You know.
Even Matt
He's
tells
not-
him, he goes, if you get acquitted, you can't put on that fucking mask anymore.
Right.
He told him that. He flat out told him that. And look what happened.
Well, they were gonna kill Hector Ayala, whether he had a Santa Claus mask on
Yeah.
or a White
It's not-
Tiger
it's
mask
not
on. They were
that,
going
it's-
to kill him.
That was, yeah, and I'll be honest, like I knew as soon as the episode started, okay, he's
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
die.
he was gone.
But it's for me, it's the rush. It's just like, okay, first of all, we only saw him fight in a like camera footage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
The first
bodega.
episode, yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, I will say the performance is very good. The guy that's playing him is very good, and he's
yeah,
very
rest in
May he
emotional.
rest in peace. May he
Yeah,
rest in
yeah.
peace.
The way that
Marjorie Ferris.
he was
Yeah.
really good and stuff, but it's almost like you're trying to rush this story. Like, I don't know really anything about this guy. We spent this whole episode in this kind of back and forth, very iffy dialogue, courtroom drama.
It was mostly
it-
expositional, yeah.
And it
Mhm.
didn't, like, again, he was the strongest part for me. Like, yes, his emotion and everything was there, but him just dying at the end of the episode, I was like, oh,
I'm
okay.
surprised he lasted that long because
Right.
his purpose was to die. I
Yeah.
thought they might have killed him. I thought he was going to die sooner because
Episode one?
because his purpose, he has no other purpose but to set that road to where they're going as far as the infrastructure of the crooked cops. And then you're going to have Frank Castle come in and probably beat the shit out of a whole bunch of cops next week. So if you're on the side of the
You see-
police
you
next
see
week,
them
it's
with
not
the
going to be your episode.
Wait,
yeah.
wait. You need to rephrase that. You really think Frank Castle's just gonna beat the shit out of cops?
I'm being lightly.
He's
he's going to kill them.
fucking murder them. Okay, look, I'm gonna offer a bit of a different perspective because I'm kind of with Dave in that. Do I agree that it might have felt out of character for Matt Murdock? To a point. I would also posit that think about where he is from a headspace perspective.
True.
He is very much like, I am no longer putting on the Daredevil costume.
Mhm.
I had to do what I needed to do to win this fucking court
Oh, you're
case.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, like, he's not a vigilante anymore, and he's slowly creeping back into that space. And I think he took, like, and this is probably pretty easy to presume, but he looked at what happened with Hector Ayala and went, oh, this could have been me at any given
Right.
point had I not been who I am. This could have easily been me. But I also think that, like, to William's point, I wouldn't say it was rushed, but it definitely, my takeaway ultimately is, like, I wish they would have done the first 3 episodes as opposed to the first 2, because this was the episode where I went, okay, now I'm back in the chair. This is the Daredevil I remember. This is
Oh.
everything I love about Daredevil.
To your point, Hector shows him that he could have had a family and done this at the same time.
Right.
And when Hector basically tells us, like, no, I have to continue being this way because it's what's right. I have to protect my community.
Yeah, he said like the
Yeah.
white
who I
tiger
am.
chose him.
And that's
The white
why,
tiger-
and to your point, William, it brings up the point putting Matt back on the pathway. This is the whole thing.
That was the point. Yep.
It's
And especially knowing that episode 2 and episode 3 were supposed to be the original 2-episode pilot, and the
wild.
reworking they did with that, and that the making sure that we can actually see the Punisher logo with at the end with who shot him at that point, not to make
Right.
people think it's Punisher, but no, this is the dirty cop. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
very
funny.
clearly,
We're
we
doing that
know this is not Frank Castle.
Yeah,
no,
it,
we're doing
it
that
looks like
story,
a cool shot, but at the same time, I think everybody was like, "Yeah, okay, it's not Frank." Come on.
I think for me, the hardest part about the show is that the performances are there and everything else just kind of isn't. And so, like, with Matt and stuff, I can see, like, again, even in the performance, I don't think I think, again, big issue writing for me is in the show, but the way that, Matt conveys that, like, almost that, like you said, I could have had a family and done this, or even looking at it as you kind of have to do the same thing that I had to do, hang it up, and all that, and trying to force that on somebody else. That's all there in the performances. It's just, for me, I think the writing and just a couple other things it doesn't feel like it used to, like,
No, it doesn't.
they're trying to carry it on these performances, and it is kind of working, and I'm still going to watch and I'm interested, but at the same time, it's just, I don't know. I'm not hooked like I was before.
See,
No,
for
I
me,
get it.
it's an
also been 7
escalation.
years,
The Netflix show, the 39 episodes, as much as I love those episodes, that was a flawed show. That was a flawed show. This show, in my opinion, just the 3 episodes, is an upgrade in every way. The dialogue is shortened. The action, then that's why it's out there. The action is better. The escalation and intensity was not in those previous 39 episodes. They went from plot to plot, point to point. When you're watching this show, you can feel the escalation, and not only in the score, everything that they do escalates it. And some of the stuff that they do in these 3 episodes, for instance, that scene at the diner with him and Kingpin, I saw plenty of. I saw plenty of scenes.
It's the dialogue for me. It's that
I thought
this didn't happen in the Netflix show where I could
and that's an upgrade.
Every single line that's going to be said before it's said, and I'm like, where's the mystery of the Netflix show? Where is any of this?
I don't need that. I needed that maybe in the
thrown out in front of me, and it's not even that, like. The thing is, it's weird too. They're trying to copy Andor in the kind of, like, we're short episodes but 3 arcs. We're gonna 3 episodes, kind of an arc and all that type of thing, and it's not even close. It's not even close. Like,
when they're that diner scene is the same kind of scene that when I would watch the previous version of the show, that would take too long, that would have too much dialogue, that would be misplaced within the show, and wouldn't have the escalation or the intensity that it had when they did it in these episodes. Also, everything is differently, it's paced better. And like I said, this is coming off a show I like. I love the next Daredevil show, but there are flaws in that show. And while we were doing our rewatch, you could clearly see them. And there are certain things that are in this MCU version that are there for a reason and are there as an upgrade. This is not a knock against that show. It's a Netflix show. They did what they could, what they had. But there are certain things in that show that you watch. There are characters that I think are abysmal in their handling. Elektra, I love the actress that played Elektra. What they did and how they handled Elektra made me want to take my eyes out and throw them across the room. Karen Page, Karen Page's characterization, I did not like. But that was fine. Even given those flaws, it was a great show. But now you have 7 years to look at all that and fit it into a better context. I think this show's an upgrade. A massive up. That's just me, though.
No, I understand, and I'm the opposite. I think it's a downgrade. I don't.
I think I'm kind of somewhere in the middle because I think some of the action in the first episode was solid, but there are some noticeable, unpolished, ugly moments. Like there's some really bad CGI with Matt doing some Daredevil flippy stuff, and that's kind of a given. I'm not going to say I'm not going to give it a pass. I'm not saying I am going to give it a pass. I'm just saying, like, it is noticeable as opposed to what I think the Netflix era shined in. Like, you cannot sit here and tell me that the Netflix era of Daredevil had worse fight choreography than this, because while that oneer with Bullseye was great, again, that there's some really sloppy CGI in that first episode of Daredevil doing some stuff, and it's just not good comparatively to what you saw for 3 seasons. But is that even a fair comparison? Because you're comparing one episode to a full 3 seasons worth of choreography.
Right.
And so like from a narrative standpoint, though, I agree with William. I think that some of the Netflix stuff, it could drag a little bit, but then again, at the same time, like we're talking a bit of shorter episode count, number one, shorter episode length, number two, but also like the Netflix stuff, they didn't necessarily pad it out, but they had that wiggle room of 13 episodes to be like, okay, we can let stuff breathe, but is it really breathing, or is it just kind of taking its time, lingering in a sense? I think I can agree with William that, yeah, some of the stuff they did do may have lingered a little bit too long. Whereas I think here there's a lot more streamlined to it, and I think that's powerful. I would also, to a degree, agree with Austin in that I do think that some of the stuff that they are writing and some of the, I wouldn't say line delivery, I wouldn't say performances, but I would just say it is almost half a step down from the Netflix stuff. And honestly, like the thing that really has me going, I don't really care, is the whole little tiny subplot of Vanessa and Kingpin going to therapy. I don't really like that.
I don't think anybody really does. I don't think anybody.
I think it's kind of a waste of time, but the only significance it has is, oh, look, Matt's new girlfriend is the therapist to Kingpin and Vanessa, and she has absolutely no fucking clue that Matt and Kingpin have history. Like, she's completely unaware of it, and I promise you that will probably come into play at some point, either this season or the next season that we know is happening. Overall, I'm just kind of like, I'm invested, I'm intrigued, but I'm not quite at the same level of where I was with the Netflix show. But I will say that the death of Hector Ayala was effective, and it made me like it replayed in my head over and over after I watched it on Tuesday night, like going into work on Wednesday, Thursday, and even a little bit of today. Like, I just see this shot, no pun intended, of him just getting fucking like his head blown out and just falling to the fucking ground, dude. Because when a hero who's just doing the right fucking thing is just taken out
after the trial,
after the trial, like you're feeling like, oh, he fucking got it, we're good,
and see, that's good,
and it's great. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Now I'm like at the point where like, okay, now I'm back in the chair. I can fucking see why this is going to ruffle Matt's feathers. I can see exactly why he's going to go to Frank Castle and be like, yo, dude, check this shit out. And Frank Castle's going to be like, wait a minute. You mean to tell me there are fucking corrupt cops out there wearing my motherfucking symbol? Oh, hell.
On their neck, on their
arm, whatever.
On their wrist,
their arm, on their fucking...
Frank Castle, I said this on Threads. I said, Matt is going to go and ask Frank Castle to do things only Frank Castle can do. Those cops are fucked. Those cops are fucked 10 ways to fucking Sunday. Frank Castle is going to do them, and he is not going to be nice about it, and I can't wait.
We're going to get
we talk a lot about like how it's not like the Netflix show. You know, and the thing is that the Netflix show was where it was. This was never going to be exactly a carbon copy paste of the Netflix show, because again, all we would hear 100%. Was just like, oh, they're not taking any risks. It is trying to be like Netflix at that point. What again, only being 3 episodes in, I think this is a season that's going to be very much looked at in different ways. This is a season that is 2 different types of what it was and what it will be, and then it'll be more telling to see what the second season is going to be with now they have a direction. 8 and 9 are, from what I understand, are going to be are completely different episodes, whether it was going to be. These next up episodes we've got are close to what it might be, where they were leading, some tweaks here or there. But what we a lot of people seem to sometimes miss, in the sense of like, we can't have Matt go right back to being Daredevil, and this is his journey to come back to that. Now, you know, I think starting in this next episode, when we get to 4 and 5, this is where we start seeing him come back and saying, no, get back into training, get back into doing this, because he's going to see very quickly that even if he's, you know, I hear he's a pretty good lawyer, you know, that he realizes that a lot of times he's got to work outside the law, and that no matter what he says, and Kingpin says it best, like, what is his darker half? We saw when he fought the cops, the corrupt cops in the informant's thing, like,
On that
he
apartment,
has-
God, I love that
yeah,
scene.
he
I love that scene.
has the devil inside of him is getting ready to come out, and this is his rebuilding. I love the opening credit scene because it's everything around him that Matt has held on to dear, crumbling in front of him to reform him back into Daredevil.
You just said the one word that I think would piss off a lot of people who did not like Zack Snyder's take on the DC universe: rebuilding. You want to know what this is? This is a fucking deconstruction and a reconstruction of Daredevil.
Right.
And that's the thing, like, where Daredevil has many times given up the mask and given up and tried to play the game, try to see that, to your point, like, even though, yes, I think it, you know, it was outside of his character at that point, but yes, he's a different type of character right now. He's not Daredevil. He's being the lawyer who has to win at all costs because that's who he is, and then realize that even when I win, I still lose, and I can't have that.
Right. And so,
No,
so
like-
Daredevil has but it's weird too, because like I agree with you in that, like, and I'm loving the whole deconstruction aspect of it. I think that's
deconstruction. I would just call it just a relook at a character that
Right.
has had 7 years to kind of say, like, where do we stand in this universe with a Matt Murdock, with a Daredevil?
Yeah, and one of the
And
things that I
Wilson
like, I'm like, I get why. Obviously, when they decided to, hey, we got to revamp it. We're going to bring back, you know, Karen and Foggy, and we're going to do all that. But of course, we're going to do this, you know, in that first episode. And like you said, like the second, third episode was essentially going to be 1 and 2.
right.
What I like about that is, like, okay, but they didn't. It's not like a Titan situation when they, you know, messed with the whole season finale of season 1, and then you get season 2, and then that was supposed to be the season 1 finale and all. It doesn't feel like they actually. It does feel like, okay, they actually did a good job of reconstructing what they wanted to do. But then it's so funny because we saw the trailer where we see Matt go into is like, hey, and we see all the cows laid out, the different cows that he has for the Daredevil cows, and he just gonna go like, all right, what episode is that going to be where he actually walks into that? And I'm thinking that it's going to be the end of an episode. So I'm going maybe episode 3, maybe episode 4.
I'm thinking episode 3. I'm thinking the end of episode 3 is that's the last thing you see is him opening it up.
Well, it's probably we just saw episode 3, so it's probably going to be episode.
I mean, I'm sorry, episode 4.
Yeah,
episode 4.
Yeah,
I keep forgetting the first two came at the same
yeah.
time.
I have a feeling
it's
Frank's going to show up. And he's
Yeah,
gonna visit
exactly.
Frank.
We're starting a new arc, and
Yeah.
that's kind of where I'm saying that, like, I feel like they're trying to kind of do the Daredevil thing and the Andor thing of that, like, all right, this is a shortened season, right? So we're gonna do arcs. Pretty much every 3 or 4 episodes is an arc, and so like now we've finished the White Tiger arc. Now we're going into the Punisher arc, then probably the Muse arc, you know, and then the Bullseye arc. So
Right, we gotta remember the Muse is coming now.
right, yeah. So like that's my thing, is that it just.
I don't necessarily think it's so much an arc, because I think you're kind of comparing it to Andor a little.
I
unfairly there.
could be, but I think I also heard somewhere that like that was kind of their thing, because it's shortened, that they're trying to do like, and I do think that works.
I
to a
think it's
certain
more in
extent.
line with what William's getting at, is that it's escalating, because the thing is like, you look at how the first episode transpired and how things where the board was effectively not necessarily cleared but reset in a way. You have new players, new pawns, you name it.
Right.
And then you get to the second episode, Hector Ayala ends up getting fucking incarcerated for false murder of a fucking shitbag cop. And then the trial happens, and then what happens after the trial? And he's acquitted. Well, what is Wilson Fisk doing now as mayor? He's like, oh no, fuck this. Vigilante justice my ass. They're going to fucking know what it means to be a vigilante in my city.
Right.
Like, I don't know if anyone has seen any of the set photos of like Daredevil season 2 filming right now, but there's some very telling things in those photos.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're pertinent to Wilson Fisk. But also, like, I think it is more in line with what William's getting at, is like it's going to escalate and things are going to get fucking way worse.
So I'm being completely honest here. Like, I want to like this show a lot, because I love Daredevil. I loved the Netflix show. Like, it was one of my favorite superhero things, and so like I'm. It's a weird thing where I am seeing all the flaws and stuff, but I am really going like, and yeah, episode 2 was better than episode 1 for me. Episode 3 got better. I hope it just continues to kind of go that route and just get better and better, because that's at least more acceptable for me than, if they can, they just kind of ruin everything. And so I'm trying to be as open as I want to like it as much as but I think the main thing is just the writing. I think there is such great mystery in those three seasons of the Netflix show. And now it just feels also obvious. Like I know where this is going.
I kind of felt the Netflix show was great, but like I said, I felt the opposite about it. I think there was a certain predictability about it. To the next logical steps were there. I also think the show for me kind of went off the rails when there was more than that tight circle of people that you kind of have now in this version of the show. Once we started getting the Defenders, and the show for me got cluttered, and I'm like, I did not need to see all these people, and then I thought that took away from it.
So then, how does that make you feel about the big rumor that the Defenders are going to show up in season 2?
I think it's a mistake. Here's the thing. You only have so much real estate to tell your story of the title character. Now, it works with Foggy, Karen, and Punisher, because when those characters are written well, they're really in his tight circle. When you start adding Scooby-Doo gang type groups of characters and other characters that aren't in that tight circle, I don't mind them being around somewhere else in the MCU, but I do mind them being in Daredevil, because I think the strength of Daredevil, and this is where the Netflix show kind of went off the rails with me, is that solitary, I don't have a great few people that understand this environment that I'm in. And I think that's the strength of.
Do you think it would have been better if Defenders was better? If Defenders was a better show, because like that's the thing for me about Defenders is that it's not a great show, but it's the fact that it includes so much crucial stuff.
It's fun.
Yeah. It could have been better.
It's not a terrible show, but it includes a lot of crucial stuff.
It does.
For Daredevil going into season.
Which is a problem. Like I said, when it's been written before better, you didn't need that. You didn't need them to do that. And I thought, like I said, you got 45 to 48 to 54 minutes to get your point across with the guy whose name's across the thing. And that environment is what. See, the thing about Daredevil is not any one particular thing. It's the environment. It's the environment that they've created. That's what makes the difference between John Berthal's Punisher being the only live-action Punisher I recognize and anything else. It's the environment that he is put into that completes it. They don't fit in that environment like they've tried to put them in there. And some of the things that the shortcomings with the characters became because they lost their identity with their environment, which is fine. I mean, that's me looking at the show 7 years, later and watching it over and over again. But I never felt that I was being pushed in the direction of something awful. And I feel that with this show. I feel every episode 1 led to the escalation and the tense nature of episode 2, episode 3, and so on. I feel like I'm being moved into a penultimate chapter where this is going to break. And I never felt that. I felt that from one episode to another kind of in the original show, but never within like this. And this has only been 3 episodes. There's nothing as good is going to happen to these people.
And I will say
Daredevil, you're never going to have a happy ending, really.
Right. And the way that you say it there makes it a lot more clear to me, in that because for me it was about like the first that first 15 minutes of that opening, phenomenal. I was like, I'm in. This is great. And then it just lost me as the show went on and stuff with the dialogue and other things. And then it would bring me back in certain and so for me it's I guess more so what the Netflix show felt to you, and that like I'm more back and forth than I am just solidly into it like I was.
I have a feeling like when we intervene next week and we're talking about episode 4, if Frank Castle is the emphasis in that episode, and we see their dynamic, I think we're gonna be like everybody's gonna probably. I think we're gonna have that tone of like, oh my god, we're back. We're so back, as the kids say.
I hope so, because like I definitely like I want to say that.
Yeah,
and I wanted
to
say
I think
that
that's what's going to happen when Frank shows up. It just seems like John Bernthal just having his presence. I mean, look at the accountant too. Everybody's raving that the accountant too is going to be like is better than the first one. And it's like, yeah, because of John Bernthal. being the
The
opposite.
Odyssey.
Well, and
Yeah.
not
The
only
Odyssey.
that, too, they set up in the first accountant like you knew this was happening.
Yeah.
In this next movie, like
I'm really
they set it
surprised
up
we got a
so
sequel for
well.
that. I'm happy I'm getting a sequel to that. I'm really surprised we're getting one. I'm pleasantly surprised.
I agree.
That's the thing.
It's pretty much a miracle that we are getting a sequel, and the only reason we are,
And we're
is
gonna get a
because
third
of
one.
Amazon.
We're gonna get a
You know,
third
it's
one.
ironic. Like after watching this episode, I can understand where William's coming from about not really giving too much of a shit about the other Defenders, and that's totally fine. Like, my first instinct after watching the third episode was like, oh, I want to go revisit the Punisher show, and I can't wait to see.
That's how I felt. Yeah,
That's the one thing I can't wait to see next year when they do season 2 is that special presentation with Frank Castle.
Ooh, yeah.
That's gonna be
Especially when he
fucking
said
one
it's
for
gonna
the
be
books.
like a
It's
shotgun.
dark.
Yeah, the way he said it too, he's like, yeah, this is gonna be fucking intense.
This is a fucking shotgun blast, and you're not ready for it. I can't.
All of a sudden, we hear that it's directed by Zack Snyder. Slow motion.
Jesus Christ. No, it's Taika Waititi. It's Taika Waititi. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, this is one thing I do want a moratorium on. If I could get my wish, and I have it on our show too. Stop asking for Tom Holland to show up in this right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Never gonna happen.
No.
Not
Stop
only
it.
not gonna happen, it's not necessary.
Legally it could, but even if he legally could, listen, there's a certain audience you can take to Spider-Man, and then there's this show. This show is fucked up. All right. And I say that as a compliment to this show. This show's last scene had a guy getting shot point blank. All right, we ain't talking about Mr. Stark's glasses. This show, dude, there's 30 compound fractures in an apartment scene where he just beats the hell out of these people, and he adds
And
a
they
couple
still get to
of
walk
punches.
away.
He adds a couple of punches and kicks just for the hell of it. This ain't that environment, man. We don't, dude. You're gonna scar kids. You try to, hey, mommy, let's go. You can take the family to go see Spider-Man, whatever. You take the family to go see this. You came from my kind of family.
Okay.
Violent watching this.
Okay.
Again,
So-
you get that scene where Kingpin's taking the door to someone.
Oh, yes,
at that
my
point,
God,
and then he
yeah.
looks at the screen saying, "Hi, I'm Wilson Fisk, aka the Kingpin. You're watching Disney Plus."
Okay. So
at the same time, though, I at one point, because I agree, but at the same time, I think it can be done because I did watch finally the Spider-Man show, and look, Daredevil showing up in that was fucking phenomenal. I think
great.
the only thing here is that, kind of like William was saying, is that I get the mention, Spider-Man. It's New York.
yeah,
you kind of
he
mentioned
said a
the
man dressed as a spider. Or whatever.
right. You got to mention the vigilantes and it's Fisk, and that made complete sense and stuff. But Spider-Man has no business being in this show. He's got absolutely no business being in this show. Murdoch showing up in a Spider-Man movie, I think, is very different.
That's fine. That's
I
fine.
think that's yeah. But
yeah, because you can She-Hulk him there, and it's totally fine.
Oh, Lord. I hope we just mentally retcon that. We just did. This just never gets referred to again.
What I mean is,
I don't hate
you can take Daredevil and kind of malleably form him into something a little bit more lighter and still have it feel like it's
right.
Daredevil.
Still PG-13 type stuff. Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't even say it like
can't
that.
go the other way around though. It's like you can do it one way. I don't know if
Yeah.
Well, the thing is
agree with you, William.
I just go back to the Spider-Man TV show from '94. Like, Daredevil had a part to play. I think it's season 3 is when Matt Murdock makes an appearance, and it's him, Spider-Man, and they go up against Kingpin, and Daredevil's just like, oh yeah, I can feel people's personalities or whatever, and I can see, behind masks and whatnot, I can read identities. And Spider-Man's like, oh, you know my identity, and Daredevil's like, no, you're fine. I respect your privacy. It's all good. And I'm just like, oh, if only.
Which is why I honestly really liked the new Spider-Man show, the Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man.
I like everything
interaction
about that show except the animation. I think the animation is
I get that.
It's mediocre, if not almost worse than Invincible.
I get that. 100%.
Wow,
I think
that's strong.
the weird thing for me is that I was kind of, I don't know, used to or not used to it, but just more familiar with it because I really love that 2000 Spider-Man MTV show, and it felt kind of similar in the animation, and so
it's very similar, and I don't think it's good at all. I thought the animation in Invincible was bad, and then I watched Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. I was like, ooh,
Yeah.
A new contender has entered the ring, Smash Bros. Style.
Anytime you're doing that 3D animation, you got to be real. It's a very fine line. I think that you're, but I enjoy, as far as the show and the story and like the Matt Murdock and Spider-Man interaction, I thought it was fantastic.
Oh, sure.
I loved it.
Yeah, but at the same time, we don't need Spider-Man to boost Daredevil.
Right, to come into Daredevil.
One of the things that
Amen to
people
that,
were
100%.
emphasizing was the fact that when it came to the first week premiere, it got less views than they were like, oh my God, it got less views than the Acolyte and in Ahsoka. And I'm going, hold on, guys. Hold on. You're telling me that the show that they brought from Netflix, that is a very mature show, that's a continuation after 7 years, that's about a superhero that is blind, that beats, villains and bad guys to a pulp in a dark Hell's Kitchen. You're telling me that got less views than the
didn't blow up on Disney Plus
Star Wars movie, the Star Wars show? Like, what are we doing here? Like, when I saw people saying that, they're like, oh my God, they totally ruined the brand. And I'm like, no, there's just like, when it comes to Star Wars,
audience.
Family can watch The Acolyte, family can watch Ahsoka.
Yeah.
Family is not going to sit down and go, well, kids, we have this Daredevil show where at the beginning we have this guy named Bullseye who kills somebody who's very close to him. And then there's going to be this crazy, like, where he throws him off a building, tries to kill him. There's going to be a lot of brutality in that. Are you okay?
Well, look, if I'm being honest,
the shit out of me when I was seeing people going, oh my God, it got less than the Acolyte. I'm going, of course it did. Why the fuck would it not get less than the Acolyte, which was marketed as a family-friendly Star Wars show? This is not a family-friendly show. Oh.
It may have gotten less views, but I promise you, it probably didn't cost nearly as much to make the Acolyte as did Daredevil.
Oh my God.
There's the difference.
And if I'm being honest too, like, even though I may not be crazy about it, like, it's gonna go up in ratings. Totally. It's gonna go up each episode in ratings. I think it's kind of a dual thing where it was like, like you said, obviously families aren't gonna watch, crazy violent shit on Disney Plus, but at the same time, too, like, Disney Plus shows have not been consistently good.
No.
And I think there is a hesitation, and I think once people saw those first 2 or 3 episodes, now we're going to start to see that viewership boost, because they're going, okay, yeah, this is more in line with what I wanted and more in line with that Netflix show and stuff. And I think there was a lot of hesitance before that. Like, even though you can say it's TV mature and all that type of stuff, you said the same thing about Moon Knight and the same thing about Echo, and it was shit. So you still have some things to prove in that sense in Disney Plus. So I think we're going to see like some by the time the show ends, it's going to be huge. I think it's going to be absolutely huge.
I think even to that point, like, Marvel is very much aware that, like, things on Disney Plus aren't exactly like popping off in the way that Disney has expected them to. So that's probably why they initially had an 18 episode count to begin with, because they probably had the thought of, well, if we're going to do Daredevil again, let's, as Snyder said, put all your bullets in the fucking can. Let's do what we can with this story, and God forbid if we get more of it, we get more of it. But we're gonna tell a hell of a fucking story with this character whom a lot of people love, and we're gonna carry it over from Netflix, and we're gonna do the best we can. If we get more, we get more. If not, it's fucking A-okay. William, go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry.
I think there's a. No, that's all right. I think there's with all that combined, I think all those are right. I think there's another issue too. And we found this out when we were trying to engage people in the show. As popular as the Netflix show is, and we all watched it and everything else, with MCU proper, a lot of people didn't watch this show. As many people that watched this show on Netflix and got its cult following, in comparison to the overall broad general audience, the MCU, not a lot of them watched the show. And I'm finding this out. They knew of the show, but a lot of the mentality, you got to remember the mentality 7 years ago was if they had done a good job branding their MCU proper stuff with their fans, and a lot of their fans, not most of them, would not watch this other stuff. And I'm not saying that's the right thing, but now you have 3 years of homework to do if you want to jump into this. Now you hear your buddies talking about it, you hear us talking about it, you're like, okay, there's 39 other episodes that make this relevant. Now that's a little bit more of a burden. I don't think that. I think the people who want to watch the show will eventually do it, but that's a lot more baggage to carry into a show. Whereas some of these other shows didn't have that. You literally, if you wanted to start watching a show and you hadn't watched it on Netflix, that's 39 episodes worth that you really got to go through in order to understand the concepts of the show.
Not to mention the inclusion of Defenders, which you pretty
And
much
Punisher.
have to watch to understand season 3, and then Punisher to get all like you can kind of skip Jessica Jones and Luke Cage, but to get all of the context of Daredevil,
Jessica Jones is so good.
you need
the first season.
That first season was outstanding.
Excellent.
But even then too, I kind of like, and I agree with you and kind of disagree with you in a sense, William, in that like that first season, talks about the New York event and all these types of things, and so they try to include the MCU. It's just that I think at that time, right, that was before Marvel had kind of gathered everything under one
correct
distribution and stuff, and so it was connected, but it was on Netflix. And then you had Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which was connected, but on ABC. And exactly.
Yeah.
And so
see, that was on free TV. That one was on free TV. And I can't believe Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. got as long as it did. And I had to look at that twice. I'm like, wow. But that was on free TV versus no, I'm not saying it's, but 7 years.
But the thing is they're both technically connected.
They're canon, but which one? Not everybody was on Netflix. More people probably watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. because it was on free TV than they did on a subscription service. And like I said, they weren't. People's mind back in 2015 were still locked into what MCU proper were feeding them. Their minds were not open to these other things. Now we're in 2024, 2025. The mentality of those same people is different now. It's actually got better to the point where their minds are open to a lot of things because they're looking other places for content. When Daredevil first came out, they were not looking for other places of content. They were zeroed in. That was the height of the MCU. That's all they needed. And now we're bringing this other thing back in, and there's homework. So I think that's along with everything else you guys said, I think that's a part of it too. But I think now that it is integrated, it's on Disney Plus. When you go to watch the show, you can start, you can binge. I can't do the binge watching, my brain will fry, but a lot of people can do the binge watching, right? So you can can cut through this stuff in a good short amount of time and be right. And I think once that starts happening, I think the numbers are going to go up too. Plus word of mouth. It's a great show.
It's
word of mouth.
Yeah. Oh, anyways. Yeah. I'm just saying I think you're right. I think it's going to build up, especially when Frank gets involved and we have that dynamic. We already know from set photos that we know that there's going to be a Daredevil and Punisher total team up that is happening. We've seen the set photos. So I think when those episodes start kicking the gear, and I think we're leading into that. I think episode 4 is where Matt Murdock's going to finally visit, where he's going to find Frank. I don't know how he's going to do it. What's going to happen?
The axe. Can you put the axe down, Frank?
But then it's some people were suspecting that maybe Frank was the reason why he looked like that was because he was part of the blip, or maybe he wasn't part of the blip, and he just was he saw what happened with the blip, so he just went crazy, and it was just whatever the fuck. I mean, they haven't mentioned anything about the blip. And a lot of people are kind of wondering, Frank Castle, maybe he just, after the blip happened and he saw people, he just kind of fucking went underground and just, that's why he looks so haggard. Maybe they won't even talk about the blip. Maybe the blip is just old news now because the Infinity Saga is done, and maybe we don't even have to talk about that anymore.
It's one of those things where I agree. You don't have to.
You don't have to.
It's one of those cool moments. Oh, he said it. That's where it is. But it doesn't have to. I'm not going to take this show down a peg because they don't mention the blip. I'll take it down a peg for something else, but that's just more of it's cool they mentioned it. Need it, don't need it. I can see both sides.
Yeah, that end of that first episode when Wilson Fisk wins the election, and this is something, like I said, there's a difference between the Netflix show and this show. They immersed you in the environment of what he was feeling. He was so disappointed. He fought for these people, and they basically did that. And that song that they used, "Staring at the Sun," at the end of that show, while he's overlaid of all the voices and all the conflict of the people he can hear, that was perfectly placed. That's and that's not a downgrade to the other show, because to be honest with you, 6-7 years ago, the storytelling apparatus was different. I mean, I can't. It's hard for me to judge a show that was really in a different era of comic book storytelling. Now you're bringing it up to this, and everybody wants something different. Daredevil was the most different thing out there. What I would like to see them do with the money that they are spending on this show, I was disappointed in the Bullseye fight at the beginning of episode 1, or at the end of episode 1. I was disappointed in that. The close quarters single camera thing, I really didn't like that. That fight should have taken place over several rooftops, over those drop down ladders, all kinds of things. And I want to see them have a fight with Daredevil and whatever he's fighting from the echolocation point of view. I don't think it's an expensive thing to do, I guess, but you got the money. I want to see these things from his point of view, like, Bullseye throwing cards, whatever. I want to see that in the echolocation just for a few minutes. I thought that fight was one of the things I did not like about the first episode. And then he just tosses him off the roof like that, like he was a dead cat or something.
That's where kind of I was agreeing earlier with Phil in that, like, I mean, for me, because, if you read the comic, yeah, like, Daredevil swings and he fucking can flip and do all these kind of crazy things and stuff. It's just that, at least, I'll be honest, in both shows, in the Netflix show and in this show, that CGI isn't there. That CGI is...
It was a little rough. It was a little jerky, a little shaky, but,
him doing the whole swing and then, like, stopping for a second on the wall and then sliding that... What the hell was that? Like, it's weird because I think it's cool to see him do that.
Yeah,
because I want to see him do that. Just I'll be honest, if you're gonna do it, like, that's something you probably do in the movies, and you.
Well, that's what's kind of funny too. Like, a lot of people were throwing around his introduction in She-Hulk, and they went, "Oh my god, how better was it?"
You know what? I'll be honest. I went back and saw the clip from She-Hulk.
Yeah,
from She-Hulk. The fight is better. The flipping and all of that, like his.
I think I think it was just, I don't know. I think just the fact that they repurposed that opening scene.
Yeah.
Again, it's just one of those, like, the VFX artists didn't have enough time to do what they needed to do.
Oh, that's right, because it was out of order. Yeah, I remember that.
Well, I think it's one of those situations again where they didn't have the time and maybe the resources to, like, really.
But it's weird because I don't hate it because I like seeing him do it. Like, that's what I want to see.
Yeah.
It's just,
you want to see Daredevil do Daredevil things, right?
It's janky. It's not. Yeah, it's not.
Twitchy. It's a little twitchy. I get it. It's a little. I've
seen worse.
Yeah, it's a little like, there's always going to be comparisons to worse, but it felt like it was early 2000s, like when they were still trying to find their footing when it came to Spider-Man. It was like, oh yeah, there's like a couple times where it looks a little twitchy. And I think the thing that, like, when we gripe about this, it's one of those things where we kind of go like, well, Marvel Studios, come on, you've been around for this, you're the biggest studio, and you have to. But at the same time, then you go, okay, but originally this was not supposed to be a thing when they were first establishing this, and God knows, and we've heard the horror stories when it comes to VFX houses in these big studios where they are limited and everything, and then they change shit at the last minute. And you can only do so much when it comes to changing shit. I mean, Jesus Christ. And when we talk about the first Black Panther, that whole final act fight was just
the Killmonger fight scene. Man, I don't want to hear shit about the Flash babies when I sat through that. And that movie was great. And that did not stop me from loving Black Panther. Because that Killmonger, dude, that was some Crayola shit for a couple of minutes there. And
that scene where he's jumping on the car.
Oh man! I mean, but you know what? I didn't analyze it to that point. I'm like, I still love that movie
because it was a good story.
Yeah, sometimes I'm gonna accept that every now and then. This stuff is really hard to do, and even the best have a bad day at the office. That's what I'm at with it.
They do. But I know, Chris, you're going to take off, and so Phil, you're also going to take off too. So we'll send you off. You guys off. Chris, you go first. I know we didn't talk a lot about the Snyder Cut. I know the Snyder Cut's coming up with their anniversary, but I think next Friday you got
another week. You always
got another week. We can reflect again, so always great. But I love the shirt.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, can't go wrong with some good geek stuff, right?
No, you cannot.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Yeah.
Between you and Phil, you guys have the best nerd shirts. I wish I had shirts like you guys because I love your guys' shirts.
Yeah, I actually made my shirt myself. I was like,
you
oh,
did.
yeah.
Oh,
Wondering where you
Yeah.
got that. That's
oh,
Yeah.
Listen here, goddammit. No, I'm just
I
kidding.
didn't know you made
No.
that. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, I was like, I just had the idea. I was like, well, he calls the joke. She calls the Joker pudding, so make him a pudding
That's
bowl.
great. That's
You
beautiful.
know, so,
That is pretty.
so I remember it was like back in like 2017, 2018. I was like, and I had a program on my computer that I draw plans with and stuff. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to use this to draw some. And I was like, I had this idea. And I was like, well, and I was like looking at other drawings of like Harley Quinn. And then I was like, okay, let's make it like a pudding shirt. And then it's like the Joker's pudding, like in a bowl. Okay.
There you go.
See if that works. So yeah, I know. And I was like, oh shit, I haven't worn this shirt in forever. So anyways, you
Good
want
time to
that
break it
in the
out.
like closet? Anybody? All right.
I'll
Go ahead,
take it.
Chris.
Yeah. As always, thanks for having me on. Good seeing everyone tonight. Glad to see everyone's in relatively healthy. I know Phil you feel better with your allergies, man.
Dude,
Yeah.
this last
Freaking allergies.
week has been a fucking mess, but thank you.
Welcome to spring. Unfortunately, I'll be suffering with you later.
Oh yeah, pollination.
But yeah, you can follow me on all the socials at Chris Balga. You can check me out except for this week, every Thursday night, 9:10 Eastern Standard Time, in the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel for Marvel Alliance. Check out on the audio feeds, just searching for Marvel Alliance. This week, I know David and Travis, who stood in for me this week, talked about what we just talked about, Daredevil, and Sadie Sink being possibly cast in Spider-Man 4.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about that.
And then, but yeah, you can check me on Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Organic Price Books Buyer's Guide on the Brave and the Boys YouTube channel. But as always, gentlemen, thank y'all, and see y'all next week.
Bye, buddy.
Thank you, Chris. Always
It's always
great.
a pleasure, man.
Phil?
Always a
All right,
pleasure.
Chris.
Toodles.
Toodaloo.
Yeah. And Phil, you good? Or
Dude, I'm so sorry. This is like the second week in a row I got to bounce because of my fucking
Oh, good,
allergies,
man.
Like,
it happened.
I don't know how it is down there, but man, it's been windy and wet and like
It's
Yeah,
bad.
well, it's been cold and damp down here.
Vegas
I
is
would
getting
take
what you
that.
guys have been getting. So like this week has been rough for me because it's.
I would
it's
take
bad.
that than whatever the fuck is going on in the valley
Yeah.
right now because it
Those
is just
sprays, my
wind
friend.
and rain. Dude, I've got saline spray. I've got it all, man. It's
I got the
awesome.
cheap stuff. I'll take the Claritin and all that later on. But yeah, I'm suffering.
Yeah, I need to get some Claritin, but
I got the NyQuil.
I have Friday Phil show. We came back this week because last week was kind of a slow week. Probably be back next week for sure. I'm on the Council of Creators every Wednesday, Party Nation every Tuesday, here every Friday, happily. My friends here, love chatting it up, love talking to all you guys. It's always a blast. I've met both of these guys. What way am I doing this? There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Met both of these guys in person. They're fucking awesome people. I think that's about all I have to plug. Yeah. That sounds about right.
Social media sites. Where can they find you?
Oh, right.
Twitter.
Everywhere except no.
Everywhere but Twitter.
Everywhere but Twitter. Vero, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky. Just search Unfiltered. You'll find me there, except Twitter, because fuck Twitter. But always a blast getting to chat it up with you guys. I hope you guys have a great rest of your conversation. I will tune in and catch wherever this timestamp is afterwards and finish it up. But you guys have a great rest of your night. Much love, brothers.
Yeah.
Feel better, man.
Get well.
Take care.
Hey, yeah, take those meds. Get some sleep.
Yeah, get some rest. But yeah, that's one thing we didn't talk about is the whole who is Sadie Sink going to be playing in Spider-Man. I mean, obviously, so just because she's a redhead, everybody's going, she's going to play the actual Mary Jane Watson.
My funny thing was I thought be the cheers, and then be Gwen Stacy. Keeping the redhead thing of Gwen Stacy.
That's where I went. That's where mine went, because I mean they already have an MJ. Yeah, it's not the normal MJ. It's Michelle Jones or whatever,
Right.
and that's who Zendaya is. And they've already established that. So it's like, why do you need to actually have a
I
Mary
was
Jane?
gonna say, like, do you guys think because they have that, I guess, alternate MJ, do we need a Mary
No, we
Jane
don't need that.
Watson?
No, I don't think we need
Yeah.
that. I think, like I said, yeah. I again, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, they cast a redhead, so immediately, who's the redhead in the fucking universe?
Who's been the right?
Yeah, they
What?
everybody automatically does that, but then but then all of a sudden it's like, hey, Emma Stone, she got cast when she got cast in Amazing Spider-Man. She was like a redhead, but then it was like, oh no,
But she
she's
did
not.
dye her hair for that one.
Yeah,
And I think Sadie's thinking that if the enemy is the Green Goblin, if the enemy is this version's Green Goblin, then I would say it would be I'd
You
say it
think
would
it's
be
gonna be Green Goblin? This
yeah, and I think I think that's what they should do. I'm not saying that's what they will do, but if it is,
Oh,
and
I
the
would
reason
love
why,
that.
and
I
the
would
reason
love
why,
that.
because of No Way Home, the
Right.
conflict and the dynamic of him meeting this, he's gonna know what Norman Osborn is gonna be before Norman, and he'll probably try to do some soft-hearted shit to be like, I can change him. Nope, that motherfucker's gonna be who he's gonna be in every universe,
Exactly.
and that's where the conflict should be.
Well, first of all, we saw No Way Home together.
Yeah.
At the and so I think we had that same kind of feeling of like, this is the perfect, especially kind of with the whole everybody forgetting everything. Okay, you're going
Yeah.
to college. You can start the whole thing of meeting not Norman, who's Norman's son's Mike. God,
Harry.
Yeah, thank you. Wow. I'm not
yeah.
trying. But
Trust
yeah,
me, I have brain farts all the time. I get it.
I can have it behind me and not and forget it. So yeah.
So it's for me. I thought like this is kind of the perfect setup. Like, go to college, nobody knows, and then you meet Harry, and that becomes your kind of new best friend. Bring in the Osborn aspect. I'm with you, William. I 100% agree that like that would be phenomenal. I think
Before he even puts on that mask, he's gonna know who's your dad. Oh, Norman Osborn. He's like, oh shit.
But with knowing the release date of this film, which is between Doomsday and Secret Worlds, this is probably going to be a setup film.
I don't think so. I think there'll be a setup towards the end of it, but I don't think that they're going to. I think they're going to continue along where they finished off with. I don't think you're going to see the effects of Secret Wars. You'll see them in post-credit things like this. You might see something, but I'm just suspecting that the heart of the story in Spider-Man 4 is going to be Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. That doesn't mean that
we may see Spider-Man in Doomsday. More than likely,
yeah, but that's years.
So
I mean,
that's gonna whatever happens there is going to have to connect to.
Maybe not, because you still have okay. So by the time these movies get released, remember these movies are like 26, 27. Wow. So they're down the line. You could tell. You could tell a full-on Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man story, and then have him in there, have him in a post-credit scene. Because Fantastic Four, I think they're going to keep the Secret War storyline for the first cycle of it, with then like the Avengers, Fantastic Four type movies, and then as it gets bigger, it will spread out to these characters. Because what's going to happen is you're going to start seeing you're going to see every damn Marvel character that's ever existed on screen, and they're going to get killed off. And then at the end of Secret Wars, you're going to have one timeline, possibly a few, but one timeline to where the X-Men and the mutants, everything that they want to have,
from here,
So I think Spider-Man. I think they're going to keep Spider-Man mostly intact, to where the story they tell you in Spider-Man 4 can't be upset by what happens. Whenever the Prime or the Sacred Timeline happens, it shouldn't affect Spider-Man. It shouldn't affect Spider-Man, because they've set it up to where it doesn't matter. The spell already takes care of anybody who ever knew who he was, anything that ever happened to him. So I don't think that anything in Spider-Man should be set up so that it could be undone when you unravel this universe. So, but that's a suspect, feeling I got. What do you think, Dave?
No, I get it. But we got your partner joining in right now. We got Brad Coran, who apparently had something interesting happen to him this week.
Did I?
I was reaching for my buzzer, but I realized I'm not on my show. You could have always said no, Dave. No, I'm just kidding.
I know. Hey, I was like, I I should have done my due diligence, and
He should have been in the thumbnail. He should have been in the thumbnail, man. How do you?
you know what? I mean, he became a little bit of a celebrity this week.
Well, no, and listen, the story behind that, like how I found out that happened, that you guys are gonna love this because
Okay, well, let's first set the just in case people don't know what happened, but
I'll be right
Zack
back.
Snyder, he William's like, I've already.
No, I have to pee. I
No,
literally
I get
have
it.
to
It's fine. I'm busting your balls. No, but if anybody wanted to know like exactly what happened, it was Brad Coran, who also writes for comicbook.com. He wrote a piece, like a couple of weeks ago?
It was about
the beginning of March.
Yeah, it was about now it's about like almost 2 weeks ago, but like,
about a couple of weeks.
it was about a week. It had been live at this point.
Yeah, you wrote about the Man of Steel teaser trailer, how it's still one of the best, and I agree with you because I mean, you watch that trailer, it's just so artsy, and I remember I think even Zach told me like when we were at Full Circle, I think there was like some things he mentioned some things where the fact that he wanted to make it so artsy, and the fact that when you have those shots in that trailer. Where it's just like, it's just zeroed in on wind chimes and fucking things that are hanging from the house.
That too, but like the impact of it being because so this was at least personally for me. Brad, you might relate because you're kind of around my age, but like the whole this was the next thing for the DC.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, at the
right,
time,
like you're watching this trailer as at the Dark Knight Rises, the finish of this trilogy,
the finish of the Dark Knight trilogy.
Yeah, that made it really special. Yeah,
and this was
ground a
what's
Superman.
Next.
This is how you show how you ground a Superman.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and what was so fun too was the whole thing that Zach did of certain theaters had the Russell Crowe narration, certain theaters had
I remember that too.
Narration. Cool. I got the Russell Crowe narration, which is my favorite.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, like I just love that.
I think I got Russell Crowe, but it's been like 13 years, so I don't.
Yeah. So
I actually think I got Kevin Costner the first time I saw it. Maybe I saw it online. I don't know. I saw both, but I don't know what I saw in the theater.
Right.
But I think the first one I saw was the Kevin Costner.
I'll never forget the Russell Crowe. Like you'll be a.
You'll help them accomplish wonders. You'll give the people.
Yeah, just that. You're like. Bro.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. So I wrote.
How do they artsy Superman? They artsy.
Yeah, and him like hitchhiking and
him as a kid standing with the
cape.
Yeah.
And then there was the Lord of the Rings music too. Was kind of like just the cherry on top.
Very much that. But so obviously talking about that trailer, Brad wrote that, and then. A few days ago, Zach just goes, cool stuff. And he posts the article. And that's very Zach-like. I'm telling you, just for somebody who has interacted with him, like messaging-wise, he's a man of few words when it comes to just messaging. Of course, when you actually get him to talk, the dude has a ton of words.
When he's been on the Vodka stream so many times, he said, I can stick around for like about 20 minutes, then like an hour and a half later.
The dude is like, you get him in a conversation about things that he enjoys, which is movies and cameras and just storytelling. You can't get the man to shut up. You can't get the man to shut up. But when he does little things like this, because he never is on Twitter, and then when he posted that, I was like, what the fuck? And I'm like, oh, he posted that. And then when I clicked on it, I went, oh shit. I was like, when is Brad going to realize this? I almost wanted to send it to you, but I didn't want to because I'm sure you got so many people sent it to you. So I was like, all right, I'm not going to send it to him, but as soon as you actually post about it, I'll like and fucking retweet but it took you a little bit because you were not instantly reacting to it.
Because here's kind of a little bit of the story I'll share about like how I found out, and I was probably the last person on earth it seems who saw that happen. So and this, by the way, this is kind of like a bit of a pattern with me and Zach, where whenever he decides he's gonna like post something that's just gonna just blow everything up, the man knows when I'm going to be away from social media for like 2 or 3 hours because he picks those times to do it. Like the picture with James Gunn. That's my dojo that I'm a part of, that I'm an assistant coach, and we were having some belt testing that day, and I was helping out with that. So I was on the mat helping with that, and then just like we had a break between the tests, I just looked at my phone and I saw that had been there for like 2 hours already, the Zack and James Gunn picture. But with this, I just was just kind of off. It wasn't even for like any particular reason. I just kind of decided to unplug, just kind of chill for like, a couple hours there.
Nothing
And
wrong with that.
then I was DMing.
Pussy. Oh, sorry, my mic. I'm sorry. We've been having an echo problem all night.
He's typing to me like one letter at a time.
And because I got to take my nap. I'm not. Wait, I have a cold. I don't know. I sound like a Muppet tonight. I can't. Really? And I'm like, dude, you know what? I was in basic training. I had walking pneumonia. You know what I kept doing? I kept walking. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, anyway, I was so I was kind of offline most of that afternoon, and then I was just like I was talking with one of my editors about just some other thing I was working on at the time, and just kind of getting ready to roll into the week. And he said, "Okay, that sounds good. Oh, by the way, congratulations on Zack sharing that article he wrote." And I was, wait a minute, what?
What?
And then he linked it to me, and then I click on it, and I see that, and then also see like I've got my DMs and my tags are just like through the roof on that. So
he sent it to me, and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Oh, because I was asleep. I was actually asleep because I,
so when you unplug,
not that I needed no overnight sleep. You take midday naps like an old guy, but so I saw it, and then I'm like, oh my goodness, both of you. But remember when he did the AF? I was talking to Dave. I was actually talking to, hey, Dave, can you spread the word about our fundraiser? And literally while I'm typing him to that gets spread on his Twitter. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, that's like he's figured out. He just he's gotten hold of my schedule or something. He knows when I'm not going to be online, and he decides to do this stuff where he's going to just break the internet and just do this, that, or whatever. When I'm not going to see it until like 3 or 4 hours later. When he was like dropping the pictures and the storyboards during the release of Snyder Cut period, that happened that was probably like 2/3 of whenever he would drop something. I would be like one of the last people to see it just because he just times it. He just knows what I'm not. Like I remember like the Martian Manhunter reveal. That was I think that was a Saturday morning when he did that. So I wake up, I pull up my phone. That's literally the first thing I see, and I actually DM because I was with Screen Rant at the time, and I was working with Mr. Stephen Colbert a lot. Of course, he's been on the Vodka stream all the time, and I see that. I DM him first thing in the morning. See that, DM Steve. And my exact words I remember to this day were, "Leave it to me to sleep on a Saturday morning." So where
were you? Where were you when he posted the turkey in Infinite Crisis crap?
That was another one. I remember being like, probably because it was Thanksgiving, so I was having dinner with the family, so I was away from Twitter for that too.
You needed to be. I wish I was away from Twitter.
That kind of got a little bit like all the picking that apart kind of.
I wish I was away from Twitter from that.
I cannot believe how many people blocked each other over that. I'm like, first of all, it's the holidays. Second of all, it's a graphic novel and a dead bird. What are we doing here? What the fuck is going on?
Well, people just go like, "Oh my god, he's hinting." It's like, no, he's just
that's
cooking a turkey.
He loves to do stuff and put little Easter eggs in.
But see, that's the sad thing about fandom is that like you can't be a director and tease certain things and not have it be differentiated from other types of posts. Like yes, certain things are teases. Other things are just happy holidays. I like to read.
He was hungry.
This is on my kind of counter right now. Like,
and this with me,
whatever.
And this was like that was obviously he just saw that, and that's he wasn't like teasing. I don't think he was teasing anything. He just saw that. Oh, that's very complimentary of the trailer for my movie.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody close to his to him was like, "Hey, man, did you see this? Maybe he saw that, or maybe who knows."
Yeah, because it had been live for about a week.
There could be somebody that said, "Hey, did you see this?" Or because he's a busy man. Or
he see this, and by the way, here's when Brad's not going to be online.
Yeah, exactly. He goes, "Oh, this Brad guy, I think he's not online. If I look at his analytics when it comes to his usage, I think I'm going to post this right now."
Right.
But yeah, it was just like one of those things where it was just boom, boom, and I was like, "Oh shit!" And before I just responded, I was like, "Oh yeah, he posted that," and then I clicked on it. I went, oh shit, it's from Brad. I went, oh cool. And then I was like, well, I'm not going to send it to him because I'm sure he's getting blasted right now. I'll be reluctant to do that because I immediately was like going, oh shit, I should send this to Brad. But I'm going, he's probably got a ton of people doing that. And then as soon as you posted, I was like, all right, boom, boom, boom. And then I talked about it, of course, on Monday's show.
Which thank you for the shout out, man. That was
yeah. No, always, man, dude. It's great when you get recognized by somebody you respect and idolize or whatever the hell. It's just, I can only imagine just when you saw that, you probably just like sat back and went, what the fuck? Like
much,
Zach,
yeah.
like literally retweeted something I wrote. What?
He did that actually also with one I did at Screen Rant about about 5 years ago now. It was right.
Yeah.
It was the one I did. It was a news one I did about all the FSP work the fandom had done. It was like about 2 months before the movie was, or something like that. It was in January of 2020. Okay, so that's about 4 months or 5, whatever it is. And that's another instance where it's like I was offline. I was actually out. I was running some errands, and I was running into Target, and my phone just went bonkers. And like, what the hell? I thought what had happened was like he posted something new. He posted like a picture or a storyboard, and I looked down, and again I'm getting tagged left and right. So, okay, again, thank you very much, Zach. So I do have a little bit of a history of this happening, which again I'm very grateful for. Just again, people in the business and the cool thing about that too is that it wasn't one that I like had shared on my page and that he quote tweeted. Like he took the URL, put it on his page, and said, bang, here it is. So, that's always very gratifying to see people you're writing about their work or you're a fan of their work, and they kind of return that in kind when you're reporting on, just saying, hey, check out what this guy wrote about what I did.
Yeah. No, I think that's what Zach. When he does stuff like that, I mean, he goes, hey, yeah, he's reflecting back on his work. And then he goes, okay, this article really captures what I was trying to put forth, which I think, again, that Man of Steel teaser trailer is just one of the best CBM teaser trailers ever. I mean, I think we can all relate on that because it's so good. But what's great about Zach is like, he'll just do random shit like that. And then when we have somebody like Jared Parrington just like respond to him with that whole like animation,
with that animatic of
Henry Cavill's Superman pulling the ship in BVS because that animated form, which looks so gorgeous. And then I was like going, when somebody tagged me on that, I went, whoa, look at that.
I was pulling the ship. That was neat. That was
and that was correct me if I'm wrong. That was like concept art for BBS that he took that and like turned that into like a.
But he turned it into an animation, and then I'm going, holy shit! Wait, this guy has done a lot of art stuff like that, and I know it's you say the A word in Snyderverse. I know people get upset, but at the same time, I'm going, Jesus Christ! If they're really gonna. It's the fact that I don't know. It was just like one of those things. And I'm like, I know Zach is completely open for, hey, if I want to like finish the story in DC. And I kind of wonder when it came up, when that meetup with James Gunn, you cannot tell me they did not talk about. That stuff. Yeah. And then maybe thought, and then of course it's like, what about animation? Have you thought about that? And then maybe there was things, I don't know.
Well, but the way I think about it is that, like, it could have. Yeah. It was a conversation about everything, and then probably they could have said, like, "Hey, look, this goes well, and I get some good standing after Superman and this type of stuff. If you want to do an animation or you want to do a comic or whatever, like
the comic,
that door is open." But I feel like it was almost kind of like a conversation with Ayer, like that Gunn had with Ayer, where it's like, look,
comic. I love that cover right there. That's for me.
But it's like I need to get some good standing here. I need to show that Superman is successful and that these other things are going to be successful, and then I can go to Zaslav and go, hey, this is me going, I think this is going to work.
But at the same time,
trust me at that point.
But at the same time, Austin, I'm going, it's not that he even has to like go, hey, Zazzy Pants, what about this? I think there's so much, because when they took a picture together, they knew that was going to blow up the internet.
100%.
And it did.
Absolutely.
You know, like it was Gunn's idea 100%. Zack went with it. Did Zack post it on his own social media? No, but he doesn't always do that. When he's taking selfies with other people, he's not always done that. He could have done that, and it would have blown up. It would have blown up the internet even more if he posted it on Vero. But he just decided not to at the same time. But at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, what did they discuss? Obviously, Zack has seen more of Superman than we have, because you better believe that James Gunn was like, "Hey, I'm going to show you some Superman stuff.
Sure.
You know, give me some notes." I 100%, because I just think that Gunn is all about like, hey, let me know what you think about this. I want your expertise. I want your notes. I want everything. And I'm sure he showed him footage and everything.
He probably
not to mention that Gunn has said, we're taking inspiration from everything that's come before.
Yeah.
This is kind of a big, it's an honoring of what's come before, and it's making something new, and it's trying to be all of that. So Gunn has said that's been the hard thing about making this movie. And so, yeah, of course, the only other person that made a Superman movie is not in Hollywood right now.
Yeah.
And the other one is dead. So,
yeah,
that's a good way to put it, man.
Like, it's, I of course would want to meet with Zack and be like, you did something that was impactful.
Yeah,
it wasn't like, so.
I very much think Gunn recognizes that. I mean, that's why he recognizes the fact that, because obviously he's on social media a lot more than most directors, that's for sure. And the fact that he was just like, people say that we're pitted together and we're not, which is true. They respect each other. I'm not saying, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I've always said, it's not like they're having dinners with each other every other week with their wives. They're not besties like that, but they respect each other. They've worked with each other. Zack even has said on this very stream, James is the buddy and blah, blah, blah. But I never took it as, they're always in constant contact. They're always like, sending each other memes and stuff like that. No, it's not that kind of relationship, but it's a professional relationship and I think Gunn was like, I don't know exactly what led Zack to go onto that set or go onto the studios and talk with them, but maybe he just had some time and he was just like, you know what, you're gonna show me some Superman stuff. I'm curious.
He's probably seen the trailer.
Zack is always about the creative process. He is always about storytelling. He's always about, hey, you're gonna tell a different story. I want to see what you got. I want to see what you got. And James is trying to tell a different story. And when people, especially when it comes to the suit, obviously there's the discourse with the suit. But one of the things I really love that James Gunn said was like, hey, we lost Austin. But one of the things I always loved about that and what I respect about the new suit is the fact that he didn't want, I'm not going to do what came previous where we have the Kryptonian, very sleek and muscular looking suit. We're going to have this suit. It's not going to be a wet T-shirt where we see the definition, all this stuff. And I'm like, all right, cool. I see what you're doing. Yeah, it doesn't look as pretty, aesthetically pleasing, fine. But at the same time, and I think even somebody like Zack would be like, you know what? That is pretty cool that you did that. We went this approach. You went this approach. You're trying to do something different. And that's what I'm just trying to emphasize out there when it comes to the suit. Obviously, that's like a big discourse when it comes to Superman stuff.
I hate that suit, but I'm not going to let that. Like I said, a ridiculous suit doesn't dictate for me what's going to be a good movie. Like that. You look at the Suicide Squad. There are some absolutely absurd costumes in the Suicide Squad.
The guy with the toilet bowl on his head.
And the polka dot man, and Peter Capaldi's character. I mean, there's several different ridiculousnesses, but like I said, I don't like that suit. But it's recognizable as Superman. I hate the trunks idea, and I think the reasoning for the trunk is silly, but it's recognizable. It's Superman. That's it.
We've also kind of said on our show, it's like, I mean, like there's also like a little bit of a you thing in that, where it's like the fact that it's the Kingdom Come S. It's like you kind of like
that too. Yeah,
your preferences like put the Kingdom Come suit in a Kingdom Come 1-to-1 adaptation. Then so that's kind of like a the same thing like with Brandon Routh and on Crisis, where you had the Kingdom Come S, but it's not an adaptation of Kingdom Come. You're very much of the persuasion that don't do Kingdom Come Light or Kingdom Come Elements. Do Kingdom Come.
Go all in, or don't. I don't want to see, because that's a very special story, and that emblem is not just a visualization; it's connected to the story. And if you're not telling that story, I'd rather you use another S that is explicit to your story. But I hope if he ever does a Kingdom Come, the setting of Kingdom Come and when Kingdom Come happens in their lives is as much part of the story as everything else. That's why I don't want to see we took aspects of Kingdom Come. That's the one story for me, I think, out of all comic book stories that I think has to take place in a different day. I don't mind if James Gunn does it, but I just hope he does it with an older Superman, an older Wonder Woman, and that new generation of characters that has come up and taken their place. But just a contemporary Superman doing it, I don't think it punches as much. And Mark Waid even said that the setting is so important in Kingdom Come. So, like I said, if you're gonna do Kingdom Come, let's go all in and do Kingdom Come. But I don't want to see Diet Kingdom Come or Kingdom Come Light. I want to see, So I would rather him hand that over to somebody else in a Elseworlds and do it and be free of everything else that's in your current continuity.
To that point, also, we're kind of going back to like what discussions Zach and James Gunn may have had, during when they met at DC Studios, which again, it's like they're tiptoeing around. It's like, oh, we're just screwing around, taking a picture. It's like, you guys, we know what you're doing here. You're stirring the pot. But that's one thing I've kind of thought about is that one idea that maybe that theoretically Gunn and Zach that would seem somewhat plausible is it's what if we could like take what you had intended and sort of modify it into a Kingdom Come type like legacy story.
Which is what they should have done at the end of the 4 movies. At the end of the 4 movies, instead of leaving those movies as roadkill and losing $1.2 billion and throwing all, they should have had end credit scenes and just taken it, and then set that up for him to take care of that off the side. Instead of having instead of having these movies and say, hey, by the way, we're throwing these movies overboard like some bad beer. But we want you to go drink some of that beer. But, they did that. So I'm like, that would have been cool to do. Like, okay, we can't reshoot these movies. Let The Flash be the last movie. Let's put like end credit scenes for something else, down the line, blow up this universe. I wish they would have done it then. But that being said, if they did it now using that cast, because then you're not worried about age and all that because you're doing an older cast. And if, that would be cool. Do the big battle. Get, instead of having a Shazam versus Superman, have Black Adam versus Superman, like, and just say goodbye. One big bang, say goodbye. That'd be a lot of fun.
And that's because that's something I've thought about a lot. And I may try to write something on this at some point, is because there's been a lot of talk about the passage of time and just the logistics of could you even do this now with like the cast and like different places and Gunn making his plans. And there's another side of it. I don't think that I kind of thought, but I don't think a lot of people have talked about as much as And again, this might have been something they had talked about when they met. Maybe it's with all the baggage that preceded this. Gunn might have said to Zach, hey, again, this is just hypothetical I'm putting out there. Think, hey, it's kind of like what Austin's saying. It's like, I need to get some wins on the board, but let's give this some. What's it?
Hold on, time out. Dave, I don't mean to be rude with can you blow up Austin? Blow up Austin real quick. Blow up Austin.
Okay, why?
Blow up Austin? What did Austin do?
Go ahead, blow him up. All right, Austin, that little Dune thing. Oh. All right, if you take that down right now, I got something much nicer for you. I got a nice big 48-inch. You take that one, and I will. You bring that one to me. I will give you a nice, beautiful 48 by a beautiful poster one.
Hold up! I got this from the opening screening night, special night.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think I'm with you.
So he'll leave it there for now, but send him whatever you want to send.
Did you really
come to the center,
make a sci-fi center sale,
or go to the sci-fi?
No, not a sale. Giveaway. Come to the center. I'll be here tomorrow. Bring that with you. I will. That tiny little thing. Go ahead, Brad.
Okay. Where was I at?
What just happened,
dude? That was so funny. I think William was fixated on your Dune poster for the whole time, and. He was like, you know what? I gotta.
Yeah, and I saw him doing this. It's like, okay,
yeah. He's all. Well, I'm gonna interrupt Brad to.
What was I saying though?
What were you saying?
The thing, the other kind of side of that, I was kind of thinking about too, is that there might be, and there's an angle of this where you could look at it as like, Gunn's attitude and Zack's attitude might be, it's like there's so much baggage, there's so much kind of bad blood in the history of this preceding franchise that's kind of leading into this new one. Maybe if let's kind of let this kind of sleep and like let people heal for a while, long enough to where like once maybe we want to revisit this down the road, there's not going to be as much animosity, or it's not going to be it's not going to be burdened by all these hurt feelings and and all the behind the scenes drama. But again, that's the idea. It's kind of a kick around in my head. It's like, what if the idea is like, let's let this kind of rest for now.
Yeah.
And as Austin said, it's I need to get someone on the board with what I'm doing, and then that puts me in a better position to eventually like make some of these other things happen.
Yeah, I think a lot is riding on Superman.
And sorry if that was like
after Superman, and I firmly believe it. Again, we've talked about it numerous times. It's not going to flop. It's not going to be $1 billion. I mean, I think the diehard Gunn fans and the diehard Snyder fans are going to be both disappointed, because obviously one wants it to make $1 billion, one wants it to make only $1 million. And they're both going to be disappointed on the outcome. And I think it's going to do just enough to be like, okay, yeah, it's going to continue. But at the same time, I would not be surprised, because there's just so much riding on a lot of the stuff and no matter what anybody says, is Snyder still is going to always have his fingerprints, just like Nolan does. Nolan, Snyder, Burton, they're always going to have their even Schumacher and kind of a point, but obviously we just want the Schumacher cut to come out of Batman Forever. Yeah. But I'm just saying, there's certain creators in the DC space that just have their fingerprints on certain things. Obviously Donner and all that, but at the same time, it's like now currently it's Gunn and Snyder, and it's like, how do you kind of wipe out some of that madness that's there? It's like, well, post that image, and then all of a sudden it was just, you saw the reaction. It was like, holy shit. And then there's people just going like, well, just because they took a picture together doesn't mean I have to support whichever one. It was like, I saw that on both sides. It was like, I don't have to support Zack because he took a picture with James. I don't have to support James because he took a picture with, it's so stupid. I'm like, yeah, nobody's asking you for that. It's just letting you know that these guys respect each other. They're filmmakers. They're not part of this discourse of what's happening. But at the same time, you can't tell me that there was not a discussion.
It was absolutely intentional.
Yeah, it was intentional. Oh, yeah. And there was a lot of discussion of like, maybe that there could be something. And again, I know the A word of animation with the diehard, part of the Snyder fandom, they hate that. But at the same time, I'm going, but what is wrong with that? Especially if you see an animation style like that, Jared Parrington. When I saw that, I went, oh my God, it's that animation style that if they
were
even
that Teen Titans Go type.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I was like,
oh God, well,
yeah, listen, I'll take care of you.
That's what he's
going to take care of you. I can't. We're local. This is yours. Not 1 cent. You just bring me that. We'll switch this out. I'll take care of that. And I want when next time I see you, double sheeted, 36 by 48.
What is happening right now?
All right, so this is yours. This is yours. I'm going to put it in a tube. It has your name on it.
A free poster, Austin. Yeah. You just got to drive to the Sci-Fi Center. It's not far. You're both
big old wall. That door or whatever that is, it's so huge. And that little. It's like a fly landed on the wall. So this is yours. This is yours.
By the way, Austin, that Mad Max Fury Road poster you have behind you, I want you to take that down because I got a bigger one for you.
Hold up. Now that Mad Max, that's not going anywhere. I got that.
I don't have a Mad Max poster here to replace that one with. I got an Oppenheimer. If you want an Oppenheimer one, you can put it on the other side.
Listen, I got an Oppenheimer one.
Oh, so. But is it the one that William has?
I probably gave it to him.
Probably.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
All right.
But anyways, back to what we're talking about.
Off topic of posters.
No, I'm just saying, no, I love it. I love that. And hopefully, I hope Austin actually picks up that poster.
I probably will.
Okay. We'll see. We'll see what happens in the next coming weeks when it comes to the panel on the Vodka stream.
Yeah, I'll be very happy to see that up on the wall.
Yeah.
You got my animation?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like the animation style that
I have the little Nosferatu.
Oh, you got a Nosferatu one.
That's got the.
You can't have my big one of those. That one's nice. I have a coffin though. Were you were with us for that one? Were you there for mine?
No.
Oh, you didn't come to the one. Okay.
Oh man, but yeah. So when it comes to back to that, I mean, the fact that we got that animation, and it was just kind of like, oh wait, who's this guy? And it was just like, whoa, that looks really cool.
And
then
you
all of
said
a sudden
he's
you
worked with
realize
Zack?
that he's worked with Zack since Man of Steel
Huh.
with concept art, and then it was just like going, man. If they had like a sanction of like a DC Elseworlds or something where it's like, could you imagine if you had these concept artists that just kind of just brings something about and with their concepts to live action? Like, I mean, this is just beautiful. It's fucking so
it's
good.
very Spider-Verse like to me. This looks a lot like the animation in the Spider-Verse movies to me.
But it's
I
so
can see this. Elseworlds needs to be something that's being established like 2 years ago type of Joshua. I think that the James Gunn, if he establishes Elseworlds, I think it strengthens his mainline DCU because he provides contrast, and he also, because there's going to be that big name director that wants to come do a DC IP, but it doesn't fit with the mainline DCU, but you don't want that guy to walk away. So there needs to be an Elseworlds brand that they can work on. And I think that strengthens. I think DC's at its best when it embraces its diversity. Elseworlds should be something that we recognize, like a brand that, like I was telling Brad that night, it just shows up on the TV and then it goes away. It's like Cloverfield. It needs something.
Already more so than anything Marvel has ever done. They're testing those Elseworld waters. Joker 2 did not work.
No, but doesn't mean you don't keep trying.
But the Penguin and the Batman Reeves is working.
Yeah.
Right. So it's gonna be a thing of that, like kind of like you said, William. Like DC has always been. There's the main line, and then there's the Elseworlds, and that's always been that kind of specific, designation. And a Gunn, I very much believe, knows that. And just like I said earlier, get those wins on the board.
Yes.
Superman, Supergirl, Lanterns.
If Superman's a win, it's going to open doors to be like, okay, you guys are confident in me now. We're good, right? I delivered.
I just hope Warner Brothers knows what a win is. I hope Warner Brothers is able to recognize what a win is.
We got that report.
But the fact is, Gunn has even said that like there is a backup plan. Things don't work with Superman. We're going back to TV. DC is going to TV. We're going to get Lanterns will continue, Creature Commandos, Peacemaker, and I'm sure other things, but it will be to TV for a little bit because
we'll see what happens.
Whatever,
So we also got that other, that report, this week saying that it's basically up to Superman to save the entire studio now.
Exactly. Like,
that's like, what the fuck are you guys doing with these crazy expectations?
You're talking to old skeptical me from 4 years ago when you start talking that shit. Because, like I said, why am I going to buy in? Why am I going to buy into something that you're telling me is only going to happen if Babe Ruth hits a home run at the bottom of the ninth with you out to win the World Series?
And this is what's kind of crazy to me, and what they'll probably, I think something will be addressed at CinemaCon, because now the rumors are just crazy with Warner Brothers. It's Zaslav may be replaced. DeLuca and Abby might be replaced.
Saffron.
With Saffron, but that's the thing. The rumors are everywhere. It's either that or Zaslav is going, or it's like Zaslav is also kind of in hot water right now because they got that Alto Knights movie that looks like utter garbage.
Is that the one that somebody spent a whole bunch of money on? That's
apparently Zaslav was fixated on making that movie. It's De Niro as two different mobsters, and it is Barry Levinson coming back to direct. But the trailers look like utter shit. There's been no marketing for it because they can't afford it.
They gotta fix that. Listen, when it comes to marketing, like I was saying before, he don't have to go under his mattress covers to find it. You tell some financier or whoever's putting up the money, I got Robert De Niro and Barry Levinson, I got this guy, You loaned me this money to make this movie.
De Niro in double roles.
Yeah, you got De Niro times 2. You go to the people, you go to your legendary, you go to whoever who fit the bill, because all these movies are made on borrowed money, and you say, you know what, that money, that 15%, that profit that you're going to get, how about we make it bigger? But we can't do it if we market it like shit. It does, the people who lent you the money to make the movie or who funded you the money, they get their money back, but it does them no good not to do that. When Dune came out, Warner Brothers didn't pay Jack, that poster, Warner Brothers didn't pay Jack shit for the advertising. Legendary paid for all of that. So you got to get somebody involved. Even if they don't have the money, see, even if they're, got the sign, I will work for food. Somebody has the money. You got De Niro in a movie. He's a draw. You got, you got to go out. I mean,
Barry Levinson coming back.
Yeah.
He directed a film in years. At the same, have you seen any of the trailers or anything for it? Have you even heard of this movie?
No, and that's a problem, man.
Hey, guess what? Guess what, William? It comes out in 2 weeks.
That's a bigger problem.
And it looks good. It looks like it's going to be something good too. I mean,
how much? How much did they pay for it? Is it a big budget movie? Is it a big budget movie? Because maybe that. I mean,
45. I'm reading right now. 45.
That's not bad.
Be a huge budget, but
it's not bad.
And there was money on it, so
they got to get out of this. Yeah, I know they're in debt, but you know what? Netflix is $14 billion in debt too, and they find a way to operate. If you're going to produce, if you're going to produce content, you either have to be all in or out. Otherwise, you're putting these movies out there to die. You're spending the money on the movie. You're the distributor. You have to give 35% back to the box office.
Look what they did to Clint Eastwood's Juror Number 2 last year.
Oh,
it was actually a really fucking good movie.
Yeah, but they totally buried it, right?
They buried it. They not only buried it, they refused to. They released it in limited theaters, and then they threw it on HBO Max. And this is supposedly Clint Eastwood's
it might be his last movie
directing.
It'd be his last movie, yeah.
So
weird, but
I could see it. Okay, but here's the thing: for your big things like this, here's my opinion: if you can't afford to promote the film, then you can't afford to make the film. Because you're betting against yourself. You're fighting yourself. You're saying that it's important enough to make this, but at the same time, it's not important enough to ask those same people who foot the bill to protect their investments, because you got to pay them back. Legendary for Dune got their money back plus some, but they did the advertisement for it because guess what? That plus some grows when the movie makes more money. So I hate saying it. I kind of see it with Superman a little bit. I hope that it ramps up, but when I hear people say, well, Warner Brothers can't afford to, you can't afford not to in some cases.
Yeah.
It's a tough one.
I don't know. It's
wow.
I mean, everything over there is just crazy. I don't believe that Peter Safran's actually gonna take over all that. I don't know. I just don't believe that because of what they established. He's already been set for DC Studios. But then at the same time, I'm going well, maybe in a business sense, maybe they're going to go well, maybe he doesn't have a lot to do because there's, we're limited projects right here. So maybe he can handle that. Maybe he's going to do both. I don't know.
No,
and it might money as opposed to paying 2 other people. They could just pay a little bit more to pay Peter Safran, save some money. And then they could just have him. But at the same time, I'm going, well, that seems like there's a lot more over here. That seems like way too taxing. I don't know. And then, of course, like James Gunn posted that they had some kind of sit down in front of people where they had it was him, Peter Safran, and David Cornsweet basically talking about that. He posted that image, the DC logo, and I'm going, all right. To me, that just sounded like James Gunn's going, hey, don't believe what you're hearing. We're all DC Studios over here. This is what's happening,
When I think
maybe that was his response to those rumors, because James Gunn was seeing that shit.
Yeah, I'm really. That's what I was saying to William on our show a few nights ago. It's I'm kind of, because Gunn is known for going on social media and saying, oh, this isn't true, or this is half true, or this is not the whole story. And I'm with that report about Superman is the whole future of Warner Bros. Discovery rides on. That's where I was kind of wondering, is Gunn going to say anything about that?
Yeah.
Well, I think too, what's interesting about it is that look, the whole thing was that Pam and Michael and Abby were in trouble because of Joker 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also produced Barbie and other massive films.
That's what I'm saying. For
Warner Brothers in the last few years. Warner, like, people take that so, like, okay, they had one loss. They've also had multiple wins. And they've also done a lot of good for Warner Brothers in the last couple of years with Barbie and a couple other films. So
yeah, and the same thing could be said to Saffron. Even though, like, I don't fully trust the dude, but Saffron also has had his wins too. Like,
he did Aquaman.
People just think that Saffron produced a bunch of bombs, like, especially when it comes to DC. It's like, no, he produced. He was the producer on the first Aquaman, $1 billion. First Shazam, successful. But then when it came to, of course, the sequels, not so much. But he was also a producer on all the Conjuring and, a lot of the horror stuff. So, he's not a complete, he doesn't have he has box office failures, but he also has big wins too. But I still don't think that this whole report's legit. But when it comes to the discourse and people are like, Jesus Christ, Saffron, look at how many bombs he's had. I'm like, yeah. He's had bombs, but he's also had some big time successes.
I mean, I would if I was going to like cast aspersions on Saffron, I would have said, from the producer of Meet the Spartans.
Yeah. There we go.
Do you know how many
favorite movie, Brad?
How many producers have not even Martin fucking Scorsese has consistent wins as a producer.
Nobody does.
When you're producing, it's a whole...
didn't have like a set, but that was during the pandemic. Of course, we don't talk about the Suicide Squad when it comes to the pandemic. The fandom,
Well, if we're going to talk Christopher Nolan, right? He technically produced Justice League. There is people don't realiase producing is a whole different game. It comes to filmmaking and stuff. It's a crazy producing thing. You are taking a chance on and you're hoping and all that, but it can go wrong very, very quickly and stuff. And so most people's not even fucking Quentin Tarantino has a perfect producing record. He's got a better directing record than he has a producing record. That's just how it is.
Well, we have to remember that Quentin Tarantino punched up the script to Pat. You guys know what I'm talking about? Pat from Saturday Night Live, that character, Pat. It's Pat. There was a movie that was It's Pat. It's called It's Pat. They made a movie on that character. And Quentin Tarantino was hired on to punch up that script. And he said, you don't have to put my name on it.
Yep, exactly.
Because he knew this is terrible, but I'll punch it up for you. Yeah. It just kind of shows you this is the business here, folks. That is the business. I mean, of course, that was in the mid-90s. And, Quentin Tarantino was still trying to find his footing. I mean, obviously, he was having some successes, but he was just trying to find what can I do? This was around the time before Reservoir Dogs, I think, got.
And he and Rodriguez, they both had a bomb at the same time with Grindhouse.
Yeah. And Tarantino has produced a lot of low budget horror films or indie films and stuff that have not been successful. So it's people don't realize that. It's a very different thing. But big people like Nolan or Abby and Michael DeLuca are just, those guys have way more wins than they do losses.
Yeah, and for a company that hasn't been winning for a while, I mean, there's been a lot of they have some wins, but you look
Barbie would not have happened without the DeLucas. Yeah. And Barbie is Warner Brothers' biggest hit in long time.
And speaking of DeLuca specifically, he talk about his win record. He also is a executive producer on the first two Blade movies. I'm mentioning that for no reason whatsoever other than Williams here.
They'll be mentioning of them somewhere in the world.
You can count those as losses because those movies didn't make money. But exactly, it's kind of like you look at what it did to film culture. Those films are considered masterpieces.
Yeah,
trust me, we know if go back and forth with our audience about them.
It's you look at a lot of Martin Scorsese films; they're not financially super successful. He is a master of cinema. People still give him a bunch of money to make his films because it's Martin Scorsese, even though they know they're not going to get their money back.
What was the one you was talking about? What was the one from last year?
Killer of the Flower Moon.
No, the one it was the one that Coppola did.
Megalopolis. Yeah. Okay, well, see, that's different because he put all of his own money and just kind of fucked himself on that one.
God.
So
I haven't seen it, but I've heard people kind of it's like a disaster, but it's like, but people kind of say it's a disaster, but hats off to you for trying, man.
It's a film.
He sold his vineyard. He sold his vineyard to make that happen.
Yeah, you know what? He's old, and he did it. And when I watched it, I went, you know what? That was something, and I appreciate it.
Coppola, you got a vineyard to sell. I don't.
I totally appreciate what it is, and I'm kind of going like, I need to watch it again because I want to appreciate it more. But at the same time, I get that was never going to grab a mainstream audience whatsoever. I thought maybe it could have because of just all the shit behind it, that maybe people would get curious when they start looking into, oh, wow, he did this himself, and it was this, and it was that, and there's this controversies and stuff. I thought, well, maybe he's playing 4D chess. Nope, turns out he was just playing checkers. But at the same time, I was like going, hey, I appreciate that he, at his, elder age, and all the money that he's accumulated in selling his vineyard, he decided, hey, I'm going to make my movie that I want. And he did. And did I fully understand it? No. Did I like the visuals? Yes. But when I'm sitting there going, what the fuck am I even? What?
Shia, what are you doing to Aubrey right now?
There's a couple of times where I was going, I don't even know what the hell, what is going on right now.
I got this right in front of me. Okay, budget. On Wikipedia, budget 120 to 136, box office 14.3.
Oof. Yeah.
Wow, did he lose a lot?
Yeah, he definitely did. But at the same time, you respect it because he was like, fuck it. He was like, fuck it. This is a artist that said, this is my vision, and he had no studio to tell him otherwise, which has always been a thing that we've always emphasized, especially when it came to the Snyder Cut movement and everything. And I think a lot of people, some people, a few people in the community have lost that message of, hey, when you have a filmmaker, they have a certain vision and they're going to try to like achieve that, allow them to do it. If you don't like it, fine. Perfectly fine. But I think like when it came to what he did and what Coppola did was, in his advanced age, he was able to do that. And he's like, well, fuck it. His wife passed away, which was sad. And then, of course, it's like, all right, well, now I'm going to do this thing. This is the movie I've been wanting to make for 40 years. And he achieved it. And I'm sure he probably puts it on and watches it and goes, hey, I fucking achieved it. I made it. It didn't freaking break me. Yeah, sure, it was a struggle. But he probably watches that movie and goes, fuck yeah. I did it. And I wouldn't be surprised, like people like Adam Driver and stuff like that were like, you know what? I'm not going to, I get it. But I was in this movie that was unique, a very unique movie. I think that movie is going to be studied in the future. To be honest, it's just one of those where it stands out. It's not a lot of people talk about it now, but I think it's going to be one of those movies that is going to be like studied. Like, look at what happened over here with Francis Ford Coppola.
It's Coppola's The Room.
Look.
It's not whether you think it's the piece of shit or a masterpiece. It's like it's going to be studied. I think it's going to be studied, just like the whole Snyder Cut thing is going to be studied.
Yeah, but see, that's where I call it, where it's like that's at least good.
Yeah,
the Snyder Cut is. That will be studied.
I agree with you. But at the same time, I'm just saying the fact that you have a renowned director as Francis Ford Coppola just kind of going like, fuck the studios, fuck the system, fuck the machine. I'm going to do this myself. And he made one of the most expensive indie projects.
Right. And I guess I do. Yeah. And that's where I kind of agree with you in that, like, I do respect that sense.
Yeah. That's the only thing.
At the same time, man, like, especially as a filmmaker, I'm like, that's a little hubris to me. Like, you gotta know.
I get it.
Like, I show my stories and script to people. If people were like, dude, this does not work, I would probably go, okay.
Yeah.
Either let me try it, so
choices were made. Yes.
Yeah, that's where I'm so kind of torn because I agree with you. Like it is an achievement at the same time. Is it?
Yeah,
Like-
that's the thing. Choices were made, and that's why I think this movie will be studied and talked
Yeah.
about in the future, because it's like,
Oh yeah.
what the fuck was going on around here? Why did this even happen? And this is a movie,
Well-
but at the same time, you just got to respect the fact that he was like, this is the movie that he wanted to make for 40 plus years.
Yeah.
And it's just like one of those, it's like, when we look at some of these directors that they have their passion projects, and it's all not going to work. It's not going to be James Cameron Avatar. That's his passion project, and it's worked. The two movies have worked big time. Now is the third one. Now is the third one going to work? Who knows? That's
I
the
think
question I have.
Betting
As
it's
much as
Cameron.
I love the Avatar movies
Listen.
and the experience of seeing 3D IMAX, the way that he puts it out there, like nobody
The
else does.
crazy thing to me is that between two films already of
Yeah.
any franchise, that those two films have made almost $4 billion.
Jeez,
crazy.
Louise.
It's
So,
absolutely insane.
so whatever happens with three,
It's absolutely insane what James Cameron has accomplished in his career. I mean, that's why when I see people like going, who the fuck is this guy? I'm like, it's James Cameron. The dude has evolved cinema since the 80s. Okay, so you might want to listen to him, because
he's the one that I hate is that, like, I hate that he's spending his last years making these movies and stuff. And I'm like, I kind of get it, but also, yeah, it's his passion project, and it's worked. And for him,
his
like,
last years too.
Why the hell not? If you present something and go, I've always wanted to present this, and it hits, and then you go like, I've got other stories for that. This is kind of a world I've been thinking about. Why the hell not? Like, you've got that power at this point.
Well, I mean, he's got the power. Like what's that quote that's floating around where he I think it was making the first Avatar, where he was like having like a budging argument with Fox, and he literally told them, "Hey, this building here, Titanic paid for that, okay?"
Yeah, exactly.
Or my favorite is Aliens.
Some people might look at that quote, like you said, Brad. It was like, oh yeah, he's being a douchebag. It's like, no, he's just showing that, hey, let me do my thing, because when I did my thing before, guess what? It paid for that whole fucking building right there.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, I produced some shit. And that's the thing, is like James Cameron has, again, evolved. And other filmmakers have done the same thing. And when you see a filmmaker do their passion project, yeah, maybe it doesn't resonate with you. But at the same time, I love it when I see a passion project from a filmmaker that is an original thing. Zach with Rebel Moon, Nolan with just taking the idea of like Prestige or Inception or something like that, or a passion project. I really think that Nolan's passion project we're about to see with the Odyssey.
I think it's
everyone
either
in the
that, or
universe.
I would say his passion project was Interstellar.
Yeah.
Who isn't casted in the Odyssey? Is there anybody that's not in this fucking movie?
Keep going.
Nobody else. The question I was talking about, like, who is not? There's more of a stream of who's not in the movie and how they should feel, since all of Hollywood is in this fucking movie.
Here's who's cast in the Odyssey. Do you have a SAG card? You're in the Odyssey.
Yeah.
Everybody is in that movie.
Well,
Yeah.
like Dave,
And I guarantee you, by July of this year, we will have our first teaser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact,
God knows what it's gonna look like.
CinemaCon may even get a first teaser because Nolan does tend to do that for theater exhibit. But
I wonder what a shit show that's going to be this year.
Oh God.
Okay, I'm just curious. I wonder if Azov's going to be in there saying, "Hey, theater owners, we're still behind you. Remember those 90-day windows that I promised? Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Here, let me throw you. Remember that steak I was going to throw you last CinemaCon I was at? Here's some kibble. Here's a fucking milk bone. And not just a milk bone. You don't even get multiple milk bones. You share this one. All of you starving theaters, you share this dog treat because you believe me when I told you that shit. You deserve this kibble. Here's a bag of kibble. Everybody gather around and eat it.
My question is this: what is Warner Brothers films that they're presenting besides Superman? I know Superman's going to
I don't even know if they're going to... Are they going to do Superman at the cinema?
Yeah,
I mean, I know it's 50-50. I mean,
it's no. Superman will be the highlight.
I heard they were going to release a trailer because we were talking about people who do our...
Gunn, Corn, Sweat, Saffron, they'll all be there.
No. They'll be there, but are they going to show a screening of it? Because I hadn't got that confirmed.
As far as the screening,
the only screening they're going to show is apparently How to Train Your Dragon.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I mean. I know they're going to be there, but
hold on. That's for Universal. I will say there are typically screenings for each of the studios.
That was the only one
I don't know. About. They could surprise.
Yeah,
they could do one. I mean, I'm just curious. Yeah.
Or the other big one, it will be F1. Warner Brothers is doing F1 and stuff. And
that's a big movie too.
Austin knowing Zaslav,
good.
Knowing Zaslav, Austin, he might show Alto Nights there and say, "Hey, this came out 2 months ago."
If he shows Alto Nights, people are gonna boo him out of the fucking theater right there. I guarantee you, they will be like, "Oh no,
dude!" But F1 looks like F1 is that summer blockbuster movie for your dad. And but we know that drives the blockbusters, and I know, like, even my dad was like, "Oh, we're seeing that," and I'm like, "Of course we are, Dad," But I'm like, like the new trailer and everything, I was like, "Fuck!" And the poster, I was like, "Yep." I'm all about it.
I'm in.
But at the same time, I'm sitting here going, go see Black Bag. This movie was fucking. This might be. I mean, again,
I want to see that so bad. I want to see that so bad.
There's a lot of things.
I love Michael Fassbender. He's one of my favorite actors. Kate Blanchett is one of my favorite actresses.
Dude,
I gotta stream it.
I'm telling you, Austin. This movie does not fuck around. There is no filler scenes. There's no nothing. It is a 90-minute movie that right off the bat, when you see the opening scene, and Steven Soderbergh's so good at just like, he does like it's almost like a one shot, because you see Michael Fassbender just walk into this club to just give information, and it's like a one shot. It's like the camera's just following him into this club, and he like signals this dude, and then they walk out, and then he goes, and then they establish the whole plot right there, and he goes, "Hey, within the group of people you're working with, including your wife, somebody's a rat. Figure it out." And it's just like, holy shit. And then you're just kind of going like, how is he going to do this? And the way that it plays out, you're just going, oh shit. Like, who is it? Is it? And then when you finally see how it all rolls out, I'm like, God damn. Fassbender is so good. Blanchett, everybody's really good in the movie.
I have a little 3-day vacation this week. I probably will go to the theater.
I'm telling you, everybody needs to go see it, because if you like that spy-y, who did it, who's the rat kind of.
Did you ever see Haywire? Soderbergh's Haywire?
Yeah, I've seen it.
No, I don't think I did see that. No.
When he did that, it's Fassbender. It's what was the chick that got fired from Star Wars? Yeah, she's the star, and it's Fassbender, Tatum, Bill Paxton in one of his final roles.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Just a tight 90-minute action thriller.
That's where Soderbergh really shines when it comes to that kind of characters just interacting with each other, and kind of like, wait, are you legit, or am I legit? You legit? Like, he's really good at that. And then, because obviously, Soderbergh was very known for the Ocean's movies, Ocean's 11s, and you feel that vibe. You feel that vibe with this movie. The score has like the bongo drums and all that kind of stuff, and I'm like, you're feeling those vibes, and I was like, the whole time.
You just got my excitement for this movie up so much, because like I've heard people say it's one of their favorite movies of the year, and I'm like,
it is really, really good. We're to the point where I was going, I think it's that guy, I don't know, or that girl, or maybe it's her. I mean, you just kind of go, Jesus Christ, I don't know who's the rat here. And then when you figure it, when Fassbender just like, again, there's like really intense moments that take place around a dinner table twice in the movie. And when you watch it, you'll understand. And it's just like, whoa, shit. And I'm going, and then it just ends. It's like, oh yeah, that's the story. And it ends. And it was just like, okay, there was no anything else. Like Soderbergh was like, this is the story right here. And then when we figure it out, and then it's just like, here it is. And then now the credits roll. And I'm like going, fucking A, man. Good job. You trim the fat. There is no fat in this movie. There's no fat.
Yeah, you were kind of talking about this a bit, I think, about 2 weeks ago. But actually, another one's a really good example. I think of that is The Faculty.
Yes.
Oh, it's like who's the alien, who's not, who's like the main alien, and then it turns out it's the blonde news chick.
Guaranteed to fuck you up.
John Stewart in one of my favorite roles.
Oh yeah, John Stewart's in there. Selma
right. The teacher gets stabbed.
Yeah, he's got the fingers. Yeah.
Well, and then at the very end, he's like he's because that makes no sense, but I love it where he shows up at the credits at the end where he's got the eye patch and the Band-Aid runs.
Yeah, I remember I watched The Faculty the first time. I didn't watch it in theaters. I watched it when I was on a trip with one of my good friends. This was like when we were in high school. I was with like my good friend who was like his family was going to Laughlin, and they're like, hey, you could take a friend. So my friend was like, hey, you want to go? And so I went to Laughlin in Nevada, and we had our own hotel room, which was great. Like they imagine being a teenager and you have your own hotel room with one of your good friends. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's crazy. So we decided, like, in between of just walking around, because that's what you do. You just walk around, you go to the arcades, you do whatever. You try to like, hey, there's a girl right there. You give her the eyebrow. Anyways, but but there was like one time where we were just like, hey, let's go back to the room. Let's relax. And then we're like, hey, let's watch The Faculty. That was the first time I watched The Faculty, and then we were just blown away because Robert Patrick, who played the football coach,
is constantly swearing at his players.
He was a stunning representation of the football coach, because my buddy Steve, he was on the football team. Of course, I wasn't, but he was on the football team, and our coach, who is named Coach Crumrine. Oh, we just was like, holy shit, that's Crumrine. Like, he is acting just like him. He just has the shorts, everything. He's yelling just like that. Holy shit. It was just, we were just mesmerized. We were thrown back. We're like, that is Crumrine. Oh my God. A little less, because our coach, the dude was like jacked. He was a small dude, but he was jacked and always wore a tank top. He always did push-ups. While like everybody was like running laps, he's like doing push-ups on the ground. It was like crazy. He had a flat top and everything. It was crazy. Yeah, that was the first time I watched that. But then we were like, man, this movie is really good. And I watched that movie so many times. And now they're doing a remake. I don't know if that's going to be good.
That's gonna bomb. Remakes. Listen, these remakes, man. Every remake needs to be thought long and hard about. What can you add to this that wasn't already there when you did the other
saying
one?
this today, we get the news about Starship Troopers remake.
Oh,
yeah. Here's the thing, though. You could don't try to be the 1997 movie. If you want to go to the book, maybe.
Right. Which is exactly what they said.
Is that going to be a remake or a continuation?
No, it's not either. Basically, it's that. So you got to think Paul Verhoeven, when he did Star Troopers, was kind of all over the place, right? And it was really great. But this is going to be Neil Blomkamp.
That's the thing. That's what I'm okay with. Like, I'm kind of going like, all right, I like Starship Troopers, the movie, because it's ridiculous. I remember seeing I saw that in the theater.
It's romance.
Okay. When that movie came out in the theaters, I mean, me and my best friend, we were like 14. I don't know how old we were, and his dad took us, and there's all kinds of nudity in there too. But then his dad was like, "Well, what can I do? I'm not going to cover their eyes,
right?"
But me and my buddy Sean were like, "Holy shit, we're seeing titties!" But at the same time, it was gory. It was great, and obviously they had sequels, and they weren't great. They were very B-roll. And then, of course, Casper Van Dien showed up with like one of the last sequels. I remember watching it. That was probably the better of the sequels, I would say. But then I just kind of go like, with Neil Blomkamp doing this, I'm going, is he doing a full-on remake, or is he going to do some kind of legacy sequel where it's like ignore everything that came after? Now I have an idea where I'm gonna bring back,
Johnny
Casper Van Dien and Dina Meyer, and not gonna bring back
the way that they put it is it's new thing is that he is adapting the book.
It's so weird.
Excuse me, the book more
So
so than
weird.
anything.
It's like we want a District 9 sequel, but we're getting a Starship Troopers.
No, I'll tell you what I want that I never got. My Halo Neil Blomkamp movie.
Oh
that
yeah,
I
he wanted to do that too. Yeah.
Oh,
the Alien one.
my
that he was gonna
Alien.
do.
Oh,
Alien sequel too. I know. See, that's
dude,
the
if
thing.
he would have gotten to make that,
RoboCop too.
and I love Ridley Scott, but fuck you, Ridley Scott, for killing that movie because
seriously.
Blomkamp, he might have like more unmade like dream projects than he has like ones he's done.
And they sound great.
But at the same time,
they sound so good.
But at the same time, he does Gran Turismo, which should not have worked, and it worked.
It was good.
It was really good. That's the thing is like I was not because I played Gran Turismo like when I got my PS2, that was like the game to play, and I played those games and I went, whoa shit, the graphics, holy shit, how realistic is this, holy shit. And
with the idea of combining the game with a real life situation, was like,
dude, that movie. I remember when that was announced, and then when you saw the first trailer, I'm like, I don't know if this is gonna work. And then you watch, you go, oh yeah, he made this fucking work. It was really good. It was really good. So, and I'll be honest, I love work. I mean, obviously we had the RoboCop remake. It worked for the most part, I thought. In my opinion,
that's still selling it.
It has some issues, but he added levels to it. That scene where you see Murphy.
Oh yeah, that scene's awesome.
In the lungs, you see his lungs and his head, and that's it. And you see that, I was like, this is fucked up. But at the same time, it makes sense. And I was like, that right there, this whole scene is making the whole movie for me. When I think it was Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman was in it, right?
Yeah, he's the scientist guy in it.
And he was talking to Murphy while he was just like propped up, and you just see lungs and him talking. I was like, see, ideas like that, that's what works. Maybe the whole movie doesn't necessarily work, but something like that, those kind of ideas, that I was mesmerized by that scene. I was uncomfortable because I'm going, I can see his lungs. Fucking inhaling and exhaling. It's so weird.
Because he's straight up asked, like, show me. He's straight up asked Gary Oldman, okay, I want to see what I look like without this metal body. And like, okay, be careful what you wish for, man.
And see, he's had more hits for me than misses. I actually really like Chappie. I liked Elysium a lot.
Chappie's not bad.
I really liked it. I think for me, Elysium is one of my favorite of his. I liked it more than District 9 and stuff, and so.
Wow.
I would really love. He's one of those careers that I've been following for a long time. I love his films. So
I think as long as they, like I say, if you look at the books of those things, there's a lot more alien. I mean, there's a lot more to it than what we got in 1997. So there's a lot for him to work with if he wants to do something different.
Dude, Starship Troopers is such a. I mean, when I watched, I don't know how many times I've watched that over the years where I just want to put it on. It's such an enjoyable movie because, I don't know, there's just something about the way that what's his name? The same guy who directed RoboCop, which is kind of funny, right? Yeah. So Neil Blomkamp just likes to remake this guy's movies apparently because he directed RoboCop, and then Neil Blomkamp, took a stab on that, and now he's going to take a stab on this. It's kind of interesting, the fact that it's like, okay, but then I'm kind of going like, well, don't do a remake, do a legacy trilogy, because bring back Casper Van Dien, bring back Dina Meyer if you can.
Bring back Disney. I'm sorry, Disney.
Yeah, that's a risk that I don't think a studio is going to take, simply because you're counting on nostalgia. Okay, so we go from 1997. You literally have grown ass people with their own kids now. I would go see it. You would go see it, but I don't know. That's a risk. That's a nostalgia. Like I always say, nostalgia is like a time bomb. If you pull the right wire, everybody makes out alive. You pull the wrong one, we all die.
Yeah.
So it's you got to balance it a little bit. I don't know if that movie. I would go see it.
If I'm being honest, I think it's going to be closer to like kind of what Dune just did, right? In that we're taking it way more seriously. It's going to be closer to the books.
Gross, probably way grosser than it was.
It's not going to be.
Knowing Neil, it's going to be.
It's not going to have like those commercials saying a murderer was captured, guilty, bang, execution in 8. But William, counterpoint to everything you just said. It's like I had the biggest crush on Dina Meyer growing up. It's like her death
dude,
broke my heart.
so
So
did
I demand a major Hollywood studio spend $200 million to bring her back.
Okay, cool. And then when you employ them, when they fire those people, I mean, maybe they can mow your lawn or something. I don't know.
I'm with Brad. I had a huge crush on Dina Meyer. Still do.
Yeah, she's still hot, but like I said, is that worth $200 million? Dude, yeah, okay, yeah.
I get it. I get what you're saying. Again, the business side, yeah, they're probably going to do something completely different. I think Neil Blomkamp probably has a really good idea of what he wants to do. And as much as I would love to be like, oh, I'll make it a legacy, sequel, he probably won't. But then again, who knows? Maybe there could be something where you can capture a little bit of that fucking nostalgia, as well as just be like, hey, this is something completely new. Maybe if you found that balance, cool. But at the same time, I'm just going, hey, whatever you're cooking, I'm there day one because you are Neil Blomkamp and you have not disappointed me. And I will be there. Like as much as you didn't get your District 9 sequel.
Did you guys ever see those
after this? I don't know.
The shorts he did for Netflix.
Yeah, I saw something.
Dude,
Oaks or something. Those were
Oaks,
sick.
yeah, dude. Those were
Oak Studios.
Those are insane. Insane. You watch those? I mean, I didn't. I watched those on a Saturday morning, and I went, "Am I high? Am I high right now?"
The adult Saturday morning cartoon right there.
Dude, I felt like I should have been like, I was like, did I ingest shrooms when I was watching this? I mean, these those little individual like stories were insane. The God one with Choplet, whatever his name is, who is always in the Blomkamp movies. When he was playing God and it was like the model thing, I was like, what the fuck am I? But
the Sigourney Weaver one?
Yeah, dude. Those were crazy. Those were absolutely.
Don't call it a reboot, though. I'm looking at Nate's memes of people hate. I don't understand why people hate the RoboCop reboot. Reboot. There's your thing. If you want to fuck up anything you're doing, call it a reboot. You might as well pull down your pants and shit on whatever your idea is, because once the word reboot comes along, you're better off just letting your money sit out in the wind and blow it, because people are going to be at worst.
William,
reboot is a stigma now.
Yeah. Dave,
and for good reason. For good reason, by the way.
My co-host has the best analogies in the world.
He's heard it. I think I came up with it.
Kidding me? That's why I love having William on here. Is the fact that
lazy and stupid fuck, reboot is the deformed child that nobody wants to claim.
Exactly.
That is what it is.
God. You want to fuck up a franchise?
Folks, you heard it here.
Even if it is one, call it something. Come up with a new word for it, because you literally will destroy your chances of a movie. That Hellboy movie wasn't like the worst movie in the world, but once you started to reboot it, you only have that audience that for a Hellboy at all because of the two previous movies. So you needed to wait a little bit longer to restart that franchise. So
there you go.
Especially when they're still calling for 3. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I will say this: I watched Hellboy, The Crooked Man, and I was not disappointed. I actually thought it was a decent movie. Like it gave me John Carpenter and Robert Rodriguez vibes to that whole story. It was very self-contained, and it was very like a horror movie, and I could totally tell it was a low budget and everything. And the score reminded me of like John Carpenter. It had a little bit of that bass line, like dun 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 dun, and it's like they were really trying to capture that. But it also, with the action, it gave me some Robert Rodriguez kind of like over the top vibes, and I was like, all right.
As long as it wipes the taste out of that,
I actually enjoyed it. It's not great.
Give you the
as long as it's better than that David
opinion.
Harbour movie, I'll take it.
Yeah, the David Harbour movies.
You take whatever you're thinking of, however beautiful it is, and think of like having the Mona Lisa on your wall, and then you say, you know what? We're going to add reboot to it and just smear the diaper all over it. That's what it's going to do. Because what you don't realize, the reason why you have some of the followings is some of the stuff that you're trying to recycle. So you're already putting yourself on a limited real estate by doing that. You're using, at the one hand, you want to use that brand to attract viewers. But on the other hand, you're going to fuck that brand by starting over with it. So it's like, some of these movies need 10, 15, 20 years in between before you start dabbling in that again. But especially if you do intergenerational reboots, like you literally have the same audience that's waiting for the conclusion of the movie that brought them to the dance, and you're bringing in some other Hellboy or whatever, bringing in David Harbour. Like I said, that movie wasn't awful, it wasn't great, but it wouldn't have mattered if that movie was great. That movie was swirling the toilet bowl upon conception because of what they were doing. Like I said, come up with something clever. If you want to reboot, you think it's a good idea, you better not call it that. You better not call it that.
Yeah, the R word is it's just bad. It's just bad. But I think this is a good way to wrap up the stream tonight with the fact that, reboot is a 4-letter word now, apparently. But but at the same time, it's like, and people just don't even understand what a reboot or a remake or whatever the fuck. But at the same time, I'm like, it's so funny too, because when it comes to, because Starship Troopers was a book, right? There was a novel.
Yep.
So at the same time, we're kind of going like, well, that's what
old novel, by the way, from the 50s. We're not even talking about new. It's talking about
so what he's going to be doing is adapting from the novel legitly, just like how, like when it came to the total, and I will always support and promote the Total Recall reboot or the remake, because
I liked the Colin Farrell one.
Dude, it's good.
That was great.
If you didn't have the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie in the 80s, people would have been like, what the fuck? This movie is absolutely fantastic. Definitely. That's the thing. You have to forget the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, because they took liberties and did a whole, they changed a lot of things, and it worked. I love that movie, 2 weeks. I love that movie. All the stuff, get your ass to Mars. Cannot think, I love that. I love it. But I will find myself when I see like, oh yeah, Total Recall's on like Netflix or something like that. I'll put it on because I'm like, this is a really good small sci-fi movie that has some heavy hitters in there. Colin Farrell, Jessica Biel, and Bryan Cranston.
It's good. That movie would have never. You got to realize the original movie. That movie, the remake was only made because of the popularity of the original one, and the original one probably makes $14 without Arnold Schwarzenegger. He is that movie. Is off the wall, bonkers, and ridiculous that movie is. He is that movie. So you can't. Sometimes you can't replicate the time. You can't replicate.
I knew she was Kate Beckinsale was great in that fucking movie.
So good. Everybody, again, if you just watch that movie without thinking about that there's a previous movie that exists, it is
that's really hard.
It is such a good.
There's an unrated. I got the unrated Total Recall version because I wasn't allowed to see it in theaters when I was.
Give it its original name. Call it. We can remember for you wholesale. That's the original name. I'll retell you. That's the original name. Do that. But once you put Total Recall on it, once again, that turd's already headed towards the toilet, and it has nothing to do with the quality of what you're doing. It's just that additive that you add to it. It's like it's like putting pineapple on pizza.
Oh,
there you go. Yeah, and that's what. There you go.
I had pizza tonight. Thank God, no pineapple.
There you go.
But no. Watch Total Recall, the newer version. Just forget the old one. And like I said, just forget it. Just try to forget. Try to do your best. Try to actually literally Total Recall that. If you watch that version, it's a good movie. Like especially when that shot with like there's a scene where he starts like going, oh wait, I can fuck some people up, and it's like a one shot where he's just like boom, boom. Boom, and he's like taking out dudes, and like the camera's like doing like wonky shit. I'm going, fuck yeah, that's what I love. Somebody did some creative shit, and the camera's like zooming in and pulling out, and zooming in and pulling out. I'm like, shit, yeah, this is what I'm talking about.
I will say, I think
of Total Recall is awesome.
The big things as far as those big reboots that they were trying to do around that, because it was Total Recall and it was RoboCop and it was a bunch of others. I think the big thing that did also hold it back was that they tried to PG-13 those R-rated movies.
Yeah. That's I can't. That's actually that should be a joke. That should be a punchline. RoboCop is one of the most. These people who are getting disemboweled by bullets and
literally Murphy gets shot in the dick. Literally, Murphy gets shot in the dick.
And they blow off arms.
One guy who's gonna kidnap the woman, in the dick.
Total Recall, there's a free woman that gets shot in one of the boobs. You can't R-rate that. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that's a big problem. If it's R-rated, some things just need to stay R-rated. Come on, guys.
Exactly. Stop trying to
PG-13. I wouldn't buy that for $1.
Ugh.
You're not cheating like Red Dawn did. Putting out a very R-rated movie over a sham PG rating.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough.
Wow, that was really rough.
And you had Josh Peck in there. Oh god.
And Chris Hemsworth was in there too.
No, I'm talking about the original one, not that thing.
Yeah, but I was talking about the remake.
You got issues with it. I like the original one.
Okay,
the original one's fine.
As a movie on its own, fine. But Red Dawn is a Cold War era movie. That's where it derives most of its what it is. That movie was something else. It wasn't. As somebody who grew up in the Cold War, that wasn't it. Red Dawn is a Cold War. That is what it is. You can't change it. You can't do anything.
Yeah, they try to make it like Koreans were like.
Yeah, something else.
Right.
Yeah.
So I didn't have a problem.
The remake did not work. It was like, oh yeah, we're gonna have Koreans this time. It's like, no, that doesn't work.
1984 was different, and like I said, they created a sham rating so that people didn't have to drag their parents to see a movie that they probably wouldn't let them see. Because Red Dawn is not the first minute of Red Dawn is R. I mean, there's dead kids hanging outside the window. This teacher gets shot point blank. There's implied rape. There's people getting executed. I mean, if that's PG-13, then yeah. So yeah, but yeah.
You gotta love the '80s. You gotta love the '80s, man. They did not hold back. But yeah, let's go ahead and wrap up this stream right here, and we'll go around the horn and let's promote whatever we have to promote. William, you go first.
All right, you can find me at the Sci-Fi Center. Just Google the Sci-Fi Center. I don't know what we're doing tomorrow, but I know what we're doing Monday and Tuesday. Monday is St. Patrick's Day, I believe, correct?
Yep.
So we're doing one of the greatest horror movies ever created.
Uh-oh.
We're not just doing Leprechaun. No. We're not just doing Leprechaun. We're doing the gold standard of Leprechaun.
In space?
Leprechaun
not
in the hood.
In the hood.
With the great iced tea.
Yes.
Left in the hood, up to no good.
We are watching that, and we will watch that video several times after we're done. And then Tuesday, I'm this is a news flash even for Bat. We'll be celebrating March 18th, 4 years. We'll be doing an AFSP overnight fundraising drive. So keep an eye out for that.
Awesome. All right, Austin, what do you got?
Find me on Borderlands Studios YouTube.
You're gonna get a new Dune poster soon.
Apparently, we'll be having a new Dune poster. I don't know why this is so valuable to William, but okay. But he's still, that's you can find me over on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, AlienLV 1023 or Borderlands Studios on YouTube, and that's about it for me.
Cool. Brad, what do you got?
We can skip that last one. We can skip the last guy.
Besides having the, awesomeness of Zack Snyder retweeting one of your articles.
Oh, of course, yeah. I actually got Scott Adkins also retweet one that I did for
nice.
Not to say
he actually retweets a fair amount of my stuff because I write a lot about his stuff and interviewed him a lot. So
that's good.
Go live about most anticipated martial arts.
You know what? You know what's funny is like before I moved to the new place, I actually watched. I forgot which Scott Adkins movie. It was a movie where they were like held up into like a hotel room. There were snipers.
Take cover.
Snipers. And then they were like, hey, keep the blinds, keep the curtains closed. Don't open the curtains. And when they opened the curtains, of course, there was like a sniper that was trying to take them out. I forgot what movie it was called.
Take Cover.
Deep Cover, yeah. Really good movie. I really enjoyed that. I mean, it's B-roll shit, of course, but at the same time, you enjoy it because Scott Adkins is awesome.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You don't know how many times I hear that name on our show.
I mean,
he would have been a good Batman at one point. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, you hear it about as much as you hear about the Raid.
Yeah.
The running joke. So yeah, you guys can find me on the usual social medias, Facebook, Twitter. I'm on Blue Sky now. I'm trying to use my Instagram more. I'm also on Vero. As far as my my writing, you can find I'm write for a bunch of different outlets. I write for Kung Fu Kingdom. I write for Fortress of Solitude. I write for Compo.com, where I occasionally get my article shared by Zack Snyder.
What?
And you can also, of course, find me with the dude with the cat ears above me on the Sci-Fi Center, where again we've got a couple watch parties coming up that may involve leprechauns.
Nice.
One
All
for
right.
sure. One for sure. Never send your franchise to space, because you don't always get a second chance like the Leprechaun movies do.
Unless you have a Pontiac Hero.
Now listen, Jason in space.
Leprechaun
Come
did
on,
go
man.
to space, and so did Jason.
Hey, Fast and Furious went to space. We're still around.
They weren't based in space. Jason, that was one of the worst horror movies I've ever seen. It had one good kill scene though when they the girl in the ice in the head. That was about it.
Pretty good stuff. All right. Well, thank you guys. Thank you, William. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Austin. And then, of course, thank you to Chris. And thank you to Phil, who joined earlier. And thank you guys for spending some time with us. And we will talk to you guys, later.
Later, guys.